Morning, everyone, and welcome to Conversations for the Future during World Space Week. I'm glad to see some familiar faces here this morning. And if you're a first timer, just put your LinkedIn in the chat, and you'll be very likely to have some new friends by the end of the day. Our theme this month is Bringing Space Home. We'll spend the next 2 days in discussions about how work in the space ecosystem, excuse me, has resulted in countless benefits to life here on Earth. Today, we'll talk about technology transfer, entrepreneurship and commercialization of space technologies, planetary defense, medical advancements, weather and meteorology, and agriculture and marine science. We'll also have our special segment, What's Going On, with Laura Forczyk. Tomorrow, we'll shift gears a bit and discuss national security, technologies that come from how the military leverages space, satellite advancements, and the monitoring of natural resources. We'll have a special Saturday Space segment tomorrow as well. After the event, I hope you'll all take some time to reflect on the benefits space has brought to you personally. Foundation for the Future puts on this event each month, assisted by our sponsors and by those in our audience who choose to pay the optional registration donation. Thank you for your generosity. Kicking us off today is the Foundation's Executive Director, Tim Chrisman. He's a former CIA and Army intelligence officer who supported the National Space Council and the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. He holds master's degrees from American University in Intelligence Studies and International Relations and Affairs, and he is the author of the book Humanity in Space. He speaks and writes articles about space infrastructure development and the expansion of our civilization to space. Tim's next challenge and mission is to make space accessible, survivable, and ultimately routine enough to be boring. Tim, the screen is yours.
Yeah, it's great to see new people here as we are rounding out our 11th conference in 11 months. It's cool to see a lot of familiar faces, and that we're still bringing in new faces and therefore new ideas and new thoughts. I'm really excited about this month's topic because that gets to the heart of what we at the Foundation are trying to deliver in terms of messaging. Lee was just talking about my missions to make space boring, and I'm doing that and sort of adopted that as my buzzword because we treat space as this special magical place, and then we forget that it's just another place for people to go, and instead treat it with these kid gloves or almost these fantasy goggles. And so this month's event, where we're talking about bringing space home and how, whether it's NASA probes landing on asteroids or companies developing tech for space that has applications here on the ground, it actually changes our lives. And I was doing an interview on iHeartRadio yesterday and talking about how we don't need a lot of these new technologies to pay off for them to make a huge difference in our lives. We like to talk about GPS being one of the big space technologies that's fundamentally altered our society. And that's true. Trillions of dollars of value have been added because of GPS, but everything from water and air filters to insulation have been improved by taking things to the harshest environment known to us, trying it, adapting it, and then realizing, hey, turns out lightweight, efficient things that can survive negative 200 degrees Celsius and 600 degrees on the high side are actually useful on the ground. Wow, who would have known? So I'm really excited about the lineup today. I saw John Olds is here. I am particularly interested to hear what he has to say. This morning I was writing down questions I had that I wanted to sort of hear the answer to, and if I didn't hear them, I was going to ask them from some of the speakers today. And when I got to John towards the end, I'm like, I don't even know where to start. This guy's running 5 companies. He's got 100 technical papers. I don't have time to dig into these technical papers to actually sound semi-intelligent asking a question. So good thing is I've got all day to come up with a good question. Unfortunately, he's here, and so he knows that I've got nothing right now. But some of the other people today are, a mix of space and non-space people. Like we're going to hear from Meredith later, who's a TV personality who, once sang the national anthem in front of a professional baseball stadium, and is coming to talk about what it's like doing space reporting and space news. And, like, what is that like? Like, what is that? I want to know what it's like singing the national anthem in front of thousands of people. I can't sing in front of a single person. So singing in front of tens of thousands seems like a exhilarating experience and scary at the same time. But I would encourage everybody as we're going through the day, what are some of the questions that as you're sitting at home, what do you want space to be able to do for you? Or what, do you want to know from some of these speakers? We've got Kelly coming up, who spent a lot, decades working strategy consulting, and now is leading a hypersonic point-to-point suborbital company. And like, I know there's a handful of people who are regulars at conversations who are making similar mid-career transitions. And so it's exciting to hear about that. But, people like that are examples of this can work. This, does work all the time. But yeah, I'm trying to remember, was there, oh yeah, Mark, I really want to know, Lee, why does Las Vegas have a search and rescue diver? Like, it's cool. Like he's clearly a fun dude, but
It's a little dry there, but there is a pretty big lake nearby.
that's true. That's true. That's fair. I accept that. But I'm going to ask that if he doesn't address it. So be back for that. So yeah, I normally start off the day talking about us and who we are, what we're doing, and where we're going. And so I'll start that here because ultimately these events are meant to build awareness around different pieces of the space ecosystem. But they're also a shameless attempt by us to crowdsource ideas, witty stories, and new concepts that we can take and deliver to the Congress people, senators, and other leaders here in Washington, D.C. that we talk to. We do that because part of our core mission is changing the direction of space policy here in the US. And so what we hear from you all, the questions you ask, the ideas you come up with, in many cases get turned around within days or weeks and used in our talking points up on Capitol Hill. I'll get more into some of the things we're doing in a second, but back in May, we held an event talking about workforce development. And I kid you not, within a week, we had a meeting with the chairwoman of the Defense Appropriations Committee, and we're talking with her and her staff about the space workforce development needs. We had heard from a handful of you about what the need was, how there was this glaring gap, and what that meant for the future. And within 3 to 4 weeks total, we had the better part of 3 pages of the National Defense Authorization Act dedicated to space workforce development. And that's what passed. That ended up being in the final version that passed the House earlier this, last month, and is being worked into the Senate bill right now. And that's the sort of direct impact that some of the presenters and the conversations we have both at and at the sidelines of these events have. So I definitely encourage you all, speak up, ask questions, and don't be afraid to give your thoughts, because, you know, as people say often, maybe tongue in cheek or as a platitude, you know, little things matter. They really do, and we don't always know what it is that's going to connect a dot. So please speak up, ask questions, make comments. But back to us at the foundation. So we are a nonprofit that is really working to focus on a handful of narrow issues that are not really served by the vast majority of other space organizations. And those specifically are long-term financing tools and blue-collar workforce development. And so we broadly group those under infrastructure because, in part, those are critical components of it. And the long-term financing really isn't of any use unless it is financing those long-term projects that enable us to get to, from, through space, live there, work there, and the like. And so in many cases, we are, as we started out talking today, trying to make space boring through the development of those things we take for granted here on the ground. And we're doing that because there's a lot of excitement around space right now. There's this hype about trillion-dollar economy, multi-trillion-dollar economy, common people going to space now, hotels going into orbit, private space stations going up, moon landings, permanent bases on the moon. But ultimately, we don't have any plan for that sort of roads and rails of space. It's almost as though we are looking to the West in the 17 and 1800s and thinking, well, we don't need an Oregon Trail. We don't need a railroad. We don't need a Pony Express. We'll just figure it out when we get there. And there's absent that sort of cohesive investment in those long-term components that will enable success and enable sustained success. Not only are we going to get dysentery, as we saw playing Oregon Trail as a game when we were kids, but it's this new cycle of hype in the space economy is probably going to end up like the last couple after Apollo and after the space shuttle. So these are the tools that are needed to keep us going that are not very sexy right now. And we see that playing out in the finance community, where we've got billions of dollars pouring into startups across the space community. We've got crowdfunding platforms dedicated to space entrepreneurs. But what's missing is anything that's investing in 10, 15, 20-year time horizons. That money's not there for a very good reason. As Michael Mealing, a oftentimes participant in these events, says, I'm not investing in anything that doesn't have a customer. So show me a customer and I'll invest. And 20 plus years, those customers aren't born yet in many cases. But we see the government investing in basic infrastructure, roads and rails, sewers and power here on the ground, knowing full well that those customers are not born yet. And there's a number of private equity firms that partner with governments to do that. But there's no effort to do that in space, looking long term. And the final piece up there, that workforce development, we know that rocket scientists and engineers may be the ones designing advanced propulsion concepts, new rockets and the like, but not a single one of them is welding them together or fitting those pipes and fuel lines together. That's the workers on whom we count to build everything. Every other sector in the economy has a pyramid of workforce. And I like to, reflect on the fact that our logo is an inverted pyramid. And that's because that is what the space economy's workforce in many cases looks like. At the bottom is meant to be those blue collar laborers who do the work. And as you go up the pyramid, it's meant to be a smaller and smaller pool of advanced workers, thought leaders, and the like. But in the space community, there's a good chance we have more PhDs than we do welders. And that's not sustainable. And it's not desired. There's bidding wars for welders and machinists and other laborers coming out of community colleges to work in space companies. And they just can't be trained fast enough. And so that's where we're coming in to try to solve that. So what we're doing is what we like to say, bridging Wall Street and Main Street, where we're simultaneously looking to ease access to capital, in part by creating new sources of it, in part by making the political risk around government funding less real and less tangible. So smoothing out that access and adding to it. And then also creating a national network of blue collar and career and technical education schools that can do the reskilling and upskilling of professionals for these space jobs that we desperately need. And, as I like to say, any presentation needs to have some slide where I can catch my breath. You all can sort of get a break from reading. It has a wise sounding quote by somebody who's probably very smart. I don't know who said this, but it sounds good. It's in here and it's true. The rocket launches we saw this summer are not what is going to sustain us as an economy in the long run. They may be what we look back on and being an inflection point, but we need that grind of just working of processes and programs that just continue day in and day out to produce a little bit at a time to actually drive us forward, both as a nation and as a sector. So at the foundation, what we're doing, as I mentioned, we're a nonprofit, and we kind of run the gamut on what we're working on, from economic analyses of different policy proposals and workforce development research from the national down to the city level. We're designing new financial tools that the government can use to create new sources of capital. One of them is the Space Corporation Act, where we wrote a bill that's currently pending introduction in the House and Senate that would create an infrastructure development corporation for space. This would basically unlock bond and loan guarantee authority for space that, many of you probably vote on every year or two in local elections when you see some bond issuance or another for some infrastructure project. And now that you're thinking about it, you've never heard of one for space, and that's because there's never been that sort of authority granted to an organization or entity. We're doing similar work around workforce development. The program, as I mentioned, in the National Defense Authorization Act that's going forward is an attempt to recreate the NASA Space Grant Consortium, or a national network of schools that cooperate, collaborate, and sort of co-create content for career and technical education level workforce development. The NASA program works at primarily the undergraduate and graduate level for STEM. This is meant to be a mechanism that handles sort of the workforce below that. We hold events like this, monthly conferences, congressional education events every month. So in the beginning of the month are normally these conversations for the future. End of the month are the congressional webinars, where we take what we've talked about here, distill it down into shorter form and deliver it to those decision makers in a format they can understand. That sounds a little condescending. Mainly in a format that they can sort of digest in an amount of time they actually have to spare, since many of them schedules are in 5-minute increments. So one of the early questions, and probably one of the most often questions asked of us is, cool, why are you different? There's dozens, not more, space-related nonprofits. More seem to be cropping up every day. And really the difference is we do finance and we do blue-collar workforce development. We recently rolled out a trade association for space finance firms to double down on the fact that there is not any other organization working on or advocating for space finance. Sure, government contracting is definitely a lane that a lot of trade associations related to space talk about, but finance in general is not there. And so that is the lane we have carved out and where we're at in terms of what makes us unique and different. You can see some of our programs here. As I mentioned, there in the center, the Association for the Future is our trade association, where we represent here on Capitol Hill the vast majority of space finance firms. Right now, we've got 7 of the 8 space venture capital firms, and we're only a month in. We've recently started expanding outside of those firms that are only space investing to those that have sort of tangential interest to space. And so our goal is to have this association at roughly 40 to 50 members by the end of the year. On our education side, you're in the conversations for the future. I mentioned infrastructure from the future. I do a weekly podcast for the future. In case you didn't notice, kind of have this brand theme going here. So if you have other program ideas for us, make sure they fit with for the future and they don't use a letter we've already used. That is definitely crimped our style with a couple things as we've looked to create new things. I mentioned the Space Corporation Act. The Good Jobs Challenge up here is an economic development agency program that has a $25 million grant that I think there's 8 or 10 of these grants that are available, but we're putting together a national team to pilot our Workforce for the Future program, that blue collar network that I mentioned. And so we've got about 35 states represented, either with communities or schools or organizations in them, and are looking to close the gap between that and the full 50 states by January when we submit that application. And then finally, that Workforce for the Future initiative that we've got. This is the team. The 7 of us, our merry band of pirates here. We've got Morgan, who handles the work on Capitol Hill. Emily handles a lot of our fundraising outreach. Ashley is working our workforce development. Lee, as you've seen here, is Conversations for the Future producer. Leo is the reason what you see looks good and doesn't offend your eyes. If you saw some of the early editions, probably this time last year, that I made, you would wonder why you stumbled into a kindergarten from the Stone Age where there was a caveman scrawling things on stone. But Leo has been absolutely fantastic, making what you see amazing. And then April, who sort of keeps us all in line and moving forward. So I'll close out here talking about how you can help. And I like to talk about this in 3 ways. The first is we need new ideas. And so we need partners who can come in and bring new blood, new ideas, new concepts, new capabilities. And so if you represent one of those organizations and are interested in partnering, please reach out to me. Let me know. We'll definitely set up a call, whether on the sidelines of this event or elsewhere. I'll put my email in the chat here. The second is we need constituent support. We need Pathfinder advocates, because turns out Congresspeople really do listen when their constituents reach out. Lee saw a few months back that when she reached out to her congressperson's office, they responded probably within a day, within a week, we had a meeting. And so if you're interested in doing something like that, let us know. We can set up a customized packet, get you the contact information of where it needs to go, and make it an easy process for you to actually reach out and do so effectively. And then finally, we are a nonprofit, and what we're doing here is supported by people like you. And so we need financial donations, whether it's, the optional donation to get into conversation for the future, all the way up through regular ongoing support on our Patreon site. So if you like what you're seeing, if you want to support us, please consider giving and giving on a reoccurring basis. All right, I'll leave it there. I may or may not have a minute or two for questions. I will see when Lee tells me.
Yeah, Tim, things are just really coming into focus with the targeting and the messaging to clarify for everyone who's interested in the foundation what really we're doing and how it sets us apart from other organizations, all of which have value, and we're really unique in that way. So, great job putting that together and refining all that and building everything out. It's fun to work on.
Thanks, Lee.
All right, so we are a minute early, but I know our next speaker is here, so let's jump right into it. Our next speaker is Kelly Kiedis Ogborn. She drives organizational and product growth through leadership roles in disruptive technology commercialization of space and defense innovations. With extensive experience in R&D and cutting-edge technology applications for the U.S. government and private sector, she guides organizations that are transitioning from development ecosystems to market capitalization. Kelly, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Lee. This has been wonderful. And Tim, that was a wonderful overview, because I've been skirting around what you guys have been doing on LinkedIn. You're very active. So now I feel like I fully understand what the foundation's all about. And thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. As Lee mentioned, my name is Kelly Kiedis Ogborn, and I am a technology commercialization expert and space strategist. As she said, I help organizations and companies that are transitioning from development ecosystems to market capitalization. And I also work extensively within the future and emerging space economy, really looking at how do you distill economic drivers and technology trends that are driving the industry forward and really shaping its investment for potential and growth. Especially on this topic today, I am extremely excited to be speaking about it, because this is really the genesis of why I started my consulting company 7 years ago, really looking at lab to market strategies, tech commercialization. It's one that's near and dear to my heart. And I believe I have about 30 minutes with you guys today, so not a lot of time. And I always find that these conversations are much more interesting when they're a discussion and dialogue. So I have a series of slides that I want to present, which will really set the tone and overview of how I approach and look at space technology commercialization. And then I would like to reserve some time at the end to hopefully have a discussion and answer any questions with all of you that you might have. So where I like to start is talking about this moment in space. And what I find really exciting about it is how fast it's growing and really how broad it's becoming. And benefiting from this vibrant industry really requires reimagining the space economy itself. We are really fortunate to live in a time where the moon and Mars are no longer a fact, they're no longer a wish, they are a fact. And while we still have a very long way to go to build out the ultimate vision for the future space economy and interplanetary exploration, where we are rooted now is building that future, and it's really benefiting from that future. And so when we think about space, in and of itself, it's mysterious and it's awe-inspiring, and it can also be kind of intimidating. And people who are not really in the business of space often don't realize that they interact with it every single day. What I always like to say is that space may be the final frontier, but you really don't have to travel to the cosmos to benefit from its impact. And the truth is that hardly a day goes by without space investments playing a critical role in our lives. The infrastructure that's been developed in space and the technologies developed for space really act as an invisible backbone for products and services used by people all over the world, some which are space-based or space-adjacent, and many that are not even related to space at all. And so the goal of today's conversation is really to highlight two key markets that encompass space technology transfer and innovation, and then also talk about how advancements in space technology have ripple effects well beyond their intended use cases. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully you all can see that. So a good orientation point is to start by defining what the space economy is. So the space economy is everything that goes into space, everything that supports systems in space, and all terrestrial economic activities that are directly enabled by space. So as you can see, by definition and by design, the economic potential is extremely broad, but it's also very lucrative. And it is estimated that the global space market will exceed 1 trillion by 2040. And in some of our minds, we might be thinking that 2040 may seem like a long way off, but it's really only 18 years. And I'm sure that all of us can think back to the last 18 years and how fast they came. So it's impending, it's coming. What are we going to do about it? What's fun about distilling this market is really realizing that one of the main drivers for its economic prosperity is really the topic of this talk. It is utilizing space technologies for Earth applications. And as you will hear me later categorize it, I call it the space to Earth market. But before I really get into what those two markets are, I do want to spend a second talking about some main concepts that I use to lay the foundation and support for my thinking on this topic. So the first is that space is an ecosystem, it's not a sector. And, space is the catalyst and it is the spark that furthers innovation across multiple sectors. And it really brings together disparate industries and skill sets that push the boundaries of what is possible to achieve our collective wish for space expansion and exploration. What that really means is that if you invest in the space ecosystem in any form, it's going to energize the whole. And since space is implicated in an incredibly diverse array of industries, when one part of the ecosystem develops, the whole network moves forward collectively together, and that ultimately ends up benefiting Earth. The second, which is extremely true and extremely transformative, is that space innovations are hard. It is the very nature of the industry. The industry attracts dreamers and frontiersmen and highly intelligent people who are compelled by the need to explore and the need to know. And that sheer fact alone will drive technological progression forward and establish new processes and innovations that can be exploited in a myriad of ways. As many of you know and have probably experienced in your jobs or in your life, that oftentimes the value in a technology doesn't necessarily lie in the specific product or even the technology itself, but it's rather in the knowledge and experience that's been gained that can be transferred for future use. And that is extremely a critical foundation for space technology transition. The third is that space has resources. The industry alone has money and it takes risks. And therefore, it is an extremely great industry to leverage knowledge gained and figure out tangential or new markets and industries that knowledge can be applied to. And the last and the most critical, in my opinion, is that really in order to be prosperous, we must view space through the lens of Earth. So space is the future. When you look at funding trends, private investment fully doubles government funding, and revenues from commercial space activity alone have increased 162% since 2005. Yet, even as this private investment signals optimism in things to come, our daily lives right now are deeply connected with the infrastructure and the technologies of space. And space spin-offs have been so seamlessly integrated into our lives that they are paradigm shifting daily, even as we forget that we have the space economy to thank for them. And while, news headlines and big headlines across the board of the space industry promise us things like asteroid mining and moon tourism and colonies on the Mars, things that we can all get excited about, the space economy thus far has really remained familiarly local. And that really brings me to the two primary market distinctions that I want to talk about within the space economy. And these are the space to Earth market and the space to space market. And the reason that I highlight both of these is that, everyone has interacted with these in different ways, and they're easy to wrap your head around and to quantify, but they also both play a critical role in developing space technologies for benefit on Earth. So let's talk a little bit about what each of these markets are. So the space to Earth market are goods and services that are produced in space for use on Earth. These are things that we interact with every day. So you can think about telecommunications and internet infrastructure, weather data, GPS, national security satellites, and technologies that are derived from space investment and research and development, not used in space-related fields. And we will dig into those in a second. The space-to-space market are goods and services produced in space for use in space. So this market is more future-oriented and exploratory. This is really when we talk about moon and asteroid mining, launching capabilities to maneuver from one orbit to another, constructions of space habitats, refueling depots. The really fun stuff, right? The futuristic things of books and movies that we're now starting to dip our toe into. The space-to-space market is the market that catches the headlines. But this market is also the one that's in its infancy to get off the ground. And the reason is because there are significant technological achievements that must be accomplished for this sector to thrive. Another key statistic that I think people forget about is that really we've never had more than 13 people in space at any given time. And so while we are pushing for what that collective future could look like, the sector is still evolving, and it's not really giving the kind of ROI that the space to Earth market is really bringing about. But the space to space market commands a lot of headlines, and therefore it commands a lot of investment. And so herein lies the duality and the impact of both of the markets, because they both produce technologies for use on Earth, but in very different ways. So for example, the space to space market pushes the boundaries and the limits of what's possible. So through the significant investment that's put into it, trial and error, and really the limitless intelligence of people working through these problems, undoubtedly, we will create better processes, better components, and other technological advancements that can be leveraged and extended to other sectors that have no direct connection to space. Remember what I said earlier in the beginning of the talk. Oftentimes, the value in technological progression, it doesn't lie in the specific product or even the technology, but it's rather in the knowledge and experience gained that can be transferred for future use. This is very, very true for the space-to-space market. Given the pace of transformation of the industry by existing stalwarts like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, or even the breakneck speed in which these new space companies are forming and the creativity they're bringing to the ecosystem, we are going to see some significant technological advancements in our lifetime that we cannot even begin to posture what they will be, but we do know they are coming. As for the space to Earth market, this one is a little bit more quantifiable. So it is estimated that the revenue of the global space economy in 2019 was $366 billion. And of that, 95% was from the space to Earth market. So that is really significant when you boil down the numbers, and really paints the picture about how much this market is actually, driving the industry. And to help paint a picture of what encompasses this market, I have compiled a slide of some example industries that leverage space assets. A lot of them are satellite based, some of them are not, for their operations here on Earth. So these are just a snapshot of some of the industries that are reliant on space innovations. So the first is telecommunications. So, TVs, streaming services, internet, you have your broadcasting services. Advanced materials is another one that is really critical. And these are typically traditional materials whose properties have been enhanced generally through new manufacturing techniques. We also have the constant evolution of software. So this relies a lot on space data, but you can also think about industries like the auto industry, which you wouldn't necessarily think of, but they are constantly putting new automation software almost yearly into their new cars, new vehicle models, and this is thanks to space. The Internet of Things infrastructure, so we are increasingly becoming a more connected society and people. So this is everything that has sensors, wearables, tracking devices, pretty much everything we do now. Position, navigation, and timing services, which are critical for GPS. The finance industry, so think of time stamping of transactions or even transaction trails themselves. The medical industry as well. I will give some examples in a little bit, but remote surgeries, right? Laser technologies, different type of processes that are developed in space because of the conditions they promote for use on Earth. This is a massively growing field. And then also the constant evolution of renewable energy and energy storage. So in space, you have to have renewable energy, right? We don't have the luxury of being able to plug into our wall and just gain energy from a grid. And so the ability to transport it, store it, preserve it, and use it is going to be a critical key in unlocking a lot of what we want for that space-to-space market when we start to put people on the moon and Mars permanently, or even missions that are going to require powering of equipment. And additionally, what's not on here, but it's worth mentioning as a top level, is that space acquired data is really being used in new and creative ways every day. And it will be one of the hottest commodities in years to come. What's also driving the prosperity of this space to Earth market is the environment of space that is uniquely suited to manufacturing and research applications that are totally out of reach on Earth. So for example, as I mentioned, the medical industry, the weightlessness of space actually makes it possible to manufacture medical devices with the size and sophistication necessary to implant into the retina. Another example is that space offers the environment necessary to develop superalloys, which are durable and stable enough for application in nuclear power reactors and rocket engines. And a lot of this isn't hyperbole either. The conditions of space have already fostered advancements in FDA approval of osteoporosis treatment and the prevention of muscle and bone atrophy, which initially started with keeping astronauts healthy on long duration space flights and has now been able to transfer down to use on Earth. And one of these fun categories that I always like to talk about are the companies doing business in space just because they can. There is a company called Space Biology Unlimited, which is headquartered in Bordeaux, France. And what they do mainly for their company is they exploit conditions in microgravity to speed up the evolution of plants so that it can withstand increasingly harsh conditions. But the fun thing is that they also aged 12 bottles of Bordeaux wine for 14 months aboard the ISS because they found that cell behavior in space generates really great wine. So it was a dual use of their time up there. Another example is that if any of you have ever stayed at a DoubleTree hotel, you've most likely had their really delicious hospitality chocolate chip cookies. Well, they partnered with some astronauts aboard the ISS to bake their cookies in space. And so this made them one of the very first hospitality companies to participate in research aboard the ISS. Now you might think like, why are you baking cookies in space? They did it, one, for publicity, two, because they can, and three, I mean, there's definitely a market for it. I would buy a space-based cookie if given the option, just because it's cool, right? So the point here is that it's really driving creativity, it's driving ingenuity, and the access to space becoming more ubiquitous is really allowing people to think in new and creative ways. And the main point that I am really trying to drive is that innovative advancements really stem from innovative strategic visions. And space has absolutely no shortage of innovative strategic visions. Then we really are truly only limited by our creativity. And this is whether we want to use the use of technological infrastructure for services on Earth, or we want to utilize the conditions of space for manufacturing and research components, or we just want to do business in space because we can, or finding tangential uses for space-derived technologies. The applications of space are really limitless, and the boundaries of what's possible are endless. And so right now, when we look across the landscape, the world's most innovative minds are already currently reconceiving space in terms of what that off-Earth global economy could look like, geared toward the production of goods and services for the enhancement of life on Earth. So we used to live in a world where there was space to Earth, space to space. They are convening in new and interesting ways, and we're only going to benefit and feel the ripple effects. And so before I wrap up this discussion and open it up, I do want to leave you with some examples of products that you've undoubtedly used or heard about, but you might not have realized came from space investment. So the first is memory foam. This one you guys actually might have heard of, but this was actually first developed in 1966 by NASA to create customizable seats for astronauts to help alleviate some of the pressures of G-forces during takeoff and landing. And now memory foam, aids millions worldwide with a good night's sleep. The second, and this one was actually really surprising to me, was invisible braces. So I definitely had invisible braces when I was younger, had no idea there was space-based technology in my mouth. But these were jointly developed by Ceradyne and NASA's Advanced Ceramics Research Program, although originally, of course, it was not set up to be an orthodontic endeavor. What it originally was meant to do was they were trying to find a material that could be used in infrared radomes to track heat-seeking missiles. And for those of you who don't know what radomes are, they're structures that protect radar equipment and allow energy, they protect radar equipment, but they need to be transparent enough to let radar energy pass through it. And so the substance they decided on is called polycrystalline alumina, which the shorthand is TPA. And so they refined this process, they refined the material. And in 1986, Ceradyne was contacted by the Unitech Corporation, which is also 3M, and they were looking for suggestions on materials strong enough for dental applications that were also transparent. And so TPA was suggested. The two organizations began a collaboration, and hence the development of invisible braces. Another one that's really interesting is the dust buster. So this has always been a Black & Decker endeavor, but initially it was designed as a lunar rock drill. So Black & Decker was part of the Apollo space mission. And what they were looking to do was to develop a portable self-contained drill that could be used to extract core samples from the surface of the moon. And so in addition to that task, they also created a computer program that was to help them optimize and design the use of the technology and refine it, particularly to provide maximum motor power and minimal power consumption. And so through technological refinement and their development timeline, their research ultimately led them to develop a series of battery-powered handheld devices, one of which now is the famous cordless miniaturized vacuum, which I'm sure everyone has interacted with at some point or has had one in their house. The next is baby formula. And so while this one wasn't invented by NASA itself, most commercially available baby formulas contain nutritionally enriched ingredients that were devised by NASA. And so the invention itself is called Formulaid. And it actually came from exploring the potential of using algae as a recycling agent for long duration space travel. And then they realized that the preservation properties and the nutrition properties could transfer really well into foods. And where else do you need that more than the baby industry? The next, most people might be aware of this, but you might not be aware of some of the stats that I'm going to throw out. So 1 in 3 cell phones uses technologies that was invented for NASA spacecraft. And the concept of digital photography actually grew out of NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. And they were, what they were doing is they were investigating ways to use mosaic photo sensors to digitize light signals that could be captured in still images. And so for all of you trivia buffs out there, if you ever get asked this question, the word pixel was actually first published by a JPL engineer in that same time zone. And then another thing that came in cell phone technology is in the 1990s, NASA was exploring ways to miniaturize cameras for interplanetary missions so that they could maintain high image quality. And so the subsequent technology developed is now what's responsible for the powerful resolution of the cameras that we have with us today. And then the last one I like to throw in for fun, but the Super Soaker. So this is probably the best example of what I was saying before about not necessarily a technology transfer, but more the knowledge transfer. So it's a little known fact that the Super Soaker was actually developed by a NASA engineer who had extensive background in fluid dynamics. And so he was playing around one day in his yard trying to perfect a water gun tool in the summer for his kids, developed the Super Soaker, patented it, and every kid and adult in the 80s will have to thank him for it because we all had a lot of fun with that. And so on that note, I also want to thank you for your time, and I would love to turn it over for any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Kelly. That was just great. Very on topic and really set the scene for the rest of the 2 days. So really appreciate that. My first question is Black & Decker still working on space technologies? That's not a company that I had heard in the ecosystem these days.
I don't know. That's actually a really good question that I should figure out. I would imagine that, well, let's see, the Apollo mission ended in the 70s, so they probably found a much more lucrative deal outside of government contracts in the commercial world. And that's what you find with a lot of these companies is they figure out these tangential transfer points to start new business lines. But it's a really cool story that they should continue to propagate.
That's great. Now, in your work with HS Dracones, is it Dracones or?
Draconis.
Draconis. Do you focus mostly on the space to Earth market or the space to space market?
So the space to Earth market. A lot of what we initially do is we work on, it's a lot of lab to market strategies. So working with really smart engineers and scientists that have a very particular intended use case for their technology, but want to find tangential ways to use it. And so why space is really interesting for that market is I always talk about this concept of technical deconstruction. So a lot of times in tech transition, people have a hard time, especially if you're the inventor, seeing past what the intended use case of the technology was and how it applies to other markets. But space really lends itself for that creativity, because if you think about a lot of technologies developed for space, like a lunar rock drill doesn't necessarily directly translate to life on Earth unless you're going into kind of like architecture, right, and quarry type work. So it forces people to think in creative ways about the components of their technology and the processes that might be better than things that we have on Earth and how they can move it into new markets. Because that therein lies a lot of the innovation, is there might be better sensors or better wiring or better AI. And so you kind of deconstruct and move into other markets.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it kind of ties back into how you introduced the topic by saying that it was space investment that drives the benefits to life on Earth, not just space in general. It's the investment in efforts to accomplish things that require all kinds of innovations.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to push the boundaries of anything, you really have to establish the baseline of the art of the possible. And it takes a lot of money and kind of a lot of crazy sometimes, right? And people who are willing to go out there and dispel failure and really figure out what they can do. And there's a lot that you can learn from that. The other piece too, just about space technologies being so complex and so capital intensive, is that they are better, right, than other products here that people might pump out a product and iterate yearly. These are very complex things that we're dealing with. And so I applaud companies that figure out how to use them, because there's a lot of use cases. And one thing that people may not know, but NASA's Tech Transfer Office in particular has a bunch of technologies that have been created through NASA funds that essentially are waiting to be commercialized. And so there is the ability for everyday citizens or companies to license technology from NASA to build a business around. And so they're not necessarily thinking that their engineers should be going out and doing it anyway, but the market is open for companies that are interested in taking advantage of things that have already been developed.
Yeah, and so in your client list, are you typically working with brand new people who want to get into space with brand new technologies and then find byproduct cash flow lines to make that easier? Or is it these companies that are doing technology transfer from NASA or DARPA or?
It's both.
Yeah, okay.
I have worked with companies that are existing, and they just want to create a tangential business line, right? They found that their product has a very unique component that has a completely different use case. And so figuring out how to build that both internally and externally. And then it is a lot of work with these young startup entrepreneur companies that want to take advantage of what space has to offer, but doesn't necessarily know how to position their product or service for it. And part of that then brings in that space to space market, because for them, they need to envision what's possible now and what's possible in the future. And so really understanding how space is transforming, how those technologies can grow as 3, 5, 7 years down the road, and building a strategy for that about what's achievable now, which is the space to earth market. And then once these technological advancements come to bear and asteroid mining becomes a thing, right? Is their technology going to become relevant? What's also really fun about this tech commercialization piece is, as I mentioned, it encompasses a lot of disparate industries. And there are a lot of industries now with products and services that may not be relevant to the space industry as it is, but will be in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. So when space tourism becomes a reality, right, and going to space is as ubiquitous as getting on an airplane, everyday people are going to be going to space, and they might not fit the physical requirements that astronauts do. And so you're going to need advances in textiles and sewing skills, right, and advanced materials and any of those kind of components that those companies then will become a space to earth market.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. One last question, since we're at the end of our time. You actually have a degree in sociology and studied why we go to war.
Do.
Is that right? Okay, so tell us, compare and contrast how you found this field and how it feels to use those concepts in the background as you're going through your day-to-day work.
Yeah, that's a great point. So yes, I am a sociologist academically by training. My undergrad and my master's thesis was essentially about the psychology of war and why people go to war. But it was a lot of focusing on the human and cultural aspects of how you design then aid packages to be able to actually assist cultures. And I initially wanted to do that. And I was planning on pursuing that career while I was working at DARPA at the same time. And then I had this sort of epiphany, aha moment where I realized, I loved working in innovation and R&D. You just can't really turn your back on that once you dip your toe into it. But I realized that a lot of the same principles apply to radical innovation, especially when you're trying to distill it and get mass adoption, because it's really understanding how people interact with it and how people think about it. And so I was able to transfer, I understand people really well and the psychology of them. So when I put like a radical innovation in front of them that they might not inherently understand right now or understand the impact of it. It's just been a creative process about getting them to understand how it adopts into their daily life, how they can use it, and how it can evolve. So it's I always push in a lot of that humanistic element into anything I do business wise.
That's great. I'm sure that gives you terrific insight, and it's really helped us understand the space market and all the investment benefits here on Earth. So thank you so much for being here, Kelly.
Thanks for having me.
And now it's time for What's Going On with Laura Forczyk. What's Going On is sponsored again this month by the charming and generous Terry Trevino, whose generous support helps keep Conversations for the Future going. Thank you so much again, Terry, for your support. And now it's time for What's Going On? Ms. Forczyk is the owner of space consulting firm Astralytical, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, and offering space career coaching services. She is a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions and is also the primary author of Astralytical Explore, Flybys, and Orbits. Ms. Forczyk wrote the book Rise of the Space Age Millennials, now on Amazon, and she is frequently interviewed for news publications, regional newspapers, and public radio. Laura, I'm putting the link to your book in the chat while you tell us what's going on.
Thank you so much, Lee. And it's a pleasure to be back again this month. And thank you, Kelly, for that great overview. It was wonderful to get an overview of the entire sector because I'm going to really narrow it down. I'm going to tell you, I usually on this segment tell you what happened in the past month or so. This time, there's just so much information about how to bring space to Earth to benefit humanity. I had to just limit it to the past 2 weeks. So this is really, truly a snapshot of what is going on in the past 2 weeks because this sector is so broad. In fact, my very first full-time job was working at CASIS, ISS National Lab, where my position was to really think about and help facilitate payloads on the International Space Station to benefit life on Earth. And I got a feel for just how broad, just how many applications space can bring to people on the ground, to our everyday lives. So yes, this is just going to be a snapshot. And I'm not going to finish all this because there's just so much going on just in the past 2 weeks. So starting with news from yesterday, there's a company called Maxar Technologies that won a $44 million contract option for unclassified high-resolution commercial imagery. And this is probably one of the first uses of space data to benefit Earth and arguably life on Earth. Hopefully he benefits life on Earth. But the intelligence community using Earth observation for the uses of military and defense is probably one of the oldest known applications. And it might even go back further than the Gulf War, but the Gulf War is where I first heard of it really being used. And Maxar that's just a company, one of many companies that provides imagery to the U.S. Defense Department. They just happened to win a contract yesterday, which is why I bring them up first thing. And just to give you an idea of what Maxar talks about when they talk about their Earth observation imagery, Maxar's Earth observation constellation offers the most comprehensive suite of commercial satellite imagery. Diversity in resolution, currency, spectral bands, and accuracy helps the industry conserve resources, expedite operations, ensure compliance, and save lives. So of course, this is applicable to many different industries, not just intelligence and defense, but also commercial imagery as well. And this could be an entire conference to talk about how Earth observation benefits different industries around the world, industries that we don't even think about typically, and they might not even realize that their data is coming from satellite constellations. But it is very broad, and this is just one specific application. It's not even an application; it's one specific customer of the U.S. Department of Defense. So another application of space data is another one where we sort of take it for granted, and that is weather, right? All of us, we have our phones or our favorite weather station and our websites, and then we just take for granted that the weather is broadcast to us pretty regularly when at the click of a button. And there's a company that was formerly known as Climacell, now known as Tomorrow.io, and they've had some news in the past 2 weeks. They picked a a company based in California called Digital to build the first of its constellation of approximately 32 weather satellites that they want to put up. So normally we think about weather satellites as government, the GOES satellites, the geostationary operational environmental satellites. Those are the ones that have been built for the use of NOAA, that's the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, usually launched in cooperation with NASA. And that's what we think of as like government operated weather satellites, but commercial companies now operate satellites as well that help with different aspects of weather monitoring, climate monitoring, that kind of thing. And so Tomorrow.io wants to build this constellation of satellites to, and they're small sats, to do storm tracking and improve the weather forecasts and especially radar and that kind of thing. And then yesterday, I think it was, they also won a $19.3 million contract from the US Air Force for their constellation. So you can imagine this is not just for anybody's use. It can be for anybody's use, but it also has military applications because the military organizations around the world probably want to understand the climate and the weather and the forecasting where they're operating. And also for satellite data. There's certain satellite data that actually has problems through storms and weather. Let's see. Then talking about another, and I'm starting off with the military stuff because that's just what happened in the past like 2 days, but it's also good to clump them together. So the US Space Force is developing a missile warning system, and there's a satellite called the Wide Field of View, which is built by a Boeing subsidiary called Millennium Space. And they have built a bus that is going to be on this Wide Field of View satellite that is projected to launch in geostationary orbit in 2022. And this was announced yesterday. So just another example of, the US military uses a lot of applications of space, and not just the US military, of course, militaries around the world. Moving on to, I forgot, I have to backtrack because I forgot to mention during the weather segment here that NASA awarded Ball Aerospace and L3 Harris Technologies an award to study instruments for its geostationary and extended observations, that's GeoXO satellites. And that is specifically studies of geostationary sounders. And I admit my ignorance, I don't exactly know what that means. Maybe someone can tell me in the question and answer section. But they want to help NASA and NOAA to understand the hyperspectral infrared imagery that comes from this constellation of satellites, the geostationary and extended observations, GeoXO satellites. And so that's just another example. It's NOAA and NASA working together to understand, a lot of times we forget NASA's greater mission, but it actually is a lot of Earth observation and atmospheric science and trying to understand our planet because we do live on a planet. Let's see, moving on a little bit here. We have a return of SpaceX's cargo resupply mission, the cargo resupply services, so CRS 23, which launched to the International Space Station and then splashed back down to Earth just a few days ago. And I have to switch pages here. So these missions are operated in cooperation with NASA and CASIS being the ISS National Lab. And there were several different payloads that went up there, some of them just supplies for the astronauts, and some of them were scientific payloads. And the amount of science that's done on space station is not well communicated. I learned that firsthand when I worked on it. But it's really, really broad. And a lot of the work that's being done is medical research. So for example, what was brought back on this splashdown just a few days ago was the 8th Genes in Space experiment, which is a student-led experiment looking at gene expression of liver proteins in space. And I'm a physicist, not a biologist, so I cannot really get into the details of what that actually means, but maybe someone else who has the capability of understanding how genes are expressed in space and the epigenetics of all can really understand that a little bit better and maybe even explain it to us. Maybe it's a talk later in this presentation, I don't know, in this conference. Also brought back was a tissue engineering experiment by researchers at Stanford University and the Palo Alto Veterans Research Institute. And they're looking at how the microgravity conditions of the ISS can inform them about muscle loss due to aging here on Earth. And so that's something that's actually pretty common, is using the microgravity environment to really explore deteriorating conditions of things that we see here on the ground that happen slowly. But on the space station, because our bodies were not meant to be in microgravity environments, deterioration can happen much more quickly. Also brought back was a NASA JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory experiment, which included researchers from the University of California, San Diego, to do swabs of the ISS to look at the bacteria and the bacteria products and do a 3D map of the bacteria, which I think is pretty cool because we study extremophiles here on Earth, extremophiles being life forms that exist in the most extreme environments on Earth. And we do them both to understand our Earth, our planet, the life on our planet, but also to seek out life elsewhere in the universe, astrobiology. And while we haven't found life elsewhere, we're looking at the biosignatures that might come from life elsewhere. And we do that by studying the extreme environments here on Earth. And one of those extreme environments that we study is the vacuum of space or contained environments of the space station, for example, and looking to see how that biome evolves and moves. And again, I'm not a biologist, so I can't explain it much more than that. And then also brought back, and this is the last one I'll talk about for this, Felix and Paul Studios, they launched a virtual reality camera. And this is something that has been talked about for a while, using virtual reality to help the astronauts train or do kind of augmented reality. These people who launch, the astronauts, whether they are US government astronauts or other government agency astronauts or even private astronauts, they are usually trying to conduct experiments or do maintenance that they may or may not have any real background in. Of course, they do lots of training, but a lot of times these astronauts are being asked to be Renaissance people. They're being asked to do a lot of different things. So if we can use virtual reality to help these astronauts do jobs that they may not be intimately familiar with, they may have studied how to do it on the ground, months ago, but using virtual reality can really help them. There's other uses of virtual reality in space too, psychological, I think specifically like the holodeck from Star Trek or, things like that, where they can really immerse themselves in a different environment. And that's especially important when we're thinking about going beyond low Earth orbit, even beyond the moon to Mars, where we don't see Earth in our window, really, a little pointed dot. And that might have psychological detrimental effects. But if we can use virtual reality as a way to keep the morale up and help astronauts immerse themselves, even if you're stuck in a tin can with people for months, right? Maybe you just want to escape. And so that's another use of virtual reality. But I'm pretty sure that they were just using it for this particular experiment to help the astronauts as they are right now on space station live and work in space. So going on to a mission that was already contracted to fly with SpaceX Falcon 9 by a company called Astralis, which got switched over in the past week or so to a Falcon Heavy. And this particular satellite, it's going to be a geostationary orbit satellite. So geo satellite. It's going to launch in spring 2022, and it is going to it's called Arcturus, if I'm saying that right. I apologize if I'm not. And it's going to bring communications down to Earth. And we've been hearing about this a lot with LEO communications. So constellations by SpaceX, Starlink, and OneWeb, and others, Amazon, they want to do a low Earth orbit communications to lower the latency, the delay between communications of space and Earth, right? But historically, geostationary orbits have been satellites in geostationary orbit have been in the ones that bring data down to Earth, and that's still going on. And so this particular satellite is going to be partnering with a telecom company called Pacific Dataport Incorporated, which is going to provide internet to Alaska. And so, there are trade-offs when doing geostationary orbit versus low Earth orbit. But, historically, there's been just the one. And now we see more expansion of both of them. And then I don't know how to say this, so I apologize if I'm saying this wrong. Zona Space Systems, they raised $8 million, which fully funds their demonstration of a GPS alternative. So global positioning satellite here in the United States, and then there are other global navigation satellite systems around the world. They run our civilization. We take it for granted. There's so much that runs on GPS. Obviously directions. That's probably the one we're most obviously familiar with. You get in your car and you want to know where to go, and you put it into your phone and contacts the GPS. It doesn't contact, but it receives signals from GPS satellites. But also anything that requires precise navigation and timing. So tracking, financial transactions, all kinds of things run on GPS. But GPS has been attacked by adversaries. And in fact, that's why there are different systems around the world, because different countries want to build their own satellite systems so that they're not vulnerable to attacks by adversaries. So now commercial companies are getting in this. So there's one particular company, I think it's pronounced Zona Space Systems, where they want to provide an alternative to GPS. And this isn't replacing GPS, of course. This is just a backup system or a way to provide data to other customers. And I think it's probably going to be one of the next big things, just because there's no shortage of need of data, and there's no shortage of applications that we use GPS for. And so I think we'll see more of that popping up. And then I would be remiss if I didn't talk about human spaceflight, simply because even though it's sort of the luxury, you can argue that why does human spaceflight benefit life on Earth? But in a way, it inspires us, right? And so just in the early hours of the morning, this morning, our time here at Eastern time, there was a Russian mission on a Soyuz that just launched, carrying a cosmonaut, an actress, and a film director. And they're going to be filming the first full production movie in space. There have been little mini movies filmed in space before, but this one, I don't know how to pronounce the Russian, but the English translation is The Challenge. And you can imagine people watching The Challenge once it's filmed, and they see, she's pretty beautiful, this actress that goes up there, and then they might actually be able to connect themselves with that actress and be able to be more curious about the space environment, and maybe even see themselves working in space someday, the people who watch this, whether it's a Russian audience or a broader global audience. And I know that a broader global audience has been probably watching Netflix recently, which has just wrapped up its countdown documentary of the Inspiration 4 mission, which just launched about 3 weeks ago and splashed down after 3 days, launched by SpaceX, the first fully commercial, all private mission to the to orbit, to free floating orbit, not to the International Space Station. And so that it's a fantastic documentary, and it's a fantastic story. And so that has the potential to also inspire countless people who may or may not already be involved in space. And then we've got missions coming up, like Blue Origin has just announced that it's going to launch William Shatner. So, people who are of a certain generation, especially who grew up watching the original Star Trek, maybe already inspired to pursue space or be interested in space. But it might also open up the opportunity for people to say, oh, there's other people launching on that mission too. There's 3 other people launching with William Shatner. And who are these people? And maybe I can do that one day. Coming up also this month, hopefully, we don't have a date yet. Virgin Galactic hopes to launch a mission by the Italian Air Force, which will do, it's a research mission. They'll do research experiments. They're bringing up payloads, and they're also doing different types of missions. So one of them is trying to understand the suborbital environment's impact on the body, because he's a doctor. And so there's different ways that you can even use suborbital space. You don't even need to go all the way to orbit in order to benefit our understanding of science and to use that to benefit life on Earth. And so I think I'll stop there and open it up for questions. I went through a lot. And again, if your favorite story wasn't mentioned, it's simply because there was so much happening. What's going on is a lot. And so I'm hoping that you don't ask me too many things about biology that I can't answer, but I will open it up for questions now.
Great. Well, there is a question in the chat. You rattled off so many companies, so much action. Is there a way that we can post a list of the companies mentioned in your report to the chat?
Yeah. So after this talk, I can go ahead and like do a little summary of the ones I just mentioned. And again, they're not the only ones operating in this space. There just happen to be the ones that are doing things in the past 2 weeks that got reported on. There are, I don't even know how many companies operating, trying to do similar things, trying to compete, have been operating for decades, a lot of them, especially with some of the partnerships of the International Space Station doing medical research and that kind of thing. This stuff's been ongoing for quite some time.
Yeah. With William Shatner going into space, and I hope Jean-Luc Picard is one of the other passengers on that flight, he'd be my pick. Um, does this mean that space tourism is now? I mean, if there's the first flight is one thing, show off, you can do it, yay. But the fact that there's a second flight so soon after with, famous passengers and really making it sound like this is going to be a regular thing. Does that mean has this happened?
I certainly hope so. So it
Yeah.
all depends on whether the business cases plan out the way that they anticipate. It also depends on whether there's any major accidents. I don't
Mhm.
foresee an accident shutting the whole thing down, but it might delay it. But yeah, I think we've reached a new era where previously we had a company called Space Adventures launching with the Russian government to the International Space Station using Soyuz. And in fact, they're still doing that. They have a mission later this year launching December 8th to bring two private astronauts up, private cosmonauts, I guess, up to the space station. And so this is a different type of private space flight. This is a private space flight where it's commercial companies launching commercial passengers, which is a different way of operating. Yes, there's involvement of government. There's always involvement of government. But I think we'll see more and more that there is a lot of pent up demand for this. And then what happens after the pent up demand has flown, the 600 odd people who have signed up with Virgin Galactic, and I don't know how many people Blue Origin has behind the scenes signed up already for their flights. But after that initial wave, we're just going to have to see how things progress. And hopefully it'll come down in cost so that you and I can go and not just, William Shatner and Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart's not actually signed up to fly as far as I know. But hopefully it won't just be celebrities and people who are sponsored by celebrities. Hopefully it'll be more common as it goes on.
You talked a little bit about weather at the very beginning of your talk and some of the new things going on there. You had a discussion, maybe a little heated, on LinkedIn about weather balloons and whether they were space technologies or not. Do you want to add a little bit about weather balloons and their impact?
Oh, sure. So weather balloons are something that we use all the time, every day. And that wasn't the topic of the LinkedIn discussion. So I don't know a ton about weather balloons specifically. But so the way that we get data is through multiple means, right? So we use weather balloons. It's really quick and easy and less expensive than launching a satellite. But once a satellite's up there, it can either hover over a specific location or it can, travel around the world and in different orbits, depending on where it's launched and what its mission is, and then different scientific instruments that are on it, versus radar versus optical versus SAR versus, there's all different ways that we can get data, and it's all very valuable. And that all helps to inform us of the modeling that we do when we're trying to predict everyday weather and hurricanes, the extremes of the world, and then the stuff that we take for granted every day that we just want to know if it's going to rain in the afternoon. And I don't believe that there's a conflict there between the ground-based instrumentation that we use, or I should say the airborne instrumentation that we use, versus the space-based. I think it all works together. And there's pros and cons and benefits and advantages to each type of technology that we use.
Great. There are some questions in the chat. The first is, any thoughts on managing information overload for our times, right? We have so many terabytes coming down. What do we do with all that? And how do we manage and focus on the right information?
Yeah, so one of the very, very common topics these days is AI and machine learning. And this is not my area of expertise, so I cannot speak too intelligently about AI, but I do know that that's a way to really parse data ahead of time and save on the way that we go through it, because you're right, it's too much for a human to go through. But if we can get a computer to really go through it and take out the information that the computer has been programmed to understand or to categorize, then that can really help us save time. Another thing that's been going on is repackaging the data. So there are some companies that get the raw data from their satellites or from somebody else's satellites, and then they repackage it for user, I guess, a better user interface for people who have no background in space, no background in data. They make it so that it is presentable and understandable. This is especially common in like farming, for example. Farms use space data all the time, but they may not even think about it as space data because they're just using an app on their phone or whatever, because somebody has taken the trouble to do that middleman project of making the data packaged and understandable for somebody on the ground to actually use to figure out crops and rotation and whatever it is that they want to look at. And so I think that those are the kinds of things to look at, is the downstream applications and where it could be better managed to provide useful information to people who don't have degrees in computer science or don't understand satellite data. And I think there's been a lot that's been going on the past decade or two of doing that, but I think there's a lot more to go.
Yeah, that value chain, there are going to be other people taking chunks of that value chain. So the fact that launches are getting cheaper is definitely going to have to be the case.
Both ways, right? It's launching more satellites to get more data, but it's also using the data that already exists from the existing satellites and using it in ways either better than what was initially anticipated or differently than what was initially anticipated for different segments of the population.
Another question, any legislative updates? There's worry that we are losing support based on the enormous debt taken on during the pandemic. I hear from the Moon Society, government financial support may be waning. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, so I didn't talk about this, but there was actually a hearing 2 weeks ago. I forget now, a House hearing to talk about commercial space stations. And I believe that was the most recent congressional talk, in the past like month or so, other than private conversations. But there is concern because this is something that was concerned under the previous administration as well, before there even was the pandemic. How much do you balance NASA's desire to, explore the moon and to, transition away from ISS and build these other commercial space stations and build the SLS rocket and the Orion capsule and, all these big money intensive projects with the needs of people on the ground. And that's where conferences like this come in and we say, this is why it's important to people on the ground that we invest this money. And so a lot of the projects that I talked about, and I could talk endlessly about the projects that have flown on the International Space Station and the space stations before ISS, a lot of this is work that has been done that benefits life on Earth that is not well presented and not well discussed. And I think that the more that we talk about things like this, about how it benefits life on Earth, the more we can convince policymakers to fund future projects, not only to fund existing operations, but also to fund, think far ahead, think about commercial space stations and platforms, think about the research that can be done in cislunar and lunar space, thinking about, all the forward ways that we can benefit humanity by using the space environment. I think that the military has done a better job actually of thinking ahead in a lot of ways because they have more of an incentive to say, this is why we have these adversaries and this is why we need to invest in this cislunar technology because we need to keep eyes on the sky and, all these different things that they say. I think it's less cohesive when you're talking about civil or commercial space, which is okay. It's just harder to tell that story. And so while I don't know if it's a concern about the national debt as much as it's concerned about priorities and where do we prioritize, all the different things that Congress and the government are trying to prioritize when we have something that seems so luxurious, that is space. And we need to convince people that it's not luxurious. It actually is necessary. It's critical to our modern society. And that's where you all can also come in and talk to your elected representatives and tell them why space is important to you personally and to society at large.
Thank you again, Laura, for being here for What's Going On. It's always a lot of fun.
Thank you so much.
And thank you again to Terry Trevino for sponsoring What's Going On. If you're enjoying this event and would like to help cover the cost of programming, simply add a sponsorship to your registration for our next event or make a donation at www.f4f.space, and that's the number 4. Next up, we have a panel on planetary defense. It sounds like science fiction, but real people, smart ones, are working on this problem as we speak, and 2 of those smart people are here with us today, Deepak Srinivasan and Nancy Chabot. Deepak Srinivasan has more than 2 decades of experience with spacecraft systems. At the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, he is the Civil Space Mission Area External Engagements Lead and the Communications Systems Engineer for the Europa Clipper mission. Deepak has served on missions all over our solar system, including the Sun, Mercury, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, and recently Arrokoth. Today, he'll be talking about how APL is getting ready to launch NASA's Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART, this November. This is humankind's first planetary defense mission. Dr. Nancy Chabot is the planetary chief scientist at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory and is the coordination lead for the DART mission. Her research focuses on understanding the formation and evolution of rocky planetary bodies in our solar system. Asteroid 6899 Nancy Chabot is named in her honor. Deepak and Nancy, this topic is just so interesting, and I'm going to turn the screen over to you.
Rookie mistake, I was muted. Gosh, after 18 months, you'd think
I thought I was going to have to tell you that, but you got
yeah,
it.
I know. All right, so I am attempting
We can
to share
see
my
your slide
screen.
already.
All right, do you see like the big screen slide here?
Yep.
Fantastic. So Lee, thank you very much for hosting this event. And again, thanks to everybody else for calling in. And it's, as Laura was saying at the end of her Q&A, it's these kinds of conversations that keep space and all the applications of space in the conversations, national conversations that we need to have with your representatives, with everybody, to make sure they all understand why space is important. And if you think about it, she was Laura. I caught the very tail end of it, and she was talking about how there's just so much, and I think there were some comments in the chat about there's just so much action going on in space. And it's kind of astounding when you think about that, right? Because we're still in the middle of a pandemic. I still walk around with one of these things, which I'm sure all of you guys are as well. And, especially in those early days of the pandemic, everything was shutting down. But what I always would say is that, when Kepler, the guy that came up with the laws of planetary motion, when he came up with all that math that talks about how the planets move, there's no term in there for infectious diseases. Right, the planets are going to be moving. Earth is orbiting. Mars is moving. These asteroids are all over the place. They're moving. They don't care about political issues that we have out here on Earth or any sort of infectious disease. We got to keep moving forward. And the whole entire space industry, us, all of you guys, all of our colleagues, I think have been a tremendous beacon of hope for everybody and a symbol of what we can accomplish under the most dire circumstances. You think we had an international fleet of spacecraft we launched to Mars. That doesn't happen every day. We launched humans commercially launched humans from the United States not too long ago. And as Laura was saying, there's a whole bunch of other activities going on, and we have several notable upcoming launches that have all been worked through this pandemic, and DART's being one of them. But before we talk about planetary defense, I just wanted to kind of orient ourselves, kind of abstract it out a little bit. What you see here is our local interstellar cloud. That bright light in the middle, that's our sun. Alpha Centauri is our next closest neighbor, roughly 4 light years away. We're moving through this interstellar cloud all the time. Just in a few thousand years from now, which sounds like a long time, but not really, we're going to be outside of this cloud in a very different space environment. Zooming in a little bit, this is us. This is what we look like. Hang on a second, this is us. This is the heliosphere. The sun is right in the middle. Earth is roughly 1 astronomical unit away. The outer edge of that heliosphere, that's roughly 150 astronomical units. That is as far as the sun's influence on local space goes. And that's about, to give you an idea, if you remember the iconic Voyager spacecraft, they're right at that interface right now. So they're going to be giving us really incredible data of what things look like outside of the heliosphere. Now, zooming in even further, we get to Earth. Now, all the accomplishments we've talked about already and we're going to be accomplishing, they're all taking place right here. Now, at APL, this is where Nancy and I both work, we carry out a whole bunch of different space exploration missions. We recently, actually just not recently, just about 3 years ago, we launched the Parker Solar Probe. That's having repeated flybys through our sun's coronas. We're flying through the sun's atmosphere. And we're doing that so we can get a unique vantage point of how the sun works. The sun is responsible for pretty much everything that happens here on Earth, and we don't know how the sun works. So we're trying to understand that through the Parker Solar Probe at a very unique vantage point. We're also working on the Europa Clipper, which as Lee was saying, that's the mission that I'm personally working on a lot, the Europa Clipper and the Dragonfly missions. Those are things that we're working on right now, and they'll be launching in the upcoming years to visit some of the ocean worlds in our solar system. These ocean worlds are moons of our gas giants. And one of the most compelling things about them is that they are probably the most likely place for life to exist outside of Earth. So they're going to help us answer a lot of the key questions that have been driving humanity since we started walking upright, really. So that's something really exciting to look forward to. We're also flying the New Horizons mission. If you remember that picture I showed a second ago of the heliosphere, New Horizons is skedaddling along outside, or working its way out of our solar system. Flew by Pluto back in 2015, and recently flew by Arrokoth. That's a Kuiper Belt object, and that's roughly 4 billion miles away. So we're exploring everywhere, and it's really exciting to talk about this exploration, all these explorations. But we'll save those talks for another event. Today we want to talk about how APL and all of us around the world are actually looking at some of the dangers that space poses. So here you're seeing a physics-based simulation of the region around our planet. You can't see these structures with your naked eye, but they're there. The planet's magnetic field, our planet's magnetic field, those green lines are protecting us from the solar wind. This solar wind, this is the radiation directly from the sun, could be detrimental to our way of life. Both our health as well as all the assets that we have. All those green dots that you see there, those are all of our space assets that are currently in orbit around Earth that we're reliant on, whether it's GPS, communication satellites, HDTV for some of us, but that's a lot of the infrastructure that we need for us to live our way of life. And if we weren't protected by our magnetosphere, these assets would be disrupted or even destroyed, and also some of the infrastructure that we have on the ground. So understanding how space weather affects us will help us mitigate these things, these types of effects in the future. Now, to look at a more tangible threat that's out there, asteroids. So what you're seeing here is a visualization. These are all actually asteroids that we've tracked and cataloged. To orient you guys, the sun is right in the middle, and you see some concentric circles working their way out. Those are the orbits of Mercury, Venus, and Earth. Earth is the white line that you see. Mars, notably, is red. Then right outside of the Martian orbit, you see this cloud. That's the asteroid belt. So that's what just a whole bunch of asteroids there that you're seeing a high concentration. But you can see that not all of these asteroids are out there safely in the belt. There's many that are internal, and some of them actually orbit from the belt in towards Earth and back out. These are what we call near Earth objects. And depending on where they, when they come within Earth's orbit and where Earth is at the time, they can pose a threat to us. So what can we do about this? We're going to talk about that today. And this is what when people talk about planetary defense, this is what they mean. So how often, hang on, I'm trying to go to the next slide. It's not letting me. I'll force it that way. So how often does this happen? You hear about near misses all the time, but here's a recent example of what actually happened in Chelyabinsk over Russia back in 2013. So here, you're going to see an incoming meteor over the town of Chelyabinsk, which actually is a populated town. More than 1 million people live there. Fortunately, it blew up in the air, so it was an air burst, but it released a shock wave that was 20 to 30 times the energy of a World War II era atomic bomb. You can see from some of this dash cam footage what people saw. Now, fortunately, because it exploded high in the sky, there were no deaths. However, there were hundreds of people that were hurt, lots of property damage. There's actually even more footage. This is the benefit of living now as opposed to back when the dinosaurs were around. We actually have footage of these things. So many, many people captured this event. And in the next set, you'll actually see factory workers as well as some office workers impacted by it. People walking around in their warehouse or their office, and the airburst happens and windows come caving in. Now, this is over a not so populated area of Russia. You can imagine what would happen if such a thing were to happen over a more populated region. This is actually a really disturbing one for me to see, is that these are school kids, just they hear the shockwave happening outside and they're scared by it. Again, fortunately, there were no deaths in this case. This is 2013. But if the situation was a little bit different, you never know. So the next question is, well, how often do these things happen? Do we really have to spend a lot of effort to guard against that, against these kinds of events? Well, you can make that decision for yourself. The plot that you're seeing here is actually data for all the fireballs that the US government has observed from 1988. So not too long ago, 1988 through now. And in fact, there's over here, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse cursor, but off the southern coast of Alaska, there was another event that just happened just on September 29th, just a couple of days ago. Small little airburst, so nothing near what you saw with Chelyabinsk, but it gives you an idea that these events happen fairly frequently. Now, most of these events are relatively small in nature, and you're not going to have any widespread or even regional damage like you did with Chelyabinsk. And you certainly are not going to have, and by the way, Chelyabinsk is that big red dot that you see there. And they're certainly not like the dinosaur killer level asteroids asteroid that killed the dinosaurs millions of years ago. That's the Chicxulub asteroid there. But there is potential for these kinds of events to certainly have an impact on us. I want to dive into that a little bit. So this is a size chart. There's a lot of information here, and you could either look at it or just listen. Now, to give you guys a reminder, Chelyabinsk was in this region here. Chelyabinsk was roughly 20 to 25 meters. And we expect a Chelyabinsk type event to happen about once a century, maybe even a little bit more frequent, maybe a little bit less frequent, but sufficiently often that we should care about this. But the dinosaur killer, the Chicxulub asteroid, that's on the far right of this, and that's the one that will cause mass extinction across the world. The main data point that I want everybody to take away is this bottom set. Now, how many of these have we found? Obviously, the bigger the asteroid, the more damage there's going to be, and the less frequent it'll be. The smaller the asteroid, the less damage, and the more frequent it'll be. The main thing, though, is that we need to understand how many of these are there. For these large type asteroids that cause worldwide extinction level events, we know where they all are. We've found them, we've tracked them, we believe we're safe from them. For the littlest ones, we don't know where all of them are. We've found less than 0.1% of them, but that's okay, because if they were to come and hit us, we're going to be all right. It's this middle area where we really need to focus a lot of our efforts on. As you can see, we have not found very many of these. And these are the ones that are in that Chelyabinsk level that can cause a lot of regional damage. And if they were to hit in a populated area, really bad things could happen. But let's take a look at what I mean when I say that. I'm going to look at a 50-meter case. So in Barringer, Arizona, there's the Barringer, aka meteor crater. This was a result of a 50-meter asteroid that made it all the way down to Earth and created the crater that you see there. You can go there right now and see it, if you could find a flight. You can see that from the plot on the right what the damage was. If you're within 10 kilometers, that's where the resultant fireball will happen from the impact, and pretty much everything in there is done. It's incinerated. As you go further away, the damage level goes down, but it's still very detrimental. Within that yellow sphere, people's clothes can ignite on fire. And then if you get all the way out to the blue sphere, it's hurricane force winds. Now, how do we map that, though? It's kind of hard to see this in the middle of a desert. If we put it into an area that's a little bit more familiar to us, such as, well, for me at least, Washington, D.C., which is about a few kilometers that way from me. Now, if a similar asteroid were to explode over D.C., this is what it would look like. Pretty much all of D.C. is in that fireball region, so it's gone. And as you proceed further out to other areas of Maryland and Virginia, you get those other impacts where I was telling you, people's clothes will go on fire, or structural damage everywhere, and then hurricane force winds the further out you go. So while these types of events are certainly rare, they're events that we certainly need to care about and put plans in place. Now, part of that is to understand what the devastation looks like. Every couple of years or so, we have a planetary defense conference where experts from across the world, it's international, get together and we discuss what we're doing about this. And also as part of that, we look and see what can, we look and try to exercise what happens if such an asteroid were to come. So this is another case example that was run a couple of years ago at the Planetary Defense Conference in 2019, where they had a 60-meter asteroid impact over Manhattan. Again, as you can see, it's devastating, right? You have an explosion 1,000 times that of an atomic bomb. The entire red area, so Manhattan, is pretty much unsurvivable. And this kind of plot really puts it into perspective. While it's a very rare event, it could be a very, no pun intended, high impact event. Now, what are we doing about it? And there is a national strategy. That's the good news. There is a plan. So back in 2018, the White House put out a national strategy as to what we're going to do about this. Now, the contributors to this national strategy span the entire US government. We had the Department of Defense, we had Commerce, we had Energy, we had Homeland Security, which includes FEMA, Department of State. Obviously, planetary defense is a planetary thing. You need to be able to work with other countries. And we had obviously NASA, as well as many other offices, the National Science Foundation, the ODNI, the OSTP, Management and Budget. All of them came together to figure out, what will we do and what's everybody's role. So the plan has 5 key thrust areas, and I'll just quickly walk through them. So goal number 1 is NEO detection. NEO is near Earth object, as a reminder. We can't do anything about any of these asteroids unless we could find them. And if you remember from that previous chart that I showed, there's a whole lot of asteroids in that 20-meter class that we haven't found yet. So NASA's leading the way in trying to come up with the right infrastructure to go out there and find all of these asteroids. Now, the NEO Surveyor mission, that's one of NASA's upcoming missions, that's a key player in making that happen. NEO Surveyor is going to be worked on this decade and hopefully launched by the end of this decade, and it will indeed go out there and find a large majority of the asteroids of that class. The second goal is NEO modeling and information integration. And what does that mean? So a lot of those plots that you saw earlier, those photographs of, not photographs, but those pictures of what the devastation would look like outside of Manhattan or DC, that comes out of this. We want to make sure that we have validated models to really understand the likelihoods and consequences of these kinds of events. What do these threats look like? What does the infrastructure look like that would be affected? How does that work downstream? That's what goal 2 is all about. And also as part of that is the information integration. How do we package that up? If you think about it, we see hurricanes happening all the time, and we see those maps of what the hurricane cone is, right? And we understand that because we see them often. It's not often that people see planetary defense maps of potential devastation. So part of the information integration is to come up with good ways of visualizing that information to key decision makers so they can make informed decisions as to what we do about certain things. The third goal is deflection and disruption. So here is where, if we do find a threat that's out there, what are we going to do about it? How can we mitigate that in space before it becomes a threat here on Earth? So that's what goal number 3 is all about. Goal number 4, increase international cooperation. Obviously, planetary defense is an international issue, right? The asteroid doesn't care about political boundaries or where it hits, it's going to hit. So collectively, we need to understand how that's going to work. And also, not only the devastation could be global, but the mitigation is also global. We need to make sure we understand with our partners what they're going to do, what we're going to do, and we exercise all of those communication links. While it's a global threat, it's also a global, the solution is also a global effort. And lastly, goal number 5 is that we have to exercise all these protocols. One of the things we learned from the whole COVID situation is that, we had a terrific playbook. Our government knew what to do, or they had a plan as to what to do, and we tried to execute that as best we could, but there were a lot of unforeseen challenges. So until we actually go through the process often enough to really wring out all the issues and challenges of all of these protocols, we don't really know whether it's going to work. And that's what goal number 5 is all about. We need to make sure that all the relevant organizations get involved often so we can all stay up to date on what planetary defense is, understand what our roles are, everybody's different roles. What is DoD responsible for? What's NASA responsible for? What's FEMA responsible for? And how do we communicate back and forth between each other? That's what goal number 5 is all about. And actually towards that end, here at APL, we're actually going to be hosting a tabletop exercise with all of those players that I mentioned in February, where we're going to simulate another asteroid impact event and see what happens. Get all the people, all the decision makers in the same room and throw this at them and see, hey, are you going to follow the playbook? Do you know what you're supposed to do? Or did they do what they were supposed to do, but the playbook was wrong? These are the kinds of things that we're hoping to learn from this exercise. So that's coming up in February. We're really excited about that. On that note, I'm going to step aside and turn it over to Nancy Chabot. She's the DART coordination lead, and she's going to talk about DART, which is one of the main things that we collectively are working on in goal number 3, the deflection and disruption. So Nancy, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, thanks so much, Deepak. So what is DART? DART is a NASA mission to demonstrate asteroid deflection technology with a kinetic impactor. To say it more simply, next year, NASA is purposely crashing a spacecraft into an asteroid to see how much we can move it. So that's what the DART mission is. Next, Deepak. And this has actually been a top priority to do this demonstration for a while. Right here, I'm showing a figure from a report that came out in 2010 by the National Academies of Science called Defending Planet Earth. And this has 2 factors of if an asteroid was a threat to the Earth, what would you do about it? One is the diameter. How big is this object? And Deepak talked a lot about that there. And how much warning time do you have? These are 2 important factors for determining what you would do about this object. Happy to say, like Deepak showed, these things that are a kilometer or larger, sort of the dinosaur killers, even if you wanted to just move them a little bit to deflect them, you would need a lot of energy. And hence it's this red nuclear color up there. Luckily, those are the ones that we're tracking are not a threat to the Earth in the near future. But these few 100-meter objects and smaller, that's sort of this main focus here, because we still need to find a lot of this population, and that's an important part of the overall planetary defense strategy. But also the consequences could be so bad and so high that it makes sense to take the first steps now to do something to be ready before you need it. And that's really where DART comes in as the top priority, and why a kinetic impactor has been identified as the top priority demonstration mission to take in this way. And that's where DART, you can see, is targeting this 160-meter size object right there, primed for demonstrating this kinetic impactor technology. Go ahead to the next. A little bit more about DART then. What is DART and when is it happening? The launch window opens up soon in November, actually. SpaceX Falcon 9 is going to launch the spacecraft from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. And the DART spacecraft is accompanied by LICIA-CUBE, which is contributed by the Italian Space Agency. It stands for the Light Italian CubeSat for Imaging of Asteroids. And these 2 spacecraft will fly together and head towards an asteroid system that has 2 asteroids, a double asteroid system, hence the name of the mission, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test. The larger asteroid is called Didymos. It's 780 meters, but DART's target is Dimorphos, the smallest one, 160 meters. And Dimorphos goes around Didymos every 11 hours and 55 minutes, just like clockwork. And so DART will come speeding in at 6.6 kilometers per second, impact Dimorphos, and in sort of the late September, October of next year timeframe. The specific date depends on the specific day that we launch. So once we launch, we'll know what that day is and be able to share that more. I should also say straight up, and taking a step back, that double asteroid redirection test, that T is equally important. This is a test. These asteroids are not a threat to the Earth. And so this is the right way to do this sort of demonstration. We're just going to nudge this asteroid, the smaller asteroid, change its deflection, its path around the larger asteroid through these asteroids that are not a threat to the Earth. And so there's really a safe and effective way in order to do this test. I'll also say, Planetary defense, the warning time, what you really want to do is deflection and not disruption. This is also a key behind the planetary defense methods. You want to do this decades in advance, if at all possible. So finding all of the asteroids is key importance, and then being able to do this, because if a disruption, you have maybe more problems. It's a very unpredictable. Deflection, giving something a small nudge, letting that small nudge add up to a big change in position and time. That's the overall strategy. So, next slide, please. DART has a number of partners. It is a NASA mission that APL is managing, operating, and developing. But as with any NASA mission of this scale and size and scope, all of the partners are very important for contributing to this mission and making it a success. And so I just wanted to show their logos briefly here. Next.
Sorry, I'm trying. For some reason, sometimes it sticks.
No worries. So more details about what will DART do. And this is really sort of defining the purpose of this technology demonstration mission. And the first is to impact Dimorphos. Dimorphos actually at 160 meters is a very small object. It's going to be the smallest object ever visited by spacecraft. And so this is in itself a challenge in order to do this. And we're targeting this to happen next September, October 2022. Like I'll show on in a coming slide. This is really the right ideal time to do this test. And I'll show that in the next one. Then we're going to change this binary. Can you go back, Deepak? Thanks. So then we're going to change the binary orbital period about it. And we're going to use telescopes here on the Earth in order to measure how much we've deflected that asteroid. And that's also another thing that makes this a key way to do this first test, is because we're going to use telescopes, assets that already exist here on the ground in order to see how much we deflected the asteroid. So this is cost effective. It lets the spacecraft be highly focused on deflecting the asteroids and then using the telescopes to see how much you've done. And finally, we're at the point where we really do need to be doing this on a real asteroid of the relevant size, because we know from other missions that have visited asteroids that they are complicated things. And we can do so much with simulations or small scale experiments here on the Earth. But in order to understand the effects on an asteroid of the relevant size, we need to do it. But then we need to interpret that for other asteroids, because like I said, these asteroids are not the ones that we need to use this technology on to potentially in the future to keep from hitting the Earth. So we had to understand what happens, and that's where beta comes in. All right, go ahead. Thanks, Deepak. So why is next year the ideal time for this impact? Well, both Didymos system, the asteroid system, and Earth go around the sun, and that's what you're seeing here. But DART is going to launch off of the Earth here in November, and then it actually stays pretty close to the Earth the whole entire time. But you'll notice that the orbits of the Earth and Didymos are getting closer and closer, and they look close on here, but still this time of impact, they're going to be like 28 times further than the moon. But in the grand scheme of things, this is really great observations for the telescopes here on Earth. You can see how we position this impact to occur when you can use these telescopes on Earth to get the best data possible about how much you've deflected the asteroid. And this is why doing this in 2022 is really the ideal time for this test. And you won't get this distance minimized in the same way for another 40 years. So if you don't do this in 2022, you wait another 40 years for this opportunity. So this really is a unique opportunity to take advantage of this naturally occurring double asteroid system in order to have this cost-effective test. Next. And this really is the ideal target. So why a double asteroid, you might ask? But it's because we can use the Earth-based observations in order to see what's happened. And so Didymos is the larger one and Dimorphos is the smaller one. Earth-based telescopes have been looking at this thing for a decade. That's why I can tell you decades, multiple decades. And DART's going to come in 15,000 miles per hour. LichioCube gets kicked off 10 days in advance. DART slams into Dimorphos. LichioCube grabs some spectacular images and then is long gone from the system. But what we've done is slightly nudge the way that Dimorphos is going around Didymos. And so then here, that's why the telescopes, again, knew that from the observations before, hey, this used to take 11 hours and 55 minutes. We think it's going to change it by about 10 minutes. So maybe more like 11 hours and 45 minutes. But the models are all over the place. It might be 5 minutes. It might be 20 minutes. That's why we need to do this real test in order to see how much it is. So it's not going to be, it's exaggerated here, actually, this blue line. It's only going to be about a 1% change. But you get the idea of how this is like a very safe, effective test. The DART spacecraft is totally destroyed for sure. LichioCube sees the ejecta, but is long gone. The telescopes on the Earth then step in to make this measurement. So next slide. And then this one shows you a little bit about how those telescopes on Earth can make that measurement. And that's because as you see this system from Earth, it only looks like a single point of light. So you can't actually make out that it's a binary system. But if you watched it for a long time and you just measured its brightness versus time, you would see that when it's in front of it and there's a shadow on it, the brightness is darker. And then when you can see both of them together, you're getting it brighter, and then it's hiding behind. And so it's darker, and then it comes back out. And so you measure this light curve, as they call it. And that's how we know that this period repeats every 11 hours and 55 minutes right now. And we have this very strong baseline built up over multiple decades. And so then we'll turn the telescopes here to see this system after the impact, and in order to make this measurement. Next. And it really will be telescopes around the world that are contributing to this. This is the list of the ones that have contributed to the 2020-2021 observations of the Didymos system. And you can see that they do span across a number of countries and continents. And we expect even more will be active during the prime 22 impact period next year. Next. The last thing we really need to do with this mission is understand this. So this isn't just a one-off experiment that we do into Dimorphos, but we can apply it to asteroids in the future and understand how to deflect them. So this is just one example of a simulation, many simulations that are done by our team, because asteroids are not just single rocks floating out there. We know that they're made of smaller sandy particles and large boulder particles and rocks, and they have different strengths. And how does that all play in there? And this is just showing one example of some of the modeling. And so we have a whole range of models, but the Dimorphos impact will use that to actually understand which of these are most applicable to asteroids. Next. And one of the main things is this beta. So beta is the momentum enhancement factor. And this is one of the main reasons that we really think a kinetic impactor has a lot of promise, because we think that you'll be able to deflect this asteroid even more than just the energy that you bring in. So go to the first step. So if you had like a beta of 1, you would just crash your spacecraft in and it would like hit the asteroid, and then that would move the asteroid the corresponding amount, with a conservation of momentum. But if you go to the next one, what we really think is going to happen is there's going to be some ejecta, and the ejecta is going to essentially go out in the other direction, giving the asteroid an extra push. So you get even more than just what you bring into the system. So how much ejecta, go to the last one, please, Deepak, is one of the big questions, because this model is all over the place. And when we have done things with asteroids recently, like OSIRIS-REx getting its sample and Hayabusa 2 getting its sample, we've learned a lot, but these strengths are maybe not what we expected. How much ejectas they're going to be is going to be very related to how much of the push it is. And that's why doing this on this 160-meter object is very important. Next. Planetary defense is obviously a global issue, and so international cooperation for an international issue is important. DART is a NASA mission that's set to impact in 2022, and I'm happy to say that the European Space Agency has a follow-on mission called Hera, which will actually not just fly by, but rendezvous with this system in 2026. And so this is very exciting because they'll be able to see the crater made by DART, which will be very important for constraining the models. They'll actually be able to get the mass of Dimorphos, which we won't be able to get just by flying by and impacting into it. And that's very important. You want to know how much mass you deflected. And they'll be able to characterize the system in a lot more detail. And both of these teams are working very closely together. And so the combined results of these two missions will be greater than what each one would accomplish on their own. Next. So DART has a number of key and new technologies, and I'll just kind of go through some of these briefly, but one of the biggest one is the autonomous smart nav system. And that is on DART, you won't actually be able to tell Dimorphos from Didymos until the last hour of the mission, because they're so small and they're so close together and you're coming so fast, 6.6 kilometers per second. It's only the last hour of the mission that these two dots of light are going to resolve to be separate. And so you need your spacecraft to be smart enough to hit Dimorphos and not Didymos, and to do all of that on board without humans in the loop. And that's where SmartNav comes in, is it uses the images in order to autonomously make this impact happen on this small little object. The camera that contributes to that is Draco. It's modified off of the Lori camera, which was on the New Horizons image mission, which took amazing images of Pluto and Arrokoth that people might have remembered and seen. So it's modified off of there. DART's actually going to demonstrate in flight NASA's Next-C ion propulsion engine, which will be more powerful than other ones that have flown on previous planetary missions. DART also has ROSA, which is these rollout solar arrays. So they're compact and light mass when you launch them, and they roll out in space. And it's going to be 18 meters tip to tip when these things roll out. The CoreSat avionics are key to the control and data handling on the spacecraft. The Licia CubeSat I talked about, provided by the Italian Space Agency. There's the radio line slot array, which is this low cost, high efficiency, high gain antenna, which is going to be important and demonstrated for DART and then used in future mission. And we also have actually these transformational solar array concentrators, which are going to be some high efficiency cells that concentrate into those and demonstrating that, which would have applications for future missions. But rather than just that, I wanted to sort of show some snapshots of how all this technology has actually come together. Go ahead, Deepak. Since last year. So starting last May, here it is in the clean room. And of course, we can't talk about last year without, acknowledging that it's been trying on all of us in so many ways. And I know for me personally, and I think for a lot of the DART team, working on something that was still a team, even as we got more and more isolated in order to be forward looking and future looking really was meant a lot to me and means a lot. And people really have worked hard during this time frame. So this is last May coming together when the spacecraft structure started to come together. Next slide. And then here, the panel integration started last July. So you can see these will get folded up onto the side. All of these different components will get folded up onto the side of the spacecraft. Into the next one, please. So here's in September, where the panels are starting to get closed out onto there. So about 1 year ago, this is what things look like. Next. Whole slew of comprehensive performance testing, testing all of the components went on. You can see here's the control room with the DART spacecraft then inside through the windows. Next. Here's the radio line slot array getting installed in November. Next. And the next C ion propulsion engine getting lifted onto the top of the DART spacecraft there also happened last November. Next. And then after that, went through a whole array of testing. This is the electromagnetic interference testing next in December. And then we get into 2021, and we kicked off 2021 with these thermal vacuum testing to sort of go through the temperature extremes that the spacecraft will experience in space. Next. Here's the solar arrays from May before it was installed onto the spacecraft. Again, this one, rolls out. They're 18 meters tip to tip. Each one's about like 8.5 meters. And you can see that there. Next. Draco installation followed soon after in June. And so here's Draco before getting integrated. Next. And here, once it is on the actual spacecraft, looking up into it, it's got a cover on it now. And this is sort of your last view of it. Next. So then with that, we were ready to go into the vibration testing. So this is sort of what it looked like in the pre-vib sort of inspection, just to give you a view of everything put together. Next. Vibration testing in July went very well, went very smoothly. Next. Then Licia Cube arrived in August. So we were very excited about that, and shipping from Italy over here to APL. Next. And took about a week to integrate it onto the spacecraft, and that was done in September. Here's some of our Italian colleagues looking very happy, and we're very happy to have Licia Cube on this mission. Next. And then the pre-ship inspection. I like this picture in particular because I feel like this is what I look like this thing's going to move an asteroid, huh? Yeah, it is. This spacecraft right here is going to deflect an asteroid. Next. Then it was lifted into the container. This was just very recently at the end of September. Next. This is for shipping. Here it is, the lid coming over it after the bag was put on. Next. And this is how it rolled out last week. Just a few days ago, transportation of Vandenberg Space Force Base. It got there on Saturday. And then on Monday, they unloaded it. Everything was great. It was a totally smooth trip. And so people are doing tests starting today. So happy to say that's the current status of DART. Next. So I wanted to end with just showing this simulation. And so this is a SmartNav simulation. We ran lots and lots of these, as you might imagine, because it's very important that SmartNav works. So time to impact is in the blue square there. So basically now we have 52 minutes until impact. This is 30 times sped up. And what you're looking at in the full image part there is what Draco sees. And so you can see even here, 46 minutes to go, they're really just small little tiny parts of light. And then these images are streaming back to Earth once every second, roughly. And that's the part that's in the yellow that's shown over there on the other glow part. And this controls the thrusters. So this is controlled by Draco images, interpreted, making sure you're going to hit Dimorphos and not Didymos. Dimorphos is still really small. And we don't know what Dimorphos looks like. We've never seen it. From the telescopes on the Earth, they're just a single point of light. So we have to do these simulations with multiple different shapes, because we know asteroids can have all sorts of shapes. We know its size but that's about all we know. And so we don't know what it's going to look like. Here we are, 26 minutes to impact. And if you look at that image, Didymos is really nothing more than a few pixels still at this point. You can see clearly this is why you need smart nav to be doing and thrusting for you in order to get this targeting correct. So still here, 19 minutes to go, and it's still controlling it. And there's not much to look at. I mean, this is coming at 6.6 kilometers per second, right? 15,000 miles per hour. So even when you're just a few minutes out, you're still very far away from this smallest object ever visited by a spacecraft at 160 meters for the size of Dimorphos. And Draco takes all of this on board. The SmartNav does these simulations, and we've run them with lots of different sizes in order to make sure that this is going to be a success. So we're getting down to the last 2 minutes here. So this is what you see even just 2 minutes ahead of time. At this point, you're like 800 kilometers away from a 160 meter size object. So 800 kilometers away from something the size of a sports stadium, and now, you're firmly logged on there. These images are coming back to Earth, one every second. And they're coming, here's only 20 seconds to go. And finally, you get to see what this thing looks like. And there's no more images, and DART's a great success. And that's a DART. Thanks.
Amazing presentation. Thank you so much. There's lots of comments and questions in the chat, and I have a lot for myself as well. Let's see, I'm going to go back. There was some discussion about why the Falcon 9 is launching out of California, which was answered. As to landing any sort of propulsion system, many asteroids are too weak structurally to hold together if a rocket were to be attached. So one person was asking, why didn't you include explosives in DART itself so that you'd increase the ejecta and have a bigger beta?
Yeah,
and
that's
a question. Yeah,
no, that's a good question. And in fact, when you do need more of deflection, people do look at, putting a nuclear, sort of energy on there and detonating that in order to make that happen. For the first test, and like was shown in that study, you want to keep this as simple and reliable and mature technology as possible, right? I mean, so crashing a spacecraft into there is pretty much one of the simplest things that you can do. And we have that technology already. And if you did this, 10 or 20 or 30 years in advance, this should be enough. And so, you really don't want to overcomplicate the system if you don't need to, and this is going to be effective to deflect an asteroid. And so that's sort of what that 2010 National Academies of Study sort of concluded as well. Like, this is the most mature technology. It makes sense, to do this, to demonstrate this. But there will be steps that follow. So to address the one about putting a rocket on, for example, there are other things that are considered more slow push versus fast push. So these are sort of the fast push, the nuclear bomb, the kinetic impactor, where you give this energy and it's this fast one-time event. But there are planetary defense techniques like the gravity tractor, the ion engine probe sort of views, and you would run these continuously and you would have much more control over them. But again, it depends on the size of the asteroid. There's a lot of unknowns about there. That's why DART is taking this first test. And so I wouldn't say that lots of options are still on the table, and it's just good that we're doing this first test towards deflecting it all. And what comes next will depend a lot on what DART finds out.
I'll also add is that, as Nancy was saying, we wanted DART to be simple. And if you remember that one animation that Nancy showed about the Didymos system and Earth kind of coming together at that one spot, we wanted to make sure we launched this on time, right? Kepler is not going to change the laws of planetary motion for us to add on new technologies and take longer to build a spacecraft. This is technology that Nancy said we had today when today was a few years ago. We had it, we were ready to go, and we wanted to move out. And that's what drove that. hopefully we'll have the opportunity to do lots of follow-on missions to try all these other techniques and verify those before we end up in a situation where we need those techniques.
And find the asteroids, right? I mean, that's why, this is just one part of the planetary defense strategy. I mean, we're taking these steps because we still haven't even found the majority of the population. We don't really know what the threat is. And so, like Deepak was saying, the NEO Surveyor mission that's, scheduled to go up there and find these things is crucial. And so there's really, I sort of want to stress for planetary defense that it is this integrated strategy. You have to have all of these working together. It's not just about crashing things into asteroids at the end of the day. It's just one small component, but finding them, knowing them, modeling them, working internationally, and then being able to do something about them if you needed to.
But crashing spacecraft is fun. So
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, but crashing spacecraft into asteroids is a fun thing to do.
That is the fun part. So with a 40-year, you talked about if we don't launch now, we have to wait 40 years to get properly positioned to launch again. So let's say we found somebody who's headed in our direction and we need to deflect it. DART is successful. We get some good modeling. We need to launch and intercept what's coming at us, but our launch window is 20 years away. And too bad. What happens? How do we accommodate that problem?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, so the thing with the 40 years is really just for DART using this double asteroid system as its test. It doesn't apply to actually deflecting it from the Earth. It just applies to the unique way that we're being able to do this test in a very focused, cost-effective manner that utilizes this double asteroid system. And it's not just a double asteroid system, it's an eclipsing one, right? One where the smaller moon sometimes hides behind or comes in front of the larger one as seen from Earth, right? And so that's sort of a unique thing. But the other asteroids, asteroids that are on paths to be Earth crossers that you would worry about, sort of, come around on periods that are sort of like Earth and Mars. So 1 to 2 to, slightly longer, 2.5 years sort of things. And so you would have regular launch opportunities in order to get to anything that was a threat to the Earth. And you wouldn't be waiting decades in order to do that. Interestingly, when you play out these scenarios, like Deepak was talking about, a lot of times, if you do have warning times, one of the things you want to do before you would do something like DART is send a different spacecraft that would go and look and see what this thing looks like, right? I mean, that makes a ton of sense because you're way easier to design to something if you know what it looks like. And so a lot of times, if a threat was established, and this is actually in the national protocols for emergency respondents as well, you would launch a spacecraft to go and characterize this object. It wouldn't be to impact it. It would be either a fast flyby because that's all you had time for, or rendezvous would be even better. But that would depend on your launch windows. And so a rendezvous is not always possible, but you could probably get a flyby within, any sort of reasonable sort of time frame, figure out what this thing looks like, and then take your next actions. But again, that's why it's you wouldn't want to be in the position where you're just launching DART at the last minute, because again, this is deflection, not disruption. You want that warning time. Warning time is so important here. Yeah. I don't know, Deepak, did you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered everything. And I just wanted to make sure that people understood that that 20-year thing about coming back around, what was driving that is that we wanted Earth to be very, very close to the Didymos system at the time of impact, so we could use Earth-based assets. We have LichioCube that's going to be taking photographs, and it's going to be spectacular. But we also wanted to be able to see the impact as best we could from the best vantage point we could from Earth, which is, that's what drove that 20-year window that Nancy was
4 years.
Yeah.
4 years. My apologies.
Yeah. You addressed a little bit about the problem of predicting the next thing after using the DART data, and that you need the follow-up mission. And geologic processes on Earth, if you're looking to drive a 1% change, it's not going to be measurable, right? So what variables go into the models? How many variables do you have? Because you don't know the mass of the body, you're going to move it, you think about 1%. You've got different angles of incidence of the spacecraft. Hopefully that will be very well known after the fact. And then the electrical components could react to impact differently. What do those models look like? How ugly are they?
They're pretty ugly. I mean, so we've got, Lawrence Livermore National Lab working on it, and, some other people. I mean, you're right. I mean, there are as many parameters as you can reasonably have inside those models. So some of the important ones, obviously, is the mass of the object, right? I'll take a step back. So we'll be able to measure how much we deflected it very accurately with the Earth-based telescopes. I mean, they can measure things to 7.3 seconds, and we think we're going to measure it move like 10 minutes, right? So this measurement is going to be very achievable from there. So I think we'll make that measurement very precisely, but we don't know the mass of the object of the moon that we're moving, and so that will remain until Hera comes along. But the models include that you're not going to just have a sphere, you're not going to have a flat surface, that you're going to have boulders, like you saw, and even just that one that I showed. I mean, they put in different size frequency distributions for those boulders, different shapes. That's, like you said, going to impact the incidence angle of your spacecraft, right, that you come in at. And then that's going to have an effect with the momentum. The ejecta can get shielded actually in some of the models. So if there's like a big boulder in the way, it actually doesn't go in that direction because it like hits the boulder and it goes more off in the other direction. And that can cause a difference. The strength of those boulders is actually very important too, as is the porosity. How tightly packed together are those materials at the end of the day? We do include the DART spacecraft shape actually in some of them, with the solar panels even. And that model took a really long time to run because those solar panels, but the solar panels, it turns out, do not have a lot of mass and actually do not change the model very much, but they might make some interesting structures that Hera will see, just sort of like I won't say like an angel snowman in the snow, but you might be able to detect those depending on the angle that they hit. But most of it still is in the main body of the spacecraft, which is kind of seems to be modeled more or less as a, 2-meter cube. And it doesn't seem to matter that much where you put the components inside of there in the model. So that's a good thing, at least, is that at the end of the day, DART's coming in so fast and is so destroyed that the specifics of the spacecraft don't seem to model. But that's actually something that we're looking at. Like if you made it more dart shaped, if you will, or more conical, would that actually be more effective or not? But those seem to be second order effects versus making sure that you hit the object and you hit it fast. So
that's also part of why, in that one animation that Nancy was showing at the end of hers, if you remember, she showed that new antenna that we have. So that's kind of like the spacecraft's tailpipe, but it's data as opposed to exhaust. So as the spacecraft is coming closer and closer to DART, we're going to be getting those real-time images. We needed those to navigate, to make sure we hit, as Nancy mentioned, but also that's critical for the science as well, because as we're getting closer, we're going to be getting images of what we're actually hitting in real time. So that'll help constrain. It'll help out, constrain some of the models that we have. Plus, of course, the subsequent Hera flyby to do the assessment after the fact. Now, as they say, one test is worth 1,000 words, or 1,000 expert opinions, I should say. So having this test happening, then having all the subsequent measurements of what happened will constrain what the models that we have are and make us even better prepared for when this thing would have to be deployed for real.
I'm going to zoom out a little bit. There were some questions about funding in the chat. So your work at APL encompasses a broad spectrum of missions. Can you talk about the process of deciding which projects get funded and launched, including DART? And then in the interim, after a launch goes and after a project gets funded, if it's later cut, do the data not get interpreted? What are sort of the processes that you encounter? Lost knowledge and information, even on missions that go.
So I'll talk that a little bit. So there's with NASA. So this is a NASA mission, funded by NASA. We are managing it and executing it here at APL. Now there's two types of missions that NASA has. There's missions that are directly funded, and there's missions that where NASA puts out what's called an announcement of opportunity, or otherwise known as an AO, where they'll solicit people to propose. And there's different missions have different cost caps. The Dragonfly mission that I mentioned before, as well as New Horizons, fall into this competed category, where through the National Academies, which the National Academies is an organization that Nancy referred to earlier. They're actually a group of scientists, community scientists, that get together once every decade for each discipline, and they come up with what are the primary science goals of the following decade. So it's really nice that we actually have a community-driven roadmap that defines what it is we need to do scientifically wise. And actually, we're in the middle of doing a decadal survey for planetary science right now. And for the first time, planetary defense is a key component of that. So we're excited about that. But as part of that part of the output of that will be coming up with what are the key targets that we need to go to. What are the places that we want to explore? So then NASA will put out a call for people to propose to that. How would you guys implement a mission to Titan? How would you implement a mission to visit Pluto? How would you implement a mission to execute this function? And people such as APL, as well as other organizations, will propose. NASA will evaluate them based on the scientific merit, the risk, the cost, and then get funded. So that's one way. Another way that missions happen are like DART or Europa Clipper or Parker Solar Probe, where it's a directly funded mission, where NASA will fund studies early on to a certain organization that has specific capabilities, and then that mission, that those funds eventually turn into a mission where NASA says, all right, JPL, we need you to go to Mars and collect a sample and return it. So that's another example of a non-competed mission, because JPL has specific expertise and they're very good at what they do, and it just makes sense to just go directly there for that mission. DART is an example, with at APL, we have several sponsors, not just NASA. We do a lot of work with the DoD as well. We work on missile guidance systems. And as you can see, that has direct application to what DART's doing. So in DART's case, APL, along with having a large, probably the largest group of small body scientists under one roof, as well as our missile tracking capability, we had that special capability to execute DART. And that's why this was a directly funded mission from NASA. So hopefully that answers the question as to how these missions are originated. There's either, depending on the nature, it's either competed or it's directed, but they all follow the scientific requirements set forth by the community-driven decadal survey. So you don't have rogue scientists going around trying to make money grabs for things that the community doesn't believe are worthwhile. And the question about what do you do if a mission or a portion of a mission is descoped, that's part of the game we play. Right? If sometimes the spacecraft might even fail too. That's effectively the same result to the scientists that are hoping to get the data. If a mission goes up and fails, the data is lost. If something cost overrun happens and NASA cancels it, that data is lost. If the data is really worth it to the community, they'll make another go at it. For the next time around trying to secure funding. If that data was worth the funding before, it should still be worth the same amount of funding later on. So we just take the punch and you move forward.
It's reassuring that there's some oversight there. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have 3 more questions. We've had space debris experts on this show talking about the difficulty of tracking and modeling space debris, that current models show everything basically as a cannonball, no shape, no size, no mass. And it's just not very well advanced in figuring out how to do that. Has there been cooperation, as we learned from how to track the items in, was it NEO? Are you collaborating with some of these space debris experts and modelers to try to determine the best ways for both, or because of the orbital pathways, do they need to be done in different ways?
Well, there certainly is a lot of collaboration. You remember that plan involved a lot of different groups of people, including the Department of Defense as well as NASA. It's called space situational awareness or domain awareness, where we need to know what's out there, whether it's objects that are far, far away from Earth that will eventually intersect with Earth's orbit, or stuff that's much closer, such as some space debris. So a lot of the same assets are being brought to bear to catalog these things. Now, where these items are managed and cataloged, that'll be in a different place. There's a certain group of folks, I can't remember where, that keep track of all the space debris that we're aware of, and as new space debris is found, they keep track of it. The simulation that I showed before that showed all the asteroids around Earth, that's worked by a group of folks at JPL, the CNEOS group, that catalog all the near Earth objects. So the management of them are in different places, but a lot of the same assets are used to find them.
Great. And a little bit of a left turn. That's my right, left turn. Can you talk about the economics of using the results of DART to design a weapon? Would it be cheaper to deflect an asteroid using this technology to hit a particular place on Earth than it would be to develop Earth-based weapons to do the same job?
Do you want to take a swing at that, Nancy, or should I come up with that?
I mean, I'll let you, but I'll just say that one of the main things is the warning time, right? So this is sort of like you want to send this spacecraft out and do this decades in advance, give it a small nudge, which adds up to a big change in position and time, right? So you're not really waiting for things to come to Earth and then like shooting them down, right? That would not help. So that's like really not what we want to do here. We want to, use this long warning time and then go out and just give them a little nudge, and then they will change, and the Earth and the asteroid won't be in the same place, decades from now. And so with that sort of approach, and DART is, a robotic mission. And if you were doing this for real, you probably would send multiple ones, but it's still, the price tag is pretty low compared to a lot of DoD operations. I'll let Deepak pick it up from there.
Yeah.
I was not clear in the question.
Okay.
I mean, would it be cheaper for an aggressor to use this technology to deflect an asteroid to hit an opponent's land on Earth than it would be to use Earth-based weapons?
Now, that would be a very expensive way,
Very expensive.
and a very risky way of trying to attack somebody, right? I think it's much easier to launch a missile at a target than to launch a missile at something out in space to deflect it to hit that target, right? So I would, it's going to sound bad.
And it would be so long in advance.
If our adversaries want to use that technique, great, because it's more likely I'll survive it than,
Yeah. And they've got to do it 10 years in advance. So we've got to time to plan.
Right.
They might change their minds too. My last question was, sorry, go ahead, Deepak.
I was going to say, if there is like about a minute left, we actually have one last final parting video, if there's a minute left, but we can otherwise keep going with questions.
Yeah, I think Tim is next, and we are always allowed to eat a little bit of Tim's time. So why don't you go ahead and show the video, and then I have one brief final question.
All right. Turn your volume up. So this is what's happening with DART. Launches, separates from the launch vehicle. These are those roll-out solar arrays that Nancy mentioned. This is what it looks like. That's the Draco camera, the door opening. So now it sees its target. DART is approaching. That's the ion propulsion system. Cube, the Italians get ejected. They deploy their solar panels and watch us. DART's camera locks onto the target, starts thrusting. End of September, early October next year. That's when the impact will happen.
Can't wait to see it. My last question is, who plays each of you in the next movie about an asteroid impact?
Oh gosh. That's a first. I've never.
I will have to table that and come back with a better answer sometime in the future as well. So,
when I was a kid, people used to say that I looked like Ralph Macchio, if anybody is old enough to remember the Karate Kid, but I had a lot more hair back then. And, so maybe Ralph Macchio for me.
Okay.
With the new Cobra Kai series, I'm a big fan, so I'll stick with him.
I think it is exciting that we're taking, science fiction and movies and turning them into reality. So just proud to be a part of that and part of the team.
Well, when you come back to tell us how it went, shortly after, we'll find out Nancy's choice for her movie star.
I just hope that if we were to have an asteroid coming our way, people would choose to call Nancy as opposed to calling Bruce Willis, because I think you'll be better off with Nancy.
It would be a good choice.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much to you both. Fascinating panel. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks everybody out there for joining us and all that. And as the previous panelist said, it's great to have these conversations, and we got to keep space in the forefront of people's mind. And so thanks for all of your interest that's out there.
Now I'm going to turn it back over to our executive director, Tim Chrisman. Tim, what have you thought of our talks this morning?
And a fascinating sort of journey going from hearing from Kelly talking, almost the business and strategy side of space all the way through Armageddon, and the realization that real life superheroes are not bald mining people that go to asteroids. They look a lot more like Nancy and Deepak. So that's sad because it's going to be a less exciting movie. We'll have to throw some drama in there, but it's really cool to be able to hear about missions like DART that are really being done, that we're really looking at, and it's especially nice to hear that all of the dinosaur killer asteroids, we know where they're at. So that's a win. Sub extinction level asteroids we're not sure about, but extinction's worse. So I feel like that's a win.
All right. Well, I'll turn it over to you, and we'll see you again in a half hour.
Sounds good, Lee. So yeah, as we just heard, a lot of these missions, these projects that are being done for and in space are these long-term projects. And it's, one of the questions asked, how do you choose which ones? Sometimes Congress does, sometimes, there's other mechanisms, but these are 5, sometimes 10, sometimes longer year planning efforts. And they're certainly longer than that in terms of the conceptualization. Some missions, have stretched back 15 or 20 years. The James Webb Telescope has been going for quite a while. SLS, the same. And those have been examples of long-term commitments on the part of government to fund these projects that are deemed critical, in many cases, for scientific purposes. Until recently, there's not been a lot of thought around the idea that there could and or should be economic investments in space. We've heard when Laura was talking earlier about the first commercial uses of imagery being in the Gulf War by the military, and now you can basically contract to get an image taken of your house for almost nothing. And a lot of times that's how a lot of these technologies start on deep tech and hard problems, is the government for scientific purposes or the military take the lead. But as we're getting into an era of the space sector as an economic sector, we're running into this situation where there's not mechanisms for economic development of space. NASA has stood up a office to help advance commercialization, to help do and pay a lot more attention to how, in many cases, commercial companies that are not the traditional contract companies may be able to provide services faster and cheaper. And the Space Force is doing something similar. But ultimately, NASA's job is exploration. They're meant to be pushing the frontiers. This DART mission that we just heard about is not about actually changing the trajectory of this asteroid to save our planet. That would be more of a, almost military operation. This is to find out what it would take, the sort of curious questions of, can we do it? And that's what NASA's good at, really good at. They make landing on another planet look boring because it's just routine for them. So they really should not be the economic development agency for space. We don't have one yet, and that's needed. And we've talked about Space Force a little bit, doing that national security mission. And being a former military officer, I can tell you, the military will do what it's told. It will build, it will create, it will try to restructure and whatever it's asked to do, but it's not its core mission. And there needs to be an entity that, just like following behind the explorer, can fulfill the mission of helping enable what we need from the military and scientifically. And then on the private sector, which is generating all of these new innovations, who's creating the backbone for them to create new tomorrows? You know, Jeff Bezos famously said that he didn't build Amazon by himself. He needed the post office. And as we look up to space, there's not that equivalent infrastructure in place yet, which is, if not already, going to be a problem here very soon. And so I briefly mentioned this morning, but I wanted to go further into our proposal that's in front of Congress right now that would create an infrastructure development corporation for space. Now, I believe Terry asked earlier about sort of an interest in Congress or a weariness on the part of Congress to appropriate more money, and in the face of massive amounts of debt that have been occurred and new investments being made right now. And I would say the answer by and large is that the current climate in Washington is, how can we get more jobs in the least toxic manner possible? And I use the toxic reference in the political sense, where Republicans may view raising taxes as toxic, and so that creating jobs through raising taxes would not be acceptable. And on the Democrat side, the inverse, cutting taxes to create jobs may not be acceptable. And so that is where what we've designed comes in, because it would be a freestanding organization with a federal charter, unlike most corporations which have a state level one. This one would have the authority to work with the Treasury Department to issue bonds and loan guarantees that were backed by the full faith and credit of the US government. But instead of needing to go through, as DC is going through now, a debt ceiling fight or government appropriations cycles every year, this corporation would be fully independent and have that mandate to invest in long-term projects that benefit America as a whole and enable NASA and Space Force's mission while creating a sustainable path for the private sector to commercialize space. We like to stay on brand, and if Foundation for the Future wants to make space boring, then that filters into a lot of our messaging about the Space Corporation Act. And that does seem to be something that resonates on Capitol Hill, because there is an entrenched resistance to new and flashy things. And so when we're talking about space in terms of infrastructure investments and hard buildings and projects, that is something that resonates with them, even if nobody really wants to admit that they are in fact boring. So what the Space Corporation would do is offer the country that opportunity to create space jobs without that political toxicity on either side. And it would do that through essentially a public-private partnership, private equity. We'll get into more later, but not only about how that works, but also where that money would go. Realistically, though, the most important component of this organization would be the easing and expanding access to capital in a way that is not reliant on government contracting, new appropriations, new congressional action. Instead, it's now on technical experts in finance in this corporation to make the decisions on what gets invested in It's on the private equity markets, whether they'll invest or not in these bonds and support the projects instead of sort of political cycles. The corporation itself would be a for-profit corporation as the bill is written right now. This is something that may or may not change as it goes through the congressional process, but the idea behind that initially is that by being a for-profit corporation, it allows the private sector to buy into it. The corporation as envisioned would be listed on a stock exchange, one of the earliest space companies to actually be listed that was not otherwise a defense conglomerate. And doing so then gives not only the public, but the broader financial markets more of a stake in this company's success or failure. But the tools that it would be enabled to use are really the important part. So whether this turns into a nonprofit, a B corporation where it has a mandate to act in the public benefit, or some other form, that is in essence not as important as the authority to issue long-term bonding outside of the appropriated process. We've done some modeling on just what that portfolio could look like. So this corporation, as written, would look very similar to the roughly 15 or 20 other private federal corporations that exist already. We don't necessarily hear about them every day, but they're underpinning a lot of what happens in big parts of the economy. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are examples in the housing sector. The Tennessee Valley Authority in power generation for much of the Midwest there. These are organizations that were created with fairly narrow mandates to promote or prop up key sections of the economy or key economic sectors, and all of which have the authority to issue bonds, provide different degrees of guarantees, or conduct research and projects. And so when we did our modeling, it was based off 100 plus years of experience looking at how these have played in the past. And so when we're looking at the capitalization of this, for instance, the sale of shares of the half of the corporation that would be a public corporation rather than government owned, we looked at what it cost to buy into, say, this commercial satellite corporation in the 1960s, or Tennessee Valley Authority earlier in the 30s and 40s. And same with the bond issuance numbers. Right now, the majority of private federal corporations have in excess of 75 or $100 billion in outstanding bonds for their portfolio. And so when we modeled it at 20 billion, we viewed that as a fairly conservative look at the sort of appetite that would be there for bonds issued for specific space projects. And so in all likelihood, what could be done is far greater than what we're actually modeling. And you can look here at the how this portfolio would be broken out. I am a relative newcomer to the finance world, and so when I started being educated on how fractional reserve banking works, how some of these loan guarantee programs are able to leverage the broader financial markets, it quickly became clear that a relatively small amount of upfront cash can be leveraged multiple times over in cooperation with large hedge funds and large investment banks to dramatically change the scale of investments. And so the vast majority of the money that would be raised in that capitalization issue would be put into these loan guarantee programs, where a small amount of money is held as reserve for a much larger portfolio of loans that are actually issued by private lenders, private funds, and are merely backstopped by the Space Corporation, which is then again backstopped by the US Treasury. And so in effect, whether it is, a loan guarantee to Voyager Space Holdings or Virgin Galactic, that bond then becomes a de facto US Treasury-backed bond, lowering the cost dramatically of capital for those companies. There would also be some revolving funds that would be targeted at smaller businesses and those projects that the government had more interest and more of a stake in terms of accomplishing and getting done, rather than those that were purely private driven, which would fall more heavily on the loan guarantee programs. We then turned to look at what the economic impact would be nationwide of this proposal. Much of the space sector throughout its existence has not actually been able to quantify how, for one, even how big it is. The Bureau of Economic Statistics didn't start keeping them until relatively recently. Space Foundation does keep a state of the space economy statistics, and for the vast majority of the time that has been done, that's been the only record of how large the space sector is. And so when we started looking at how much of an impact the Space Corporation would have nationwide, we had to rely on those, the Space Foundation's tools, the Commerce Department's new statistics, and the recently released NASA state by state level economic analysis of how much economic activity NASA generates at a state level. And that's where we're able to come up with these numbers here of over the first 10 years of the Space Corporation's life. You would see a roughly $150 billion increase in US GDP, well north of 2.5 million new jobs. And you need to keep in mind, although we just saw in the last slide, the full portfolio is 260 billion. The first 10 years are not the full deployment of that. In fact, most projects are meant to be well more than 10 years in length. And so this economic activity represents a dramatic increase, even over and above what has been invested in those companies, whether from the government or the private sector. When we sat down to write this bill, one of the early questions that came up was, how do you define infrastructure? It's very similar to a Supreme Court decision on pornography in the 1960s, where the answer was, I'll know it when I see it. That does seem to be how DC defines infrastructure. And so rather than rely on that and the historical precedent of when you give a new organization a broad mandate, they will use it all up, we chose to narrowly define 3 categories of infrastructure, and within each of those categories, specific project types and samples. So that way, once this law is passed, there's a very clear set of guidelines for this new organization about what its right and left limits are, where it should not be focusing on, and where it needs to spend more of its time. And they really break down into the 3 categories of access, sustainment, and support, and we'll get into those. With access really being that to, from, and through space. So whether that's a Civil Reserve space fleet, much like how most US airlines participate in the Civil Reserve Air Fleet, where they get a few $100 million a year to basically keep an airliner on call in case the military needs it. That was actually activated for one of the only times it's ever been activated, during the Afghan evacuation. But otherwise, that has provided a source of stable money for the US airline industry and a source of security to the US military, knowing it doesn't need to have a bunch of extra aircraft on hand. But as you can see with the breakdown here, the access in through space does represent a little over 1/3 of where we see that the investments of the Space Corporation would be made. Because ultimately, at least over the next 10 to 15 years, getting to space will remain something that needs more work. The next is sustainment, and this is the sort of subdivision or mall analog, where no business that sets up in a strip mall or other sort of office building really needs to know or care how that complex was made or developed. They just want to show up, plug in, put up their sign, and start working. And that is what we envision this category being, whether it's low Earth orbit stations, manufacturing hubs at Lagrange points, or strategic reserves of minerals, water, fuel at different points. These are the components of what would otherwise be looked at as business parks or cul-de-sacs here on the ground. And then the support investments. I like to say a little tongue-in-cheek that these are sort of the catch-all. I'm a former Army officer, and so I need to have a third category for everything, and it always gets to be the catch-all. But this is really the category that this whole conference is about. Those things that directly benefit us on the ground and serve to make our lives better. And so that may take the form of advanced material foundries, where steel and iron workers who maybe are seeing their jobs phased out to more automation can upskill to working on carbon fiber or carbon nanotubes or other advanced materials. It may look like space-based solar power that replaces GPS as one of the most visible pieces of space benefiting our lives when we're able to directly deliver electrical power anywhere in the world from space. So these are meant as projects that not only help the people, help us as we go about our lives, but also keep the Space Corporation Act in the public eye as something good. Because the unfortunate reality is anything that government does needs to continue to sell itself as something deserving of continuing to exist. And so this is meant to be a very public face of the government's role in commercial space, where the government keeps a light hand, but is able to have far outsized benefits to what would otherwise be able to be done. I'll close it there and yield the balance of my time, Lee.
Thank you, Tim. Getting some good comments in the chat. Just encouragement and refinement of the messaging is really getting on target. So thank you for investing that time. Want to make sure our next speaker, she logged on earlier. Want to make sure she's still here. This is great. We have a good following on LinkedIn happening right now as well. It's our first time streaming to LinkedIn as well as to Facebook and YouTube. And so we're getting a good audience there as well. So welcome to everyone on LinkedIn. Next up, we have 3 speakers and a panel discussion on different aspects of medical advances that are enabled by space. Michael Lane will join us for part of the moderation part of that discussion. Dr. Sarah Lynn Mark is an expert on space medicine and a world-renowned leader in women's health. She's an endocrinologist, geriatrician, and women's health specialist. As president and CEO of Solamed Solutions, LLC, Dr. Mark has served as a medical and scientific policy advisor to the White House, NASA, Health and Human Services Office on Women's Health, Bill and Melinda Gates Strategic Investment Fund, and other organizations dedicated to improving health on Earth and in space. She is also president of the iGiant, the only nonprofit accelerating gendered innovation in the world. Dr. Mark, thank you so much for being with us today.
Lee, it's absolutely a pleasure. And thank you so much for inviting me to be part of Conversations for the Future. As you know, I was looking forward to joining you in July. Unfortunately, I got stuck up on a mountain ledge at around 10,000 feet in Colorado in an electrical storm and couldn't get down. So I am absolutely thrilled to be here in the safety of my dining room to join all of you today. I thought about having slides and I felt that I really wanted this to be more of a conversation. So I'm welcoming all of you into my dining room and let's have a discussion. Let's have a chat about how exploration in space really has important impact for our lives here on Earth. And you know, the other issues and focus that we've been dealing with for the past 18 months has certainly been COVID-19, this pandemic. And what I'm going to do over the next few minutes is try to connect those two issues so that we see the relevance of space exploration even in our daily lives during this pandemic. So I tend to see the world, as you can tell from my bio, through the prism of space using a sex gender lens. And, you know, when you think about space, you think of that beautiful object that goes over our homes every night, and that's the International Space Station. And certainly the ISS gained a lot of attention this morning with one of the flights from Russia bringing the first movie crew from Russia up to the ISS to film. And, you know, the ISS is not traditionally what you think of as a movie studio. It is an international laboratory. It's where experiments are conducted, studies are done, and then the data is analyzed by human factors, namely sex, gender, age, race. So we have a better understanding how every single system in the body adapts. And we know the body adapts very quickly and very, very dramatically in space, every single system. So when you think about COVID-19, we know that every single system in the body is also impacted. And we call it multi-system inflammatory syndrome. We see it in children and we also see it in adults. So over the next few minutes, I want to walk through some of the systems of the body that we know adapt in space, and also talk to you about how our bodies are impacted by COVID-19 and hopefully show some of these relationships. So let's first talk about musculoskeletal health. You know, as we're sitting here for this conference, we're losing some bone mass. And if you're a menopausal woman, you're losing about 3 to 5% per year for the first few years of menopause. When you're in space, if you're not using appropriate countermeasures, such as exercise and potentially pharmaceuticals, and certainly good nutrition, you can lose as much as 3 to 5% per month. And the challenge we have is that in microgravity, it may not be as much an issue, but when you land on the surface of the moon, which is 1/6 gravity, or Mars 3/8, this is a problem. When you lose bone mass, we call it osteopenia, and when it's significant, it's called osteoporosis, and it puts you at a very high risk for fracture. We also not just lose bone, we also lose muscle mass. And, you know, for so many of us on Earth during this pandemic, I know we've been challenged about where we get our physical activity. For many of us, we haven't gone back to the gym. We haven't gone into settings where we're with other individuals lifting weights, doing classes. And I think all of us have begun to see sort of that loss of muscle. But it's more than that with COVID-19 when you are in a hospital bed. When you're in an intensive care unit, for example, when you're immobilized, you can lose significant muscle and bone, significant amounts. And you can also begin to leach calcium from your bone into your blood, and we call that a state of hypercalcemia. If it's in the urine, it becomes hypercalciuria, and that can put you at a risk for kidney stones. And by the way, you also see hypercalciuria in space, and there have been some documented cases of kidney stones in space as well. So we know how important it is to move. We know how important it is to have medications and certainly nutrition. And I hope during our panel, we'll talk a little bit more about that. So let's also talk about the neurosensory system. In space, there is a flow of blood up to the head. It's about distribution. In fact, some of our astronauts complain of a moon faces, where their face looks puffy. It's a little ironic we call it moon faces. And with that kind of congestion, there may be a loss of taste and smell, similar to what some of us have had when we've had the other coronavirus, which has just caused a cold. We also see another syndrome in space that is very, very concerning, and it's called SANS, Space-Associated Neuroocular Syndrome, where there is distribution of fluid into the brain, which can actually impact eyesight. Interestingly, we know that we have seen that men are more symptomatic compared to women in space. It can happen for some relatively soon, for others later. When folks get back to this planet, they may have some resolution and some may not. So what are some of the sensory changes with COVID-19? Well, interestingly, there can also be a loss of taste and smell, sort of the hallmark, if you recall, when we were talking about COVID-19. Again, it's not because of the distribution of fluid. It may be due to inflammation of blood vessels, which are supplying the nerves. We also see that every single sensory system in the body can be impacted. The ears, the auditory canal. Interestingly, we have seen fluid in ears, in the middle ear, and we have also seen tinnitus, which is ringing in the ear, and even hearing loss. Now, in space, astronauts may experience space sickness the first few days of space exploration. And that basically is a disconnect between what the eyes and ears are sensing. And for COVID-19, we've had patients who've had vertigo, who've experienced dizziness, again, because of some of the changes that they're seeing in their ears and their auditory system. The eyes are also impacted as well. So this is a disease that just does not only impact smell and taste, but it can be every sensory system in the body. Another important area, of course, is the immune system. Now, as the body adapts to space, there may be immune system changes, and the immune system may be weakened. That's why we've been a bit concerned about relapse, recurrence of infection or cancers. Interestingly, we have seen that women tend to have very robust immune responses, and they tend to be resistant to infection. When they do get infected, they mount those robust responses. And interestingly, pregnant women on Earth may not have that same resistance to infection. That's why there's been so much focus to ensure that pregnant women get vaccinated against COVID-19. What we have seen is the immune system change in regard to morbidity and mortality. Interestingly, for COVID-19, men are twice as likely to die from this disease, and women are more likely to develop long COVID, or what we call long hauler syndrome, post-acute COVID syndrome. But we also see the intersectionality of race and sex and gender with this, and that a white man may have actually a lower mortality compared to a Black woman. So a Black woman may have higher mortality to COVID compared to a white man. And there may be many reasons for that, including societal bias, lack of access to care, and other comorbid health conditions as well. So the immune system is extremely, extremely important. So let's talk for just a moment about behavioral health. It's very important to have diverse crews. I had the opportunity to testify in front of the National Space Council back in August of 2019, and I was asked about the interest and the need for diverse crews by the Vice President. We know, as is the case here on Earth, that it may take a bit of effort to foster communication, but we see diversity of crews lend to greater work performance, more career and crew satisfaction, and basically overall an improved experience. And we see that in space as well as on Earth. Now, when we talk about behavioral health in space, there has been a great deal of focus about isolation. And our astronauts are kept very, very busy. There are days and nights, if you can call it that, if you're going around the Earth every 90 minutes. It's very, very well scheduled. So work is scheduled, rest and relaxation is scheduled, eating times are scheduled. And it really, I think, helps our mental health to have that kind of schedule. We also see sleep disturbances in space. Again, several reasons for it. One, you can be in a loud environment, but also your circadian rhythms are disrupted. Again, going around the planet every 90 minutes. And we know that our circadian rhythms are really organized around the light and dark cycles. Now, what about for Earth and dealing with this pandemic? We've seen something called COVID sleep. Early on, I think so many of us were having nightmares. I know as a physician, I was having nightmares about fevers and going off all the time. And it was just, sleep was just so distressed. It was also hard because we have a blurring of our work pleasure cycles as well. We're working, many of us, from home. So there isn't that boundary, that delineation between work and what is enjoyment. And the day continues into the night. We also are living with our devices 24/7, and the blue light may also be impacting our melatonin levels and our circadian rhythms. We've also been living in a world of isolation for many, and certainly social distancing has become a moniker that we're quite familiar with. And the behavioral impact of that can certainly be significant. We certainly see it with our children over the past year and a half when they had to be homeschooled and didn't have those social contacts. So what do? We do things that are very similar to what is done in space. We ensure that there's connectivity with our loved ones and with our friends and family members through our devices, through audio and video chats, and trying to maintain communication. And then just very briefly, I want to talk about overarching issues that we see both in space and on Earth. And one of them certainly is infection control. As I talked about, we know our immune systems are impacted. So we want to ensure that in space that our astronauts are living as in a sterile environment as possible, that we're not bringing our pathogens with us. And that's certainly important. We also have our spacesuits, and it's not so much for infection control, but they're protective environments for us. And so when you think of COVID-19, we are all wearing our spacesuits as well, except they tend to be masks and gloves or face shields. And just as we saw in space, we see that our suits and protective equipment don't fit as well. Certainly, we've had a challenge with our spacesuits for women, and we also have a challenge with our protective equipment for women here on this planet. I have an article out in the European Medical Journal, and my nonprofit, iGiant, again, if you're in the space world, you have to have an acronym, and it stands for Impact of Gender and Sex on Innovation and Novel Technologies. We are putting out a challenge competition to design better face masks because we know face size and face shape and proportion really impacts how well that mask fits. And if that mask doesn't fit well, you're not protected. I don't think it's too surprising that a majority of our healthcare workers who are infected by COVID-19 are women. And it's not just because there are more women on the front lines, it's because their protective equipment doesn't work as well. So for just a minute, let's talk about telemedicine. I think NASA pioneered it. From the beginning of our space program, we've been practicing telemedicine, using telemetry, for example. When Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, he had a fast heart rate. And probably the first example of tachycardia on another body outside of Earth. We have used telemedicine very effectively. We've ensured that there is safe communication between our flight surgeons and our astronauts, and that it's a protected environment. And just as we saw on Earth, probably every one of you has experienced a telemedicine visit. You want to ensure your visits are safe and protected, and that you have some type of rapport with your clinician before you begin discussing your health issues. So we have learned a great deal from the space program how to do that. For over 2 decades, I served on the Federal Committee for Telehealth, and we were dealing with issues such as licensing and regulation and certification and HIPAA, and we just could never get there. And then all of a sudden the pandemic struck, and within a week we were able to figure it out. So I think telemedicine is here to stay. I know as a clinician, I want to put my hands on a patient to examine the individual. I want to see them, but I am grateful that we have telemedicine as a tool. And certainly it's so important in some of our remote areas of this country and the world. And then finally, I want to talk about the ALARA principle. And ALARA, again, another acronym, stands for as low as reasonably acceptable. And we talk about it often in space in regard to radiation exposure. What is the safe limits, the ALARA principle for radiation? But we also are doing this during COVID-19. We know as case rates go down, public health measures go down. So for example, the case rates were lower in May, and our public health measures such as indoor and outdoor masking were dissipated. As case rates went up during the summer, as Delta was taking hold across this country, we changed those mandates, for example, for indoor masking. And that's for the population basis, but individually, I bet every one of you are doing it as well. So for example, you think about your issue regarding travel. Do you really need to fly? How safe is it for you? Do you have other comorbid conditions where it would put you at risk if you were next to individuals who weren't wearing a mask because they were eating and drinking? So we see that. We see it the work environment where individuals are working at home, and even employers are considering hybrid environments and having individuals continue to work at home because of some of the risk-benefit analysis. And even down to the level of shopping. I think we've all used online shopping. And how is the risk of shopping going to impair our daily life if we do get infected with COVID? So we're using the Laura principle every single day in our lives as we navigate COVID-19. So I hope what I've been able to do over the last few minutes is share with you how important it is to understand space medicine, space exploration, and its impact on our daily lives on Earth, especially during this pandemic. I look forward to taking your questions, and I am so honored to join my colleagues in our session today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for that expansive overview of all the different health systems in the body and how they've been impacted, and tying in the theme of the year, of the decade with COVID-19. I really appreciate that, and I look forward to hearing from Mark on those topics as well. So it's going to be a great discussion. Michael Lane is our co-host as well on this, and so we may banter back and forth with questions. I really enjoyed the introduction to some of the issues with gender, and then the relationship with race, and that race can sometimes be it surpasses gender in the differences that it can create, and a variety of reasons for that. So with the number of minorities who have been to space and continue to be selected for space flight, how are your research topics working in terms of getting statistical significance, and trying to solve some of these problems when you have so few data points?
You bring up such important questions. NASA actually charged the Institute of Medicine, which is what it was called back in the late 1990s, to talk about the small n, to talk about having small numbers of individuals participating in research studies. And we found through computational modeling, statistical modeling, that you can get some really interesting observations. Now, NASA has partnered with the National Institutes of Health. And in 1993, the NIH Revitalization Act was passed, which mandated that research needed to be conducted and had valid analysis for sex and gender as well as race. So it did not have to be statistically significant. It had to be valid analysis to basically be able to see trends. NASA has partnered with the NIH and has adopted many of these policies so that we can get a better understanding. Additionally, NASA has ground-based experiments, which we'll probably talk about a bit in our panel, which helps to give us more insights to how the body adapts. We have different type of analogs and models for us to understand microgravity on Earth, and we'll discuss this, I'm sure, in our panel. But for example, bed rest studies, where individuals are put pretty much in Trendelenburg, and that's basically like going to the dentist where your head is down and staying in that position for days and weeks and maybe even months. So we have that. We also have animal studies that we use to help simulate microgravity. NIH again passed some new inclusion policies a few years back that we had to actually look at the sex of animals to understand. And we also partner, our agencies all partner with the Food and Drug Administration, and the Food and Drug Administration has the Safety and Innovation Act that was passed several years ago. Section 907, for some of you who are interested, actually looks at sex and gender and race. And what we realize is we are a composite. We are a tapestry of all these human factors. At NIH, we may call it social determinants. At FDA, we may call it subpopulation demographics. But you really can't separate one from the other. We're impacted by every aspect of our lives. So sex, gender, race, age, socioeconomic status, also very important. I just want to talk for just a second about vaccines. As you know, we are going to change the dosage of our vaccines by age. So when these vaccines become authorized for children under the age of 12, they potentially may be 1/3 the adult dose. It can, because kids are not just little adults, their hormonal makeup, their hormonal milieu is very different. How they metabolize drugs is very different. And so I have often thought, because of our hormonal milieu between men and women, how that differs, that women, because also their immune system changes, may require smaller doses of a vaccine to have an effective response and perhaps less side effects. So for example, with COVID-19, we've seen 60% of the side effects are in women. So wouldn't that be incredible? The space program has played an interesting role with pharmacotherapeutics. You know, we are able to grow cells in space. We have bioreactors. Without gravity, we're able to get beautiful three-dimensional modeling. So I think some of these issues we'll be able to understand. So you can see it's complex, but I see the complexity is what brings the beauty, and we just need to understand it. I often say it's not who's better, faster, or smarter, just different. And as we move towards precision innovation, which we're doing certainly in the space program, we can do it here on Earth.
That triggered a comment here. One benefit, not better, faster, or anything like that, but it sounds like women should be sent to space more often and more than men. Finally, an edge, it says.
Well, you know, we've often joked we could have, now as we're moving into the commercial space world, we could have the battle of the sexes in space and see who arrives at Mars and does better. But I don't want us to set up a competition. I think we can help each other. And I think it's in the beauty of that diversity that we will succeed. I have a twin brother. And, you know, again, from the beginning of my time, I have seen the world through his lens. And I think he's seen it through my lens. I think as we appreciate what everybody goes through, we can bring what is really special about Earth to other heavenly bodies.
Talk a little bit about disabilities, comorbidities. We haven't included anyone who's even mildly compromised in any of these space-related experiments. Do we have models that predict what certain conditions will do in space, and where even maybe something that's a disadvantage on Earth may be an advantage in spaceflight?
That's a great question. Well, actually, Haley, who was one of the passengers astronauts for SpaceX, has a prosthetic leg. She has a disability and went into space and did quite well. I think what we realize is that, you know, some of the challenges that we have on Earth because of gravity really gets dissipated in space. So, you know, being able to float through your vehicle may be an advantage. I think because we were going into such a harsh, extreme environment, the agency had selected able-bodied individuals. You know, we often say they are superstars. And again, because of what, you know, it's a hostile environment. I think as we go into the commercial space world and we're democratizing space, I think individuals across the spectrum will go. We're going to have Captain Kirk going in about a week. He's around 90 years of age, and I'm sure he has other comorbidities that are just associated with aging. And so we will be able to learn. I think that's what's so exciting, is that if we're going to really go and explore and we're going to colonize, we need to have the diversity of the human being, the human spirit. And what is a disability on Earth may not be a disability in space. We also have to keep in mind, you know, the body adapts and changes. And we have to have an understanding of that, so that individuals who may have disabilities on Earth, how will that impact how the body adapts in space? I think that will be important. And I think there are also research studies that are being conducted by our academic centers across the US, as well as partners that NASA, for example, has partnered with in other nations that are looking at some of these issues.
Have the commercial companies who will be engaging in space tourism are beginning to send more and more people. Are they signing agreements and pacts to provide data on their space travelers?
Well, I can't speak for the commercial space sector. What I believe for the last SpaceX mission is that they're partnering with Trish. I believe you had Dr. Donovan with you in July, and Trish is the Translational Research Institute on Space Health. So data was gathered. It wasn't necessarily a space mission, but some data was gathered. And again, what you're going to learn in 3 days is going to be very different than if you have the one-year mission, for example, which you're able to do on the International Space Station. NASA has conducted 2 very important decadal reviews, and they were chartered by the National Academies of Science. And those reviews assess the impact of sex and gender on how the body adapts in space. The last review was conducted in 2012, 2013. The results were published in 2014. And, you know, it's important to have these type of studies and analysis so that you get a framework for what you're experiencing and where you need to go. And hopefully NASA and our commercial space partners will continue to do that, because I think the data is extremely valuable, not only for space exploration, but just as I mentioned, for our lives here on Earth.
Can you've given us an overview of defining the problems? Can you give a couple of examples of treatments, technologies that have resulted from the study of these various issues that we've encountered or accelerated in space?
Well, so for example, I talked about musculoskeletal changes. It's extremely important. 80% of individuals who are impacted by osteoporosis on Earth are women. And there are obvious reasons, again, that hormonal profile is very important as estrogen levels drop, bone protection drops, as people become more sedentary, there's increased bone resorption. So NASA has developed some very robust protocols for exercise in space. Astronauts can spend several hours a day trying to use as much resistance exercise to maintain muscle mass. There are also studies looking at how can you take pharmaceuticals to protect the bone, as well as looking at nutraceuticals. Certain foods that we eat can also have protection. So that is one important example. Another area that is being investigated is radiation exposure. I mean, every day we're being exposed to radiation, solar radiation when we go outside. Fortunately, we have an atmosphere that does protect us in most parts of our world. But we expose people to radiation, for example, with imaging devices, when we're imaging the body, or we're using radiation therapy to treat cancer. So NASA has done some interesting studies to look at how do you prevent damage to the body from radiation exposure, and that may have relevance as well. I think the area of spin-offs and tech transfer is extremely exciting. The space program is funded by the public, by men and women, and there should be application to how health is benefited on Earth. And the agency, as well as other agencies around the globe, have put out several documents about tech transfer and spin-offs so that the public can appreciate what the benefits are for their health based on what they studied in space.
There is a subreddit called Pointlessly Gendered, and it likes to make fun of products and services that are gendered but have no reason to be gendered. It's fun to browse. Do you find that there's resistance to the very real impacts that you're studying and promoting more study and resolution for in some of your discussions with Congress and news media, and how do you approach that?
Well, thank you for that question. I'm going to put on my iGiant hat for that. Again, iGiant's the nonprofit, stands for the impact of gender and sex on innovation and novel technologies. Again, the only nonprofit accelerator for gendered innovation and design across health, IT, transportation, and retail sectors. And the genesis for this nonprofit actually came from my time when I was working in the White House in 2014-15. At that time, we were dealing with another outbreak, and that was Ebola. And we saw, again, women were getting infected when they were donning and doffing their protective equipment. So I put together the blueprint for iGiant, and it eventually evolved into this nonprofit. Let me just throw out 4 questions to the audience. I think the best way to explain why gendered innovation and design is so essential to our health and well-being is when you can see it from your own framework. Again, the vision of iGiant is to improve the safety and quality of life, including work performance for everyone in every environment, including space. And we do that by accelerating the translation of research into sex and gender-specific design elements, which are products, programs, policies, and protocols. So let me just ask you 4 questions, because then I think you'll see the relevance. Again, these questions aren't based on whether you pink it or shrink something. It's not based on appearance. It's based on how things have impacted you. So have any of you ever taken a drug and had a side effect or had a device implanted and had a side effect. I often explain when I was given a medication to sleep so I could fly across the sea to give a talk, actually on these topics of the World Health Organization. I was over medicated and I don't recall ever giving the talk. And eventually changed the amount of the dosage for women. It was too high for us. Have you ever developed repetitive stress injury from using your devices? I know I have. I have developed carpal tunnel now. I'm tied to my phone and my computer 24/7. And it's because our tactile sensation in women is actually greater. So we think we're pushing down on the device, but the device is not registering. So we're doing it harder and harder. And we don't even know that, but our bodies are sensing it. We're developing repetitive stress injury. Have you ever had anybody or been in a car accident who suffered severe neck injuries? And probably every one of us knows someone. And it's because the car is designed really for the average male body. It doesn't support, for example, headrests don't support women's necks. Women have less musculature and less muscle strength. The positioning in the car, the seatbelt may come across the chest in a way that it can actually put pressure on the breast and actually cause contusions over the heart. Injuries at the foot, because women tend to wear more open-toed shoes and there is an airbag in most vehicles in the foot region. So that's another example. And then what about, have you ever worn something that just didn't fit you? I talk about protective equipment, so important. But let me give you another example. At the start of my presentation, our conversation, I talked about climbing in the Colorado mountains. Well, several years ago, I was climbing in the Smokies and the sole of my boot floated off during a rainstorm. So I had to get off the mountain and find a new boot. And I was told that this was absolutely designed for a woman's foot, but it looked like all the same boots that the other members of my climbing team were wearing, and they were all men. I wore it. It was a bit uncomfortable. I figured that's okay for a week of breaking it in. But then when I went to transfer to wearing my regular school shoes or work shoes, I actually tore the ligaments in my midfoot because I had been hyperextending my foot for an entire week. The shoe was not designed for my gait, not designed for the way I walk, was not designed for the arch of my foot. So I just give you these examples because if all of you could think about it in your life, you too will see the world through the prism of space using a sex gender lens. And once you do that, you can never go back. You'll see it in every single aspect.
It's fascinating. Some of those resonated with me, especially the seat belt and having worn flame retardant clothing on oil and gas sites. I had them before they made them for women and then after, and there was a big difference in fit and safety. Thank you so much, Sarah, for your expertise and for sharing it with us today.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. It's a joy to be with all of you.
And we'll see you again at the panel in about an hour.
Excellent. Look forward to it.
All right, our next speaker is Dr. Mark O. Griofa. He's both a physician and a biomedical engineer. He's a fellow of the Academy of Wilderness Medicine, a fellow of the Faculty of Sports Exercise Medicine from the Royal Irish College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the principal investigator for Project Casper, which flew on board the International Space Station. He spent 4 years at Kennedy Space Center as a physician and engineer working on the Space Shuttle program. He is a NOAA-trained diving medical officer, aquanaut, diver, and senior researcher and engineer for the NASA NEMO mission on board the Aquarius undersea habitat, while also being the faculty dive medicine lead faculty for World Extreme Medicine. This one sounds fascinating, Mark, and you have the screen.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, let me see what's the best way to do this. Share screen. Okay, outstanding.
Now it's full screen. Looks great. Okay,
fantastic. Okay. Afternoon, morning, everybody, wherever you are in the year. Delighted to be here. My name is Dr. Marco Griefa. I'm a physician and a biomedical engineer. I've been lucky enough to work alongside some of the best teams in the world as they shape the future, not only of the space program, but of exploration. And not only as we look at medical technologies, but as kind of Sarah Lynn very eloquently kind of mentioned, as we look through this prism of sex gender lens to make sure that we are addressing all crew members and their needs kind of moving forwards. So before we look forwards, we need to look back. You ask people about their memories of the 20th century, and most people will mention kind of man walking on the moon as one of those pivotal moments that has really changed our outlook on how we move forwards, how we look forwards, our interpretation of where we belong in the universe, which is quite extraordinary. This is one of literally my favorite photos of all time because it brings into perspective so many different components. So this photo is of the Apollo 11, the lunar limb. You have Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin coming back up from the surface of the moon to dock with the command module. And then we have our little blue marble in the background. One of the most extraordinary pieces about this photo is that there is one person, living or dead, in the entirety of the history of the human race that is not in this photo. You have everybody living on planet Earth. You have the two men that literally just set foot on the moon. And you have the man behind the camera is the only person that is actually not in this photo in the history of basically our planet. And it puts into perspective that as we look towards the future, the weight and the gravity, number one, of expectation, as men and women start to push the outside of the edge of the envelope. And as we look forwards to make sure that we're drawing on the lessons learned of previous exploration and really standing on the shoulders of giants as we put together the Artemis program, the men and women that are going to be our next generation set of explorers, that as we go back to the moon and push beyond then, those lessons are extraordinarily important. One of the other lessons learned that I think needs to be taken into account is this is Apollo 13. One of the most, in my opinion, extraordinary feats of exploration, that you had teams that came together to carry out the impossible. And I think as we look forward to these conversations for tomorrow, for the future, thinking about what is possible and what is impossible and taking that out of our vocabulary as we push forwards and push those limits to an extraordinary level. Obviously, we have the International Space Station, this incredible international laboratory that's orbiting above us, which literally is coming up on, like, we've 20 years worth of a human presence in orbit for people that have never come back down, which, like, in and of itself is an extraordinary feat. To use the lessons learned of this, not only from exploration, but the lessons learned from medicine, the lessons learned of what do we do next? How do we make sure that we cope? And then how do we make sure that we take those lessons learned from, be it problems with radiation, problems with musculoskeletal issues that we've seen during long duration spaceflight, as we go and put astronauts now into orbit for years at a time, both men and women. How do we make sure that we understand those components and really apply them looking forwards? Obviously, now we have a new era of commercial spaceflight. We have crews now that are flying from American soil up to the space station. We have the Inspiration 4 crew that went and spent 3 days in orbit of pushing the boundaries, really breaking down those obstacles of what men and women are capable, but also making sure that as we look forwards, as we look at these differences in kind of sex and gender as well, to make sure that we're addressing the needs of all crew members, to making sure that we're not artificially creating a weak link, and to make sure that we're addressing those components. And there are finite and kind of small differences as we kind of shape the trajectory from a medical standpoint, the development of new technology as we push forwards. So what does that look like? How do we make sure that we're putting these steps in place as we look forward towards moon and literally on to Mars, to make sure that there's a big difference between a 6-month stint on the International Space Station, a possible 4 to 6 to 8 week stint on the moon, versus a 3-year round trip to the red planet. There's various components that go into that, to making sure that mind is taken care of, the body is taken care of, to basically something as simple as circadian rhythm, chronobiology. One of the things that we looked at several years ago is we sent a crew up to the Arctic Circle where there was 24-hour sunlight. And one of the questions that we asked was, would a crew be able to go and adapt to a Martian sol? So most people think of, well, it's 24 hours in a day, like a Martian sol is 24.65 hours. that is not a big difference in a single day. But when you start to put months on top of each other, and that 0.65 days actually turns out to be an offset of 24 hours, along with kind of that red light, would that create a circumstance where the little circadian rhythm of the human body would be thrown off? And we've already seen in Shetland Station that the impact of sleep, that change in kind of the chronobiology with that rising and setting sun every 90 minutes on space station can have a significant effect. And then we found that on Space Shuttle that the 3 major contributors to sleep disruption and disturbance was changes in noise, vibration, temperature. And then in the post-accident investigation report that we saw from the Progress crash that occurred aboard Mir, in the post-accident investigation report, sleep deprivation was identified as one of the core contributors. So looking forwards towards the future of exploration, there are so many different aspects of this that we need to be able to go and address, and that create a significant component of the roadmap that as we progress forwards. So one of the big things is, how do we train for that now? How do we prepare for that now? It's extraordinarily expensive to go and take a tiny payload and to go and put that on space station with the anticipation of gathering enough data to create this roadmap and this training paradigm to send the next crew to Moon and then on to Mars. So one of the ways that we do this is looking at state-of-the-art analogs. So one of these analogs is NEMO, NASA's Extreme Environment Mission Operations. We have a small underwater research station down off the Florida Keys run by FAU called Aquarius Reef Base. And this is basically the equivalent of a module of the International Space Station, literally situated on the seafloor on the Atlantic Ocean, where we will take crews for 1 to 2 weeks and they will live and work underwater. So you can see here, this photo here was from one of the missions that we have these aquanauts and astronauts in these Kirby Morgan stainless steel diving helmets. And for certain missions, we will take in these mini subs and effectively replicate 1 person, 1 man, 1 crewed spacecraft that would effectively operate on the surface of another planet. And this is one of our highest fidelity analogs, but we're going to go through just some of the lessons learned from some of these missions, how we're looking forwards to the future, and how these analogs actually shape the training and the development that we need to actually progress towards the next generation of spaceflight and exploration, whatever that looks like. So this module itself can hold up to 6 aquanauts. You have a small sleeping quarters with 6 bunks stacked on top of each other, with a portal that's actually facing out into the ocean. You have a small galley where these crews can kind of live, work, and eat. Then you have a science lock where effectively you can set up an EVA station. So one of the things that we do and that we look at is we recreate what's in mission control for an intravehicular crew member to actually oversee extravehicular or spacewalk activities. And then we have a wet porch. So the way that it works is you have the air pressure inside Aquarius actually keeps the water outside. So there's this moon pool that the aquanauts can actually step in and step out of. And really, truly is the only component that even comes close to anything like you would have seen in the abyss. So actually creating a true mission environment for these aquanauts to train. So some of the components that we do is giving aquanauts and astronauts the opportunity to get operational experience. We use it as part of the commander upgrade program for astronauts getting ready to command the International Space Station. But we also have the ability to provide them with piloting experience of these 1-person submersibles on the seafloor and really giving them that type of fidelity of that operational experience as we draw on those lessons learned. So there's generally 2 types of analogs that we use. Some are used for the environment, like the extreme environment, and some are more mission oriented, where we get to test new tools, techniques, technologies for the next generation of spaceflight. Medical technology and new medical testing components, both on the human body and then kind of different types of technologies, are 2 areas that have really borne an awful lot of fruit as we prepare to send them onto station. Some examples would be the new ultrasounds that they've used, were all tested on NEMO. But other components would be like, we'll get into a little bit of some of the genetic research that's been done in this type of environment as well. So this is my crew. This was the NEMO 21 crew. One of the reasons that I really like this photo at the moment is because one of the astronauts in this photo is Megan Benkin, or Megan MacArthur, who's currently on station right now. So this is used as a test bed to get astronauts ready, to get them additional leadership experience, but also making sure that getting that throughput as we look forwards towards those future missions to give astronauts this type of experience in this mission environment. Some of the training that goes into play for this is getting astronauts ready, putting them into these commercial diving helmets, and really getting this high fidelity component of using technologies, some of which aren't being used in any way of commercial form. So this looking at underwater navigation, looking at what type of tools would we need on the surface of Mars, possibly on an asteroid, of trying to make sure that we're meeting the terrestrial needs and using that as a test bed to really create an environment where these crew members are bringing the best technology with them, but true to its kind of original roots of making sure that that technology developed has terrestrial application here on Earth as well. One of the questions that often comes up is, well, what about the medical risks? So this is literally at the limit of tolerance for what we will put astronauts through. And one of the biggest reasons is that when we put crew members down into this environment, that after 24 hours, the body becomes saturated with nitrogen, which means all of the body's tissues absorb as much nitrogen as possible in this particular environment. Now, it doesn't sound like a whole lot. The living depth is at 46 feet. However, to come back up to the surface, these aquanauts must go through a 24-hour decompression, breathing pure O2, which means that effectively, if anything happens on the seafloor, if somebody has an accident, if there's an injury, we can send people down, we can send equipment down, but the crew must deal with that on the seafloor. To come back up to the surface, they must go through a 15-hour decompression. Now, one of the reasons that this is important is that that 15-hour decompression actually mimics the timeline for crews doing an emergency descent from the International Space Station in case of some kind of incident, if there was a leak or something else like that. And the Mir Space Station years ago, the crew came within about a minute of having to do an evacuation of the entire station, and literally were just able to stop that. So the human body is a fantastic machine, and the human brain is an amazing computer in that it knows and it understands risk. And you cannot artificially create risk. It's just one of those things. We can go and lock people into a bunker. We can put them out into the desert. But if something extraordinary happened, you can always walk outside and be like, I'm done. On the seafloor, in space, on the surface of the moon, looking towards Mars, you can't just walk out the front door. Creating this type of environment for crews, for men and women, of being able to understand, number one, risk, but number two, being able to deal with it. And one of the reasons that this particular habitat and this particular analog mission is so powerful is that the biohormonal, the biochemical profile that we've seen almost directly mimics what we saw on the short duration, high intensity space shuttle missions. So the biochemical profiles are extraordinarily similar. And it comes down to that level of risk, that level of intensity of putting these crews into this high stress environment with a high task and workload, while understanding that they are working in an extreme environment. Some of the other components that we do, and kind of looking forward to, one of my favorite aspects of this is that we use the coral reef as an analog for exogeology. So we'll send these crews out, some of whom are not geologists, they're not coral reef specialists, and we task them on a Martian time delay to actually go and take coral samples with a science crew on the shore that's mimicking mission control with the time delay that you would see on the surface of another planet. And like, do you take the 40 samples that are in front of you, or do you take the 5 samples that geologists really want to see? So how do you take these expert crews that are effectively experts in becoming experts, and then teach and train them to go and implement not only the protocols, but the new use of tools, techniques, technologies, be it on the seafloor, on the surface of another planet, to go and implement real world. So you can do everything that you want in the lab, but the operational considerations of how you actually physically go and take that sample on the surface of another planet or on the seafloor and get it back home safely with the entire crew alive. It could be as simple as, what kind of wheels do you put on the buggy to make it across that type of terrain? What happens if it gets bogged down? What happens if the battery dies? Like, these small real world considerations are things that you would practice in these analogs to make sure that you're not missing something. Like, what does the future look like as we move forwards in these types of realms? So this is called a newt suit. This is basically an underwater Ironman suit. It is a 1 atmosphere suit that is rated to 2,500 meters. So looking forwards, really, as we consider the exploration aspect, we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the depths of our own oceans. So taking our lessons learned from these amazing men and women that are pushing the exploration components, we're also looking at how do we go and make sure that we're addressing the needs of our own planet, the needs of the oceans. We're looking at different components of climate change, how it's affecting the oceans. And we know so little about what's just underneath the surface that we're looking at the implementation of tools like this to go and forge ahead and try and kind of answer some of those questions as well. So what about the science? What about some of the health technologies that we're testing on some of these missions? How are they applicable towards the conversation of the future, these future exploration missions? And how are we putting together some of these mitigation strategies to make sure that we're addressing some of these components? So oftentimes what you're going to hear about is the medical piece of these missions. How do we monitor these crew members? How do we go and address the fear or the concern about radiation? How do we go and make sure that we're looking at the musculoskeletal needs of a crew member, not for 6 months on station, but a 3-year round trip to make sure that they are healthy getting off 9 months after flying from here to the surface of Mars? So looking at telemedicine, new telemedicine technologies, being able to monitor just the fluid status and creating that link is something that we spent a significant amount of time on. Of how do you link a crew member back to the flight surgeon and give their physician all the information that they need to make sure that that crew member is as healthy as possible? Some of the other components and the futuristic technologies that we're looking at is kind of, most people are familiar with Star Trek, the tricorder. We actually have the first generation of the tricorder, a small credit card sized device based off radio frequency impedance interrogation. And effectively putting this on the chest outside the clothing of the crew member, we're able to detect this single tone radio frequency into the chest, and it couples with a dipole molecule. So what we're actually doing is mapping the passage of hemoglobin, and you can see there on the screen the synchronicity of the signal with an EKG, and then the mapping of the hemoglobin from the left ventricle into the aorta. What we're truly looking at is the next generation of medical technology being developed in these analogs for future exploration. But from a terrestrial point of view, this has massive implications just for medical monitoring here on Earth. And being able to go and look at the kind of small fiducial points, picking up these new pieces of information, trying to create a technology piece that will map with AI to create a true predictive index for new disease markers, especially in cardiology, is something that I look at specifically, but also trying to bend it in such a way that the application, the benefits that we get from true exploration development really do have true terrestrial value here on Earth as well. One of the most exciting components that we've looked at over the last couple of years is we did the first generation of DNA sequencing using the MinION sequencer on board Nemo. So what we did was we trial run the sequence that would be used, and that was then used by Kate Rubins on the International Space Station. And so this component and this particular experiment had about an 8-hour procedure that had to be followed almost down to a T. And one of the kind of biggest lessons learned, not only from an exploration perspective, but working alongside these extraordinary crews, is that my commanders, both Megan and Reed Wiseman, told me, you live and die by the procedure. So I was the very first person to actually go and conduct this particular experiment. I was pretty excited about being involved with this particular set of science. And about halfway through, I got a call from the PI at Mission Control. And the message came through is, did you turn on the device? I was like, sure I did. The computer's on, the device is on. They're like, no, did you actually put the on switch? And I'm like, funny enough, now after 4 hours of this procedure, I didn't actually go. And so I went and looked and I was like, I'll be damned, the device is off. So I feel really bad. And then I get the message to basically say the procedure was wrong. The PI had actually gone and forgotten to build in to the procedure. And I'd followed the procedure to the letter, literally, that there was no turn on the on switch. And I didn't deviate like for a second from it. And it was one of those eye-opening lessons learned. So we actually had to go and we adapted and fixed the procedure before it went to space station and before Kate actually used it to make sure that she actually turned the device on. So it's one of those small kind of lessons learned. And it sounds silly to kind of a lot of folks listening, but when you have to be this exact and you're putting technology into an extreme environment that isn't necessarily yours, it was just one of those core lessons learned for me of kind of moving forwards. Some of the other stuff that we've looked at is looking at vestibular function testing, some of these other medical components. I'm working with researchers in different universities to go and take, again, terrestrial research, but as they go and take this technology, shrinking it down, making it adaptable for this extreme environment, are some of these components that really do have significant knock-on effects. Some of the other areas that we've looked at is actually doing telemedicine and telesurgery. So this is actually a telesurgery suite conducting a mock operating procedure being controlled by Duke University surgeons almost 500 miles away. So trying to go and set up a comms link underwater that had high enough speed and fidelity to be able to go and conduct this really gives you an indication of what could be accomplished once we start sending men and women kind of off planet once again. And these are some of the components that NASA's XMC, the Exploration Medical Department, are looking at, but it really gives you a real world feel for the needs, the demands, and the expectations of how we're actually going to accomplish some of these very significant medical problems looking forwards. Some of the other stuff that we've done is we trial run various applications of the HoloLens, of the Oculus, of trying to go and see, can we use a VR component, not only for exploration, not only for stowing of equipment, but could we guide a non-medical practitioner to do some kind of a surgical or medical procedure in orbit or on the surface of another planet using these VR components and really taking lessons learned of what they've accomplished in gaming, and can we go and apply them to this exploration facet, which is quite extraordinary in some ways. One of the other areas that we're looking at is radiation, the concern around radiation for both men and women. Moving forwards as we go beyond Earth orbit is of significant concern. And so for Mark and Scott Kelly for the Twins mission, we went and looked at the length of their telomeres during that mission. And there was some extraordinary work done by the University of Colorado. And the expectation was that these telomeres, these caps on the ends of DNA, that every time a cell divides, that cap gets a little bit shorter. So a cell can divide about 100 times before that cap becomes a nub end. And then the cell goes into apoptosis, or the cell basically dies. Now, this leads to aging. It leads to diseases of aging. But there are certain genetic conditions like Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and other conditions where there are telomeres in the body that are genetically shorter. So it's thought that if there was one of these components, that if we send a crew beyond low Earth orbit, that these telomeres and other components of the body could be affected by radiation, and that long-term exposure to radiation could lead to cancer. So this is one of the things with the two twins, of looking at both who have flown, both who are test pilots, both who are astronauts, but one is in orbit for a year, one stays in the ground. Would the telomeres be of different length? And we actually found out that the crew member in orbit, telomeres actually got slightly longer temporarily during and after his mission, and then over about 3 months post-mission actually came back to the regular size. Confounded absolutely everybody. So what we've been looking at as part of these analog missions for these crews living underwater in a high pressure environment with high oxygen levels, with increased levels of nitrogen, and looking at these crew members to see some who have been underwater before, some of whom are divers that have literally thousands of hours underwater. Is there a change in telomere length? Is there a genetic component? And how do we go and look at re-elongating these telomeres and possibly putting together a genetic health mitigation strategy to combat the effects of radiation before the crews ever leave, and then while they're in transit to Mars or possibly beyond that? So these are some of the core genetic questions that we're really looking at that really have a knock-on effect. Can we go and look at these genetic conditions? Can we take crew members that have been in orbit, astronauts, take these extraordinary individuals, have been exposed to this unique environment, and then look at those lessons learned from a medical standpoint and apply them to basically uncurable diseases here on Earth? So those are some of the very exciting aspects of looking forward into the future, where healthcare really does benefit from the extraordinary amounts of time, effort, and research that's put into the space program. Some of the other aspects of kind of mitigation of work overload. And this is the intravehicular console where we actually monitor the aquanauts that are on the sea floor. So these aquanauts will go and spend 6 to 8 hours on the sea floor, actually traversing and kind of working on the coral reef. And so this is how they're tracked. This is how they're monitored. This is how they basically liaise and communicate with the habitat. And then this crew member here is then also talking back to the mini mission control that has been established on the shore. This here gives you an idea of the crew members working on the sea floor, testing some of the technologies. They're connected by a 1,000-foot umbilical back to the habitat itself with voice and then visual comms as well. On the sea floor, we also have the ability, we went during the mission, we planted the world's deepest coral nursery. And again, the coral reefs have suffered extraordinary damage around the world due to human interference, climate change, and so on. So what we're actually testing is new genetic pieces of coral at different depths to see which will survive in that strata, in that piece of the ocean, and then go and retransplant those pieces of coral back onto the sea floor while the astronauts are training to get ready to go to station, looking at the next generation of spaceflight, replanting coral reef in the sea floor. It's one of my favorite aspects of some of these components, because as we look forwards with the next generation of exploration, what does the next generation for our planet look like? What are we leaving behind for whoever kind of is going to inherit this little blue marble as we move forwards? So going and tagging these different pieces of coral, using these expertise, getting these crew members trained, was one of the most exciting pieces of what we've done and we continue to do with these missions. So that's just another one. So that's actually Megan Benken actually planting the coral nursery in preparation for her flight. Another area that we worked on is optical comms. So it's extraordinarily difficult to communicate underwater, and especially using light and then sometimes sound unless you're actually tethered. So this is actually a student experiment using LEDs to actually communicate underwater and then lengthening out that distance and to actually go and see what type of next generation comms could be put in place. So we talked a little bit about kind of the asteroid mission and then the next generation of what that would look like with kind of spacecraft. So you can see here with the astronauts and the aquanauts actually being hoisted on a boom on the end of these spacecraft, which would then hover over the sea floor. We actually had a mock-up of a lunar or an extravehicular lander on the sea floor testing new booms. How would you actually go and put somebody down on the surface of another one of these bodies, like an asteroid that would be continuously moving to make sure that it's done safely? Well, the only way to do it is to build it. So this was actually built on the sea floor with different modifications. And then we actually had an underwater climbing wall as well to actually go and test some of the drilling components. So it really gives you a real world feel for how some of these components are actually tested as we move forwards and look towards kind of the next generation of how we're actually going to apply these. You can see here just a mock-up. This is actually the bunks where we actually went and slept. And it will give you a feel of just the tight quarters of what this looks like, not only in space station, but as we put crews back into a small crewed module, the amount of space that these crews are going to have, not only for a couple of days, but possibly months at a time, is actually going to be quite cramped. And the expectation of being able to handle all of the medical needs, all of the science needs, technology needs, while looking after these crew members as well, is going to be significant. So as we move forwards, what are some of the other projects that are being looked at? What is being explored? One of them is the sea orbiter. So as we go and take lessons learned from not only space exploration, not only the oceans, what does our planet look like to make sure that we are creating a future for ourselves and creating a launching pad for future crews to go and explore the cosmos? One of those vehicles is the sea orbiter. The sea orbiter is kind of in its preliminary stages of construction. It's a maritime vessel with a oversea and then subaqueous component that will effectively have a Nemo-like module underwater. And this will actually float with the oceans on the currents itself. It'll be able to survive almost any sea state, including hurricanes. And it will have the ability to go and map out not only for climates, but to collect new ingredients and new resources for pharmaceuticals, to look at changes in the tides, to look at changes in marine life, but also to be able to go and train the next generation of crews, no matter what planet, no matter what body that we're training them to go, and actually be able to give men and women this opportunity to train for long periods of time before we actually send them on their way. So these are just some of the visions that there are so many explorers and visionaries out there that are creating the next step of what the conversation of the future looks like. What does tomorrow look like? This is what it looks like. And these stages and these platforms are being built right now to make sure that we have the most extraordinary next step in our future to come. And one of the biggest things is, like, people would ask, well, it's too expensive. We're not going to do it now. We're going to do it tomorrow. And I would always ask, when does tomorrow start? When do we actually go and take the first step towards tomorrow? Well, this is how we do it. We go and take these small steps now with visionaries of people that are looking to answer those questions, both from health, from medical technology, from vehicles, from training, all of these components that be done right now to make sure that as we look forwards, our next and our best chapter is still ahead of us.
Wow, thank you so much, Mark. So much information packed into just 30 minutes. And I would love to see the job posting from when you were hired, because you just grew it, and it clearly wasn't all foreseen before you got started. So thank you so much for sharing that. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions until the panel.
Perfect.
So we'll come back to you for that, but really fascinating presentation.
Delighted to be here. Thank you so much, Lee.
All right, and now I'm going to invite Michael Lane to join us to do Q&A and moderate our panel in this next segment. Mr. Lane is CEO of the Liftport Group, a company founded to develop the subsystems and precursor technologies needed for a space elevator, and then to commercialize those technologies in order to pay for the larger, longer-term project of building the elevator itself. Areas of focus are robotics, nanotech and material sciences, finance, and media. Michael has been a fundamental driving force behind Conversations for the Future since the very beginning. Our next speaker is Jennifer Fogarty. She is Dr. Jennifer Fogarty. She is the Director of Applied Health and Performance at Sophic Synergistics, LLC, a human-centered design firm specializing in the integration of human factors engineering and human health and performance into a business model. Jennifer's division develops and expands the application of medical technologies to remote medicine, telemedicine, and home healthcare. Jennifer has over 25 years of experience in medical physiology and extreme environments, and was most recently the NASA Human Research Program Chief Scientist. She has dedicated her career to enabling human spaceflight and is passionate about improving quality of life through health and performance. Jennifer, thank you for coming back to talk more on Conversations for the Future. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate the introduction and the opportunity, of course. Really appreciate my panel members, both Mark and Sarah. Amazing presentations, information, and hopefully I can connect some dots for folks while I give a little bit higher level view of things coming from, I'm going to struggle a little bit every time I go to share. It's a new opportunity to learn how technology works.
We've all been there. All of us have been there over the last year and a half. No way.
Yes, every Zoom, Teams, WebEx. I'm looking for, here we go. Get there. I was bemoaning home IT management this morning myself. So as Lee said, coming from the struggle with this. Chief scientist position. I had a unique view for 5 or 6 years, and my prior work before that was in space medicine and medical operations. So early on, I had created this bridge between the two communities, and a lot of that, I think, is a parallel effort between moving technology into space for application under constrained resources, and then really working to understand how to translate it back to Earth. And I'll go into a little bit of that, because space medicine, by its foundation, is terrestrial medicine, right? That's how we understand biology. That's how we understand the humanness of it. And then we put people in extreme environments, which Mark talked through quite a few, and we use a variety of analogs that provide stressors and look at how humans respond to that, and how do they adapt, and where does that adaptation take us. So I'm gonna, I believe I'm sharing. No?
You are sharing. We can see your slides. They're not in presentation mode, but we can see them.
Moving along slowly. There we go. Should take one more command. All right.
I like the owl logo. I didn't notice that before.
Yeah, so Sophic, small woman-owned business, really proud to be there. So Sophic meaning wise, and synergistic meaning good partner. And from a human system and a human-centered design company, we really do partner with people to help them get to solutions that are optimized really for human use. And sometimes that seems intuitive, but in spaceflight in particular, the push and pull of what you need to do and how you need to do it, Mark was commenting on procedures, it can be very easy to overlook what a human needs, especially when they're in a critical environment and how fast they need it. And sometimes things need to be done, and the choice of terminology being automated or autonomous. Automating meaning it does it itself. You know, you start to set up a bunch of commands and the hardware can function in a way that the human doesn't have to interact with it very much. It does it for you. And autonomous meaning, particularly with spaceflight, we're going to get into that, especially with the concept of COVID and home care and remote medicine, that the individual can operate it without expert advice. So how do you integrate that into tools, and it can anticipate what the person's going to need? And when we say person, again, like maybe someone who doesn't speak the same language. So how are you having them interpret icons? Maybe they're under duress, so cognitively they're compromised. Maybe they are physiologically, out of reserve. So this happens in many different paradigms, but spaceflight puts like a exclamation point on the issue. So came across, this is actually a NASA image, which I really was stunned by. They produced some quite beautiful products. And this is just, giving you that imagery of the relationship between the Earth, Moon, and Mars. That because humans are striving to achieve, a presence in other planetary bodies, but the idea of maintaining and restoring our planet, it is not secondary. It's woven in the fabric of what we do. Some of the components of NASA are more directly chartered, like the Center for Aerospace, for the Advancement of Science and Space, CASIS, the ISS International Lab, has it written in particular into their charter. But as a former NASA employee, it was a part of our everyday conversation. It was never a secondary part of it. But it is a challenge. There are different markets and financial incentives on Earth that weigh in on whether it will be adopted or successful or not, and regulatory guidelines. So there are some practical aspects to it that you have to think through. But I would say to folks out there that from a NASA perspective and a commercialization perspective, it is part of the conversation. It's woven into it. So I usually start out, again, showing people a picture of Earth, and the beauty of it, for sure. And that's commented on by astronauts. And as Sarah and Mark pointed out, that eventually, the psychological challenges associated with leaving planet Earth, but then leaving the ability to see planet Earth, are not trivial. There's a level of attachment here that's inescapable and undeniable and has to be dealt with. You can't just pretend it's not going to be problematic, but it's also a time to step back, given this view of Earth, of what it has to offer us. And in some ways, what we take for granted, the access to oxygen, breathable air, water, nutrition in some way, shape, or form. And anyone who watches kind of survival shows, like even under the greatest of duress, usually you're in an environment where you can access things. Mark rightly pointed out that for the undersea analogs, there is a level of danger, leaving the facility that heightens kind of the stress of it. Same thing with the Antarctic winter over. If you choose to leave that facility, you're probably in a susceptible to death environment. And so that ups the level of anxiety. And then also that concept of your ability to exercise free will is removed. You might have volunteered to go in, but if things change over time, if you choose to leave, the choices are staying and being under duress or leaving and dying. And that is very similar to spaceflight. So that kind of psychological stress that has a physiological implication to it is present in some of those extreme environments, which makes them a very particular tool that's used to understand spaceflight, but also with respect to stressors in our everyday lives and the amount of inflammation that is produced by that process, which is, an underlying disease causing state. It is where we get benefit out of all of that. And then, of course, there's Mars, the most extreme version of a planetary gold right now. It does not look anything like Earth. We can land on it. It has a solid surface, but it doesn't have anything there for us. And as you know, some of my colleagues used to say, like between the vacuum of space and then this planetary surface, it's out to kill you, right? You are going to have to make extreme efforts. And I started to describe that this is no longer a vehicle taking you. This is an exoplanet you're creating. You have to provide everything the human needs to go and anticipate future needs, especially as the body changes and adapts to the mission, which can have some pretty profound demands on the human. So it's just this juxtaposition of kind of a rich resource that we would like to restore and renew to this really austere environment, and what you have to anticipate and how do you get there? How do you decompose this problem, which is pretty significant, to doable things? And so we've used low Earth orbit, of course, to be our test bed, and going back to the moon as a near test bed, as far away as it might be. And then, you know, I think both Saralyn and Mark touched on this, but why do people dare to go? I mean, humans have dared to do exploration even on our own planet and struggle with some of the challenges that are still there for the deep ocean, but it is a human endeavor. And I think, you know, as much as we do have problems to solve today in our everyday lives, it's kind of in the gamish of all the things you have to do. Whereas taking a very pointed objective like an exploration mission really causes you to synthesize how it is you're going to go off and accomplish that effort and solve some of the hardest problems, and also meet the constrained nature of the resources, which we have a lot of latitude outside of such an endeavor, like almost too many choices, you know, and so we don't narrow in on kind of a solution that might work for everyone, even in the most austere conditions. And it is inspiring, you know, it's a galvanizing activity across cultural, geographical boundaries that actually has even superseded politics. A couple of years ago, I was in Moscow at a press conference because we had 6 people going into the Mars 5, or the NEK, which was used for Mars 520 for another isolation mission that was partnered with NASA and IBMP. And one of the issues came up was about the politics at the time. It was not a friendly environment between the US and Russia from a political standpoint, but the space program and even now the analog research programs to support space could supersede that. And we still were working quite well together. So it allows us diplomatically to maintain these lines of communication and find areas of cooperation that sometimes don't seem as clear on the political front when things are very contentious between countries. So it definitely has this very galvanizing human component to it. So I think most of these have been touched on in some way, but these are the poignant challenges. These are the hazards we're going to run into in space flight. And, you know, I've given many lectures, and I know a lot of my colleagues have. Of course, radiation was mentioned. And we understand here on Earth the dangers of radiation, but the particular kind that you're going to experience in space flight has a lot of unknowns about it. But it offers both an opportunity to study biology in a way we've never been able to look at it before, but it also opens up this opportunity for different solutions that I think could be brought back to Earth, both from the prevention standpoint. And I think Mark's comments kind of leaned on this, and we can talk particulars in the panel, but you know, prevention is really a key. And even on Earth, we talk about preventive medicine. I would say it maybe 10% exists in practice. You know, the way the medical system is really geared toward, you know, justification of things is about symptomology. When you become symptomatic, you know, is when people really start to engage and mitigate risk. But there is more and more data about prevention, but we have to get to a point of understanding cost benefit. So in spaceflight, we're pushing the envelope on healthy people. And this will become very relevant in the discussion later about trying to interpret in the context of the data that comes out of monitoring very healthy people and where the challenges are, and why I think precision medicine is going to be a key going forward. But that's a huge knowledge base that continues to grow, but interpret is the challenges. But radiation is one of those where it can impact you in 2 generic ways. One is DNA damage, and that one is actually pretty well characterized. We have a lot of Earth-based data, whether it be people who have mined in radioactive mines, whether it's, you know, post-atomic bomb, Department of Energy workers, exposures, even interventional cardiology teams get quite a bit of radiation, and understand the impact, the accumulation over time. But it's DNA damage, and damaging cells, and how the more, concerning case is you have DNA damage and a cell survives. What does it become? So you actually want to be able to go in and direct some things and encourage cells that didn't die, that should, in the concept of, cancer prone, like how do we target them? And that's where your immune system comes in. It can kind of pick off these cells with these errors. And now you want to enhance the immune system's ability to do it. And I think that's going to also, align with this conversation about how we encourage people to use tools that help your immune system battle back. And to Sarah Lynn Mark's point, dosages could be more precise for people, going back to precision medicine. So titrating exactly how we know who needs what and when, and the measurements that give us that guide. But the other part of radiation in terms of DNA repair upregulation within the body is an interesting concept. And we do have DNA repair genes. So some of the research that's going into just upregulation of them, you don't have to take in anything exogenous to do the job, but you want to know exactly how do you prime the body to do its job better. So there's some interesting tools that are going on in cancer research, of course, but the partner effect of radiation is inflammation. You say, and that's a very generic word. And, I think we hear it a lot, and the exact components of inflammation could be described very differently depending on kind of the expert you talk to. And there's more than one right answer, or way to describe it. But a lot of it has to do with free radical damage. And, you want to be able to find tools that help your body, get rid of these free radicals. They're called free radical scavengers. We've looked at nutritional mechanisms. They're out in the world. You hear a lot of resources, whether it be your red wine or tart cherry juice. The leafy green vegetables are all really good for that. And in spaceflight, it's hard to provide those. And we know that. And then these people are in an extreme environment. So this is where we start to touch on some of the other hazards that drive solutions that maybe can come back to Earth to connect to the solutions we'd like to bring to bear that are just for these underlying disease states. And actually, I'm going to skip altered gravity for a second and go to hostile closed environment, because this is where, in terms of building an exoplanet as a vehicle, you need entire recycling systems, like a self-contained, completely off the grid ability to recycle water, power, waste products into new raw materials. So when we build, and I still say we, I still feel very attached to being part of NASA and contributing to NASA. It's going to be a while before I can change to them, maybe never. But in a hostile closed environment, I think it's really put the emphasis on kind of the ultimate in recycling, especially water, air quality, monitoring those things to make sure that the water's still potable and the water's still breathable, and the right components, oxygen, carbon dioxide, nitrogen. So those systems and the engineering behind those systems, when I think of them, I think constantly of the impact it should have on Earth, and the buildings we build, and how we're trying to maintain the most efficiency possible. And I do know that from the funding of studies throughout NASA as an agency, and even some of the Department of Defense and Department of Energy, have led to those innovative changes, because that's where the seed dollars come from. The high risk money to go in and see if this engineering philosophy or solution could actually work. And then in practical nature, what does it mean? The space program needs reliability before it's going to fly it. So we test the heck out of it. And we try to test it for long periods of time. So something's going to go into an analog or even low Earth orbit before it's going to wind up probably on the moon. And if it goes to the moon, it might be in service in an experimental paradigm before it goes into an operational paradigm. And that's okay. And I think that stepwise progress gives us confidence that these systems will work and continue to do the job that they were designed to do. If I flip back to altered gravity fields, the second hazard, I think Sarah Lynn Mark poked on that a little bit with changes of pressure and where fluid is going. And there was a question I believe she answered that was very interesting to me about disease states, and maybe flying people who have different conditions that may make them seem vulnerable, but actually they're equally robust. And so one of the areas that we use are actually disease states on the ground that have kind of parallel symptoms to what we saw with the crew members. So for the space-associated neuroocular syndrome, which is changes in the eye and the brain due to an influx of fluid. And one of the areas you have to remember, we have to study physics again. It says, you know, fluids are not compressible, gases are. So when you move a large bolus of fluid into a compartment and you have something hard like your skull, you're going to increase pressures rapidly, right? Because it has nowhere to go, but your eyes, you know, are a very convenient pressure valve, given that the pressure flow can come from the optic nerve in the brain out the orbital, which is your access to the pressure that's in front of you, which is atmospheric. And we do, at this point, keep vehicles like International Space Station at 1 atmosphere. That is actually not projected for future vehicles. So we're going to have to be very mindful when you change that external pressure, you know, how that relates to the pressure in and behind the eye in the skull. And we keep reminding folks who do engineering about that there's a delta P that you have to think about for anyone who wants to do the calculations. But we do look at disorders like idiopathic intracranial hypertension, which is more prevalent in women, and that's a little opposite of how we see space-associated neuroocular syndrome. But we had a lot of parallels, and that's really where you start to understand the cellular level changes and the cellular messaging that goes on in disease states. It says we might have a different cause, but we seem to have a similar outcome. How do we understand the biology of what's going on here? And how do we understand who is vulnerable and why? Isolation and confinement, we touched on that a little bit. Sarah and Mark did for sure. I think Mark did as well with light cycles. The psychosocial stuff is real as well. You know, I mentioned not seeing Earth again, but having a team go away for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, be limited communication with Earth, limited contact with family. Just, you can't go for the walk when you have a disagreement. You can, these volumes, these habitats are relatively small that are being designed because of the propulsion systems. So you have to really prepare. And I think going on missions like Nemo or going to an Antarctic winter over, or it's called Caves in Europe for leadership training, it's really expeditionary training. It's to start to get comfortable and understand how you even understand yourself and your responses to stressful situations when you can't remove yourself, and learning tools, how to manage your own emotions and how to get a handle on things so they don't escalate, and to know what your triggers are along the way. And then the concept is, what is the mitigation? So whether it be therapy or, you know, an external advisor, this is where artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality all start to weigh in for exploration. But there is a parallel to being able to deal with people at home. And I know during COVID, there was an emphasis put on remote medicine, even with therapy sessions that I think people found very successful. And this was a little trial by fire during COVID on Earth, because before you could go to an office, well, and to be honest, there was a little delay in, especially in the United States, with doctors being reimbursed for telemedicine visits that kind of held up its adoption. And it got pushed and changed very quickly because they realized you could accomplish a full visit without hands on a patient concept. That was the kind of the rule of thumb for full reimbursement. And that even went over into the psychological domain. So with the concept of there being economics behind medical care here on Earth, but I think that was very successful. But in spaceflight, as Sarah and Mark said, we've known this for a long time because we were forced by the paradigm to have to do telemedicine and have the person talk to you and get video, if we were lucky enough to see you, to be able to do diagnosis and manage care over time. So distance from Earth is one of those hazards we put on there, because the further you get away, at some point we can't get you back. No matter what happens, you're on your own. The best we could do is delayed telemedicine. And that is one of those that's a complete paradigm shifter for spaceflight, and going to force that autonomy and automated systems to be more robust than we're driven here, because we've got the luxury and latitude most of the time to have a plan B or a plan C. Up there, especially with the Mars-driven projections for how you would get there, very quickly when you leave Earth's orbit, you're on a one-way trip to Mars, and it's going to take you several months, if not years, to get back, depending on the orbital mechanics of it and the design of the mission. So you will be on your own, and all we can do from the background is upload more data to tell you, and drag back more data out of sync with what you're doing. So lots of challenges there. So when we talk about kind of the solutions we need, just mentioned robust, autonomous, light and lean always, that would also be ideal for Earth. You want people to be able to take stuff in a backpack when you think about, third world medicine, remote medicine, extreme medicine. You need to carry it, and it needs to be pretty compact and multi-purpose. So that's comprehensive. You can't just solve one problem at a time. You're not going to take a backpack with 30 to 50 items. It's going to be one item has to do 30 to 50 jobs. So thinking about integrating capabilities, a lot of data and predictive analytics going on, that you're constantly making sure you're bringing in a lot of data because it needs to be analyzed to determine if you're on target. And if you're not, that data has to be analyzed for how do you get back on target? What's your path forward? And then how do you do your corrective action? Agile and responsive to a changing environment. In spaceflight, we change environments quickly, and depending on the mission, determines the frequency. Going to the moon in the Apollo era style, within a couple of days, you're in lunar orbit. You could be on the surface in a couple of hours, and then within a couple of days, back off the surface in lunar orbit. But in the Mars projection, there's much longer periods of time. So at some point, the shuttle sortie model works for using our prior human data with respect to spaceflight. And that also would segue into kind of Earth-like conditions when things are very rapidly changing dynamic environments versus long sustained chronic exposures, which you could imagine being more like long-term disease states, is more like the ISS model, where you're for long periods of time, you're going to be in a stasis kind of microgravity environment where your body may be adapting over that chronic exposure, but what is the rate of change, and how does that imply how your body is going to manage compensatory mechanisms? And then suddenly we drop you in a planetary field, a gravity field again. And in the case of Mars, after 9 months of microgravity exposure, if we don't provide artificial gravity, now you're back in 1/3 G, 3/8 G, and you have to suddenly respond. Because again, that G transition happens pretty quickly, tends to be very disruptive in trying to help people understand how to help the human help themselves. Because when you return to Earth, we usually have a greeting committee of about 100 people to scoop you up and keep you safe and take you to tertiary medical care if you needed it. On Mars, you're on your own. No greeting committee. You are it. So here's just like a compilation of some things going on that just touch on very briefly. There's a lot of resources out there to understand the elegance of actually the water recycling. And I harp on this a little bit because I think with, the constrained water resources, even within the continental United States, due to extreme drought, we do not engage in water recycling on any scale in our living paradigm, neighborhoods, buildings. It really is a struggle. Like how do we get there when we do have systems, to Insta-Hot, that it can be a small device under your kitchen sink to deliver immediate hot water versus the waste of having a tank 3 rooms away. Well, when you talk about recycling water, there's plenty of water that goes down the drain that could be really repurposed and perfectly potable, or used for a secondary surface if we didn't think it was completely potable. But we need to start move that needle forward, and it's been done for spaceflight. We are recycling urine and condensate as a needed resource, and that will continue to be our way forward. Growing plants, and we see this in different countries, but like the hydroponics. On orbit, we have different capability led by Kennedy Space Center and Ames Research Center in terms of the fundamental biology and then the plant biology of really how do we manage this and how do you ensure good crops, because these people need it for calories and nutrition. And also maintaining a diversity of food supplies so the crew can get what they need. And that's true across Earth. We have food deserts within our urban areas. And you do see people planting gardens and trying to manage that. But given the environment, it can be really challenging to make sure those crops are successful. Medical care, telemedicine has come up from both our prior speakers. We're heavily dependent on tools like ultrasound and keep on expanding the use of ultrasound. It is such a safe imaging tool, amazingly safe, as opposed to some of the other tools. They are very good, but they have a different safety vector because of the tools they use, whether it be X-ray or the magnetics of MRI, wouldn't be something you would put in someone's home. But ultrasound, given something like Butterfly IQ and some tools on a smartphone, we could get some really good imaging off of people and do diagnostics remotely. And NASA has continued to pursue not only ultrasound as imaging, but ultrasound as interventional for treatment of kidney stone. And they even, we have one of our principal investigators looking at it as ways to assess bone density. So Sarah Lynn Mark was talking about, the musculoskeletal injuries, issues of the loss of bone density, and then the risks that are associated with that. And postmenopausal women are at particular risk for fracture, because that's where the rubber meets the road, right? You say, well, how much bone density loss can I tolerate? Well, it depends on where you started. And then it also depends on some other things like what you choose to do. And in some cases, being active is great, but if it makes you more likely to fall, that's when the break happens. Some force has to be exerted to have a traumatic fracture. And what we worry about are both traumatic fractures on a planetary surface, but over time, eventually, if you lose enough bone density, particularly in area, and there's in the bottom center, there's a picture of a femoral head, the top of your femur, but I don't have a picture on here of your spine. And I know in postmenopausal women, atraumatic fractures, meaning fractures without any kind of trauma in the spine are particularly problematic, and it's a comorbidity. Why? Because it reduces your level of activity, your quality of life, and other things start to happen after that lead to an early death. And really, if we can never prevent death in its totality, but I'd like to think that we can extend the best quality of life for as long as possible, meaning you get to live a life of the level of activity and engagement that you desire, and stay as healthy as possible to do that. And then it goes back to precision. Of course, Mark mentioned the twin study and the 1-year study. There were lots of interesting findings. It's going to be very challenging for an N of 1, essentially, which was Scott, who was on orbit, to tease out what they may mean. But what I think it really showed us in the example of the telomeres is they're not usually measured on that time scale that frequently in a human, right? So when you think about how telomeres were understood before this, to me, relative example is the stock market. So if you look at the stock market from 100 years across, it's a trajectory with a positive slope. If you go into any 1 year, you're going to see a huge amount of volatility, right? So we went and looked at, somebody who has a 80-year lifespan. If you were to take telomeres once every 5 or 10 years over a lifespan, you would see them going from higher to lower. They would be disappearing, the telomeres, right? And we know that implies less protection for your DNA. Then the cells become senescent, they become old, they're less functional. And that all kind of, we get it, the gist of it from cell biology, that's what aging is. And we want to go in and say, okay, well, when do we interfere? How do we interfere for a better outcome? But when we looked at it for 1 year, and particularly a person under stress, he had an elongation, which was antithetical than what, as Mark said, anything anybody expected. And when he came back, that lengthening reversed, at least in the subpopulation. There's all about technique for specifics. I think it's very interesting work, and I think what we have to do is invest in studying people more, and that is going on even with NIH and the 1 million people study. So there are activities to characterize people over their lifespan to understand their genetics, their genomics, their metabolomics, physiome, all of the ohms, because that's how you're going to get to a picture of predictability. Like, knowledge will be power, and it'll be more about that precision component of where are your genes taking you. And often when I talk about it, is like most of your genes are not deterministic in that they don't link to a single outcome, but they are impacted by environment, and they are impacted by other genes. But we actually, if we knew what to do better in terms of our environment, we can make some choices knowing where our genes could take us toward a better outcome. And how do you monitor that over time? So that would be the goal of precision. And that would be a goal of precision for space flight, for sure. And we can concentrate on the couple hundred people who might go, which I agree that we would even take advantage of commercial space flight flyers, because they're a different baseline. But that doesn't mean that there's no good or better. It's just is, like, measure it, and we're going to figure it out over time. I think they provide more diversity, which is healthy. As always, they might have some advantages we could have never anticipated. So it'll be interesting to see. And there was some work to talk about through a center of excellence, like how could all commercial space providers who have commercial astronauts, be offered up the ability to engage in something like standard measures. what would the set of standard measures be? And most of these people, even though they're buying seats, are very altruistic in nature. They want to make a difference. They want to make a difference for humanity, for the planet. And so I find them very willing to engage if you offer them up, an opportunity with good rationale. Like, what is this feeding into overall? And then they do have their areas of particular interest where they often have science or activities they want to engage in particular. So when you think about where we're going to go with this in such an austere environment, like, conjure up the idea of with very little resources around you, how are you going to build a medical care, really a health and performance system? And if you could imagine, and I use this obviously for talking about spaceflight exploration, but you could think about this in your own home, so that you could reduce the idea of, well, why is it I have to drive 10, 20 miles, for some people 50, 100 miles away, or maybe you can't get to tertiary or primary medical care. That why couldn't access, given the smartphones we have, the very powerful computers we use at our fingertips every day, have resources with some very unobtrusive monitoring capability? Again, like, offering these tools up so that you can get something back. And it's always about value added, over the cost of whatever it is you're doing. How much time does it take? How complex is it? And in my new position, we work on medical technology that, say, they want to be employed in senior citizens. And one of the areas is to be very cognizant of, generationally, where are they? Like, how comfortable are they working with technology? And then even very functional things that become problematic is that if your hands are riddled with osteoarthritis, putting on a very convoluted strap of a watch become a deal breaker. So even in the astronaut world, Velcro is your friend. Velcro straps, things that are easy to slap on, slap off, clothing that has embedded sensors, things, even the camera in your phone or on your computer that can look at your eye movement, and your dilation of your eyes. There are fascinating things that could be put in place in everyday technology used for the right purpose. And I say that because I know there's always lots of concern about misuse, and of course you'd have to protect for that. But at least if we start bringing some of these solutions to bear and integrating them and testing them with people and putting them in paradigms where people see value, we can work through the other problems. So it's International Space Station was mentioned, and it is, of course, the National Lab is a world-class laboratory. And at this point, you can look at things from the human organ, tissue, cell, and molecular level. They keep on refining the capabilities they have up there. And a lot of the tools that we've sent up, we've pushed on companies who have had, it's called commercial off the shelf, and then we modify them. What's interesting is those modifications often bring to bear improvements on Earth. And a lot of them drive self-application, meaning, like, typically you would go to the office and someone has to manage the device while you're the recipient. You're the patient looking in something and someone else operating complex hardware. We said, well, we don't have time for 2 crew members to do that. So we want it in one person's hand with minimal interaction, could be even voice command. And they have responded. And I think, again, coming back to Earth, whether it be, in healthcare provider settings where you're trying to reduce the number of people who are touching things and touching patients, or home healthcare where you may have an individual doing their own exam, or, an untrained family member or care provider who doesn't have 5 hours to, school up on how to operate a device. They just need to put it on correctly via the instructions, which should be mostly icon driven, kind of like your phone when you turn it on and it kind of walks you through the setup. And gets images where it can actually verify that the images are diagnostic quality. Butterfly IQ is another one that has kind of running commentary that helps the operator know you got a good scan, that's diagnostic quality, move on. So very much quality things happening that I think, again, the pressures of spaceflight, the constraints of time, the idea that not everybody's a trained medical provider, but all have to be ready to use this hardware, is pushing on refinement of the techniques that are going to spin back to Earth. And we're going to, stand up. I think there's a policy element to it. And I think there's an education and awareness element to it to help people understand it's available. It's just maybe not the marketed choice to you, but it could be if we pushed a little harder on helping people understand the choices that are really out there. Analogs have been discussed quite a bit, and I don't even have NEMO on my chart, but we do have areas where we study space radiation. Again, it's really a lot of cancer research, as radiation being the causal agent. But at the biology of it, I think it's fundamental to understanding how cells are transformed and how cancer emerges and the various types of cancer that could occur. We use isolation and confinement in controlled settings as well as uncontrolled settings. The Antarctic is being the uncontrolled one. It's field research, and what happens. Altered gravity and the MVHAB, which is where we did head down bed rest. I heard Sarah Lynn mention that. That is a very interesting opportunity. It's another one where we can understand various disease states as well as space flight. So it's definitely a multi-purpose opportunity. And talked quite a bit about, Scott Kelly 1 year, but I think the message here is that genomics, precision, and personalization is really the key, not just for spaceflight. This is where, if I were going to put my energies, which I do, is going beyond the idea of sex, race, at a genetic level. Like, none of that actually exists, right? I get the chromosome difference, don't get me wrong, I'm a biologist at the heart, but the idea was, how do these genes interact with each other? How do they interact with their environment? And where's that prediction? Where's our ability to predict where that's taking us? Because that's when you're going to know how to do precision and make sure that you have the risk benefit to do prevention. I think that's right now where we struggle at the global level of symptomatic medicine, that it's hard to say to do an intervention before the symptoms have arisen, because you're like, I might do harm. I don't know that I'm really in a space where pushing something lower, such as cholesterol or, other bio markers of interest that normally, align with a disease state. Like, how low or how no visibility do we get them? And also, the precision of where we measure. For a lot of it, we don't measure at the cellular kind of RNA expression level. You measure mostly at the protein level. The biochemistry of it. So what if we did get to the expression level? Because that could be more predictive than waiting for the protein to show up at the biochemistry level. So trying to learn those connections, and you see probably hundreds to thousands of papers out a week on those things, kind of feeding the data, and then understanding how confident we are in the data to act on it. So that's kind of a charge to the research world as we know it, that you're at some point you're going to have to help us understand, how do we apply it? Finding new stuff is cool, but connecting, who's going to take it that next step to say, well, what does it mean? So I think the challenges of human space exploration really drive innovation. They drive completely different solution paradigms. And it really forces us to look for solutions on extremely constrained resources, fundamental ones that we're struggling here on Earth with, particularly with extreme changes in climate. So we got air, water, food, and medical care, all being really dialed in when it comes to human space exploration. And I really think the solutions can and will address challenges here on Earth. Now we got to figure out how to translate them back to Earth successfully. So I'm going to wrap up there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fogarty. And if we could bring on Dr. Mark and Dr. Agraffa. That was fascinating. This whole conversation is fascinating. I don't really have a great handle on bioscience to begin with, so I was learning an awful lot during this session. So I appreciate all three of you. We only have a few minutes to go into the kind of Q&A and the panel, but the thing that I wanted, each of you talked a little bit or a lot about spacesuits, but a few days ago, NASA decided that they were going to issue an RFP to create, to have commercial groups focus on building a spacesuit. And in keeping with, this is part of World Space Week and, a focus on women in space, there are an awful lot of complications around building kind of this next generation of spacesuits, right? So when we first went to the moon, it was all about uh, the guys, and I use that term on purpose, the guys with the right stuff, right? They were often military qualified, fighter jet qualified folks. It's a different game now. It's a different environment. So I would like y'all to talk a bit about your own experiences, keeping in mind that we're going to need a new kind of spacesuit. So I'm going to jump in, or I'm going to let anybody jump in with that, but that's kind of the marker. And I'm going to post a link to the chat so people can kind of see this new RFP that just came out.
I'll jump in here at the very start, and I know Sarah Lynn has kind of an awful lot to say on this.
Yep.
But when you start looking at teams working in extreme environments where the margin for error is so small, and if you don't address the needs in the technology development component for both men and women, like two different sets of crew members with two different sets of physiology and the needs, you are artificially creating a weak link within the team. And as we look at the paradigm, especially for high-performing teams, a team is only as strong as its weak link. So in the development process, as we look at these spacesuits, like there's numerous examples of what we have in the past, be it from female jet pilots for the Thunderbirds, for Army Rangers, like some of the women that we talked to, especially when we looked at extreme environments that were active duty, the pants that they wore literally up until a couple of years ago were literally designed for men. You had these women who literally the crotch was sagging down around their knees that they had to go and retrofit some of those components. And it sounds silly, but you look at even some of the current EVA suits, you look at the torso, you look at the hard shoulder joints, the way that they have been designed, that they actually create an impingement syndrome for some of our female astronauts. So as we start looking at the technology components and physiology, I think it's crucially important that we look forwards and address the individual needs as we go and design these elements to make sure that there's no way that in low Earth orbit, when we go and have to switch out a torso for a different crew member, that we'll be able to do something similar unless it's custom designed for each individual crew member as we push beyond low Earth orbit.
So I just want to follow up on Mark's comments. And by the way, I want to thank Mark and Jennifer for really outstanding, stellar presentations.
Yes.
Every time I listen to you, I learn so much, and I know the audience certainly appreciates your wisdom. In regard to definitions, I think, we've been talking about sex and gender, men, women. Let's just backtrack for a minute. Let me give you some quick definitions that the National Academy of Science has used. When we define gender, we look at it from a psychosocial construct. When we talk about sex, it's more the biological construct. And then, as Jen and Mark both mentioned, the issue of genomics certainly plays a role. So we have epigenetics. As you interact with the environment's interaction with you, especially at a genetic level. We often use the biomarkers, as I've determined, as human factors or social determinants to help us engage in the discussion. So sex, gender, race, age. And we can keep in mind, as we move towards precision medicine, precision innovation, all these factors will come into play. So let's just talk about the spacesuit for a moment. I held a summit at NASA many years ago to look at the impact of sex and gender on innovation novel technologies. The spacesuit issue certainly came up. We had military representatives as well as our astronauts. And one of our female aviators, really one of our top guns, said that she experienced emotional, physical, and spiritual harm trying to get her equipment to work for her. And then she described a 12-hour sortie where she was flying and needed to urinate, and basically had to unzip her harness, which was connected to her ejection seat. And here she's flying this multi-million-dollar vehicle and had to do that. And others were discussing that just flying the vehicle, that they would not urinate and that they required to be catheterized when they landed because they went into urinary retention. Completely unacceptable when we know we can do better. And the military, fortunately, over the last year or two, has brought back individuals to have better design. We hosted a challenge competition at NASA. This was in May of 2017, and the winner of that competition was an engineer from Armstrong who designed a modular spacesuit design to take into account how the body adapts to the space to environment, microgravity environment, which was really quite clever. So here you can have sort of off-the-shelf type of approach, but yet it can be a modular, which can also take into account how the body adapts. I think as we go into precision, we have to take into account very small differences as the body adapts have significant impact. And this is so important. As Jen mentioned, you are basically taking your habitat with you. It has to be comfortable. It has to allow you to have excellent stellar performance, and it has to be able to adapt to you as you adapt to the environment. I'm interested to hear what Jen has to say.
Sure. Yeah. The suit is another vehicle, right? So it's going to have to protect you from the vacuum of space. It is so close to your body, right? It's an intimate interaction. The level of complexity is extreme. I think accommodating all those things, it requires a completely new way of thinking about the solution. So a lot of times, and having been on the other side, what goes on with that RFP that you described, the request for proposal, is the government projecting its requirements. And they're supposed to be at a level at which they don't imply a solution, but that's really hard because most of your requirements are derivative of your past experience, which is already solution-based. So
the problem.
Yeah, so you get into this do loop with it. So really, if you look at the requirements, I think if you step back and you say, well, what are they trying to achieve with that requirement? Not the specifics of it, but just what are you trying to achieve? How are you trying to allow the body to function, both physically, physiologically? And it has, even NASA, with the years of collaborating with the different companies on a government suit, with all the brain power that's gone into it, it still can't meet all of the different needs, especially for something like an extended exposure where how do you eat in it? We figured out drinking a little bit, but then you got to deal with body waste, right? Even perspiration, urine, fecal matter is really problematic next to the skin. So when you read these things, I think people are going to have to really imagine a different approach. I think the suit itself, again, I'd like someone to almost like set the requirements aside for a second and go back to and just derive what's trying to be achieved with the requirements and open your mind up, or don't look at their solution. Like, don't get in that box yet. Right. And MIT has been working on that soft suit for a long time. And I think that's been rejected for a lot of different reasons that may not all be great. This is where you get into some politics and some choices that were made early on. And again, like there are these key decision points, they call them, where there's a bifurcation in the road and you had to take the right fork or the left fork. And maybe it's time to go back to the fork in the road and take the left fork. That's an okay option. Explore it. They worry about robustness. Well, get it tested. My thing is always about get the data. Like, we spend a lot of time speculating about what won't work. You're like, damn it, that's not science. You go do the experiment and you get the data, then we can argue. Put them head to head against each other in a vacuum chamber, put it up on station, get some safe space with it. We have lots of different avenues to test it, but it's kind of like history is written by the victors. And we need to rewrite history a little bit with options that have not been explored. And the RFP may or may not be designed. I haven't read it thoroughly. I know it's out there. But I think that is an opportunity for a novel group to come in and at least stake their claim on a new idea and get it out there. The commercial opportunities, I think, have opened the door because providers are providing their own suit. They didn't wait for the RFP. Right. Yeah. So SpaceX has it, even though they're considered IVA suit, internal vehicle activity suits, they're still got to be, rated to help you survive a rapid decompression, which is a vacuum of space. So I think the commercial providers have found another avenue to explore suit development that isn't going to be bogged down in the other requirements. Now, does that mean that you're not going to have to meet some factors of safety and the reality of the harshness of spaceflight? No, but you could go in with a completely different perspective. So I think the door is open. I think the time is now to explore it. I think the challenges are somewhat financial, like who's going to back it and for how long. The government dollars are very powerful in that area because a lot of industry just can't, isn't in a position to accept the risk to do that sort of development. Except now I see these billionaire funded commercial spaceflight companies going that way. So this is where they do kind of that public-private partnership. That could be one that survives the competition. And I think that would be very healthy to change the paradigm.
I think it would be fascinating to take a hard look at the various trade spaces that the decisions that were made in the 70s clearly don't apply to the the space shuttle suits were vastly different, right? And so I think that trade studies, just to say, do we go left, do we go right, and what are the metrics for those decisions? I feel like I don't think we have a good handle on, from being on the outside. I don't feel like we have a good handle. Whereas the three of y'all have really unique experiences in trying to understand this problem. I think that's something that maybe does warrant a new, fresh look. I like how you describe that.
Yeah,
So
I
one
love
of-
trade studies. I'm
one of
gonna
the
have, sorry,
apps-
I'm gonna have to leave for another meeting, but trade
Okay.
studies, yes, get the data to do them. I appreciate all that.
All right. Thanks
Thank
a
you so
lot,
much for the
Dr. Ford. We
opportunity.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fogarty.
If you've got a few more moments, we're supposed to swap gears here for a second, but one of the things I was curious about was a little bit about your path to how you got here in the first place. And we don't really talk about that very much, and it wasn't really part of the conversation. But Sarah Lynn, I think you mentioned that you have a twin brother. Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I have a twin brother. Just real quickly, because I know our time is short.
Yeah.
He's actually an electrical, chemical, and computer engineer, and
Okay.
had worked in the space shuttle program. So we see the world differently. He has the engineer mind, where binary ones and zeros, and I see sort of a kaleidoscope, as you can see from the painting in the photograph, by the way, which is a photograph from the Hubble telescope that Carolyn Kucera painted after she painted Sally Ride's flight many years later. So just quickly for me, I just always loved medicine. And then as I was in training, I was an endocrinologist in training and seeing a lot of patients in the microgravity environment. And as I began to do my research, I saw how similar it was to spaceflight, to what we were seeing. And that just ignited that love. I have a book called Stellar Medicine, A Journey Through the Universe of Women's Health. And it really sort of tells you my genesis and journey into the space program. I think all of us had a love as children, and it just evolved. And became an astronaut finalist, had a chance to work for NASA as an advisor. And, I see all of us will have an opportunity to go into space one day, because after all, we're all just made of stardust, celestial dust from the beginning of time. So we're going home.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mark. Dr. Agrafa? You're on mute, by the way. And while you unmute yourself, I just want to comment that both of your backgrounds are great. I really like the the continents over with the moonscape on top of it. That's pretty clever.
Well, I didn't design it, but I did buy it. I said so. Yeah, I needed something a little bit different. So my background was a little bit different. I did medicine back in Ireland, but I was the PI for the first Irish experiment that flew on board Shetland Station, that flew through the European Space Agency. So I had an experiment that was being flown by a European astronaut who was occupying a cosmonaut slot flying on a US vehicle. So you can imagine just how kind of convoluted that was.
No complications there, sure.
Well, so the Russians at the time needed a second full experiment with a full translation of Russian accompanying it, just to have a backup, and it never reappeared after we provided that. I was like, so the entire deal got sealed actually over Irish whiskey and Russian vodka, which to anybody that has tried to do kind of that deal in the background will know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And then I was lucky enough, I ended up at KSC for about 3 years as part of the aerospace medicine program, an office there. So I worked on shuttle as part of the kind of the aerospace medicine and biomedical engineering office there. And then I was lucky enough at the same time that I got a doctorate in engineering for the same research that we actually flew on station. So we actually went and took the same research, sent it to Nemo, sent it up to Devon Island, sent it out to some of these other analogs for kind of the development of new biomedical technology. And then from there, it was either when Space Shuttle ended, go back home to Ireland, or try and continue some of the work that I've been doing here. So I actually ended up moving out to Vegas and actually became the chief medical and technology officer for a small biomedical company that I'd done work with NASA, was doing work for the Department of Defense. And then I also teach and train combat medicine for special forces units. So we take SEAL teams, Green Berets, Ranger teams to teach them to combine their medicine with their tactics, and then stayed involved with NASA through the NEMO program as both a PI, a researcher, a diver, and so on. And basically they couldn't get rid of me. So that was people want to talk about kind of career advice and be like, just keep asking until it gets easier to say yes than it is to keep saying no. Seems to be the proverbial answer.
I keep telling people that once they get bit by the space bug, there is no cure. So,
well, you'll never make money. There aren't any jobs. It's a long career path. However, once in a blue moon, you will get to do something extraordinary that most people consider a once in a lifetime opportunity. And that's really what it boils down to.
Right on. Thanks a lot, folks. Really appreciate your time and your insights. We're going to pass it over to Lee. Thank you. Appreciate it, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, folks. Absolute pleasure.
Bye. That was great. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Michael, for moderating. Our next speaker is Meredith Garofalo. Meredith Garofalo is a certified broadcast meteorologist and space science journalist with Weather Nation, a national weather network based in Colorado. Next month, she'll be transitioning, she'll be transitioning into an exciting role in New York City. Meredith also serves as the chair for the AMS Station Scientist Committee, which focuses on raising greater awareness and outreach when it comes to science education for viewers. There's a big need there. Her accomplishments are widely recognized in both the science and space communities, including her passion for motivating and inspiring girls focused on both STEM and space industry careers. Plus, she sang the national anthem at a Denver Broncos game in 2018. Meredith, we're so excited to have you today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Lee. It is awesome to be here. And this is my first conversations for the future. And I'm just so excited to be involved in Foundation for the Future. I think I went to one of them, and then I got to meet you and Tim and a bunch of other people who participate. And since I've kind of got bitten by the space bug myself, I'm excited to be part of this, and I hope I can do more events with you guys moving forward.
Great.
Awesome. Well, I think, so if we can share my screen, I put together a little, how do I do that? Just, is it shared? Then I just put my PowerPoint?
Yep. You have to do the green button, share screen.
Okay, let's see. Share screen and PowerPoint. Okay. I think I just hit, let's see here, bear with me.
Now we can see your slides, but they're not in presentation mode yet.
How's that?
Perfect. Now they're perfect.
Awesome. All right. Well, great. Well, just to give you a little bit of an introduction, although Lee already did a fantastic job introducing me to you, for those of you that are not familiar with my work, I am on camera doing weather by degree and long time goal to be a meteorologist. So I was actually 3 years old and I had an interest in space, but my mom actually survived one of the biggest tornado outbreaks in history. It was the super outbreak of 1974, April 3rd and 4th. And for those of you that might be familiar, that was the tornado that wiped out the town of Xenia, Ohio. And it also really started the conversation of, you know, storms like that coming through and devastating communities. And something clicked inside of me as a 3-year-old. And I really got excited about learning about tornadoes and severe weather. And I really wanted to push forward and go into more of a career where I could help save lives and I could make a difference. And if you knew the 3-year-old Meredith, she was the one that would not stop talking, singing and dancing around the house. And so I had the show bug in me too. And so why not go into being on the news and presenting the weather in a way that could save lives, but that could also be fun and informational. So I guess comparing this generation, it would be like I was making Facebook Lives on my Fisher-Price tape recorder, which was something a lot of kids had back in the 80s and 90s. And I started making my little forecasts and I got really into it. And I know I was being silly and talking about, well, if you need to be safe, you know, you can jump in the toilet and shut the lid. And now I know as an adult, that's not something you can do to stay safe. But it just went to show that I was trying to, as a 3, as a 4, as a 5-year-old, to come up with ways that people could be safe from storms and from tornadoes. And then I learned about other types of severe weather. And I literally spent my whole life learning about weather and storms and presenting weather and storytelling, which in a little bit is something that's really brought me into the space industry, which I'm excited to share with you. But I went to school for a Bachelor of Science in Meteorology. I went to Valparaiso University in Northwest Indiana. And after that, I did an internship with Tom Skilling in Chicago, and I started my television career a few weeks out of college. And since then, I've really also developed myself as a reporter and a journalist. And I've covered a lot of different stories, but I really don't think it was until the last 5 years that I really found the need and the passion for talking about space and specifically weather satellites and how those are changing the world for us here. And it's how it's protecting us with lives and property. And so over the years, in addition to my normal on-air duties, as Lee mentioned, I spend a lot of time on my off time doing school talks. And whether it's virtual or actually going out to schools or doing career talks or meeting with career-minded college students that want to go into the science community or weather or space, it's been something I've dedicated a lot of my off time to because I know there's a need for mentors. And so I've done a lot of podcasts. The Space for Women podcast I've been on a few times, some through the American Meteorological Society, any way that I can get out there and help communicate the importance of STEM education, and now even the education of space and learning more about how we can forecast better for space, whether it's space forecasting or taking the weather satellites that are up there and using those to put our forecast together to really help better our lives here on Earth. And there's going to be so much more in decades and decades to come. We are just at the forefront of what we're going to be able to do with weather forecasting. And a lot of mine has been working with the government, with NOAA, with NASA, with the GOES and the JPSS programs, and even working with the Jet Propulsion Lab now on a few things. And so now there's also companies like Tomorrow IO, which was on a panel with me at the satellite conference, talking about how there's going to be more private sector satellites in space, which is just so exciting to think about that this is the generation that we are going. So I think I'm going to start off with my forecasting and my topics. And I've got my little clock here because I don't want to go over because I could talk for hours about this stuff. This is how passionate I am about what I do and what I live every single day. So when we go and we focus in on weather satellites, I mean, we think back to the 1960s when the first weather satellites were created. And they were good. I mean, they were something that we could use, and it was starting to give us data from a completely different angle, and combining that with radar data and being able to put those two together to make weather forecasts. We were helping give people lead time. But the thing was, a lot of the observations that we were getting, they weren't coming in real time. And they weren't giving us that picture to see if a storm was starting to strengthen, or maybe we should issue a warning because this line of storms that's about to go through Dallas is really starting to grow and to look a very classic pattern of a breaking severe weather event. And so over the last 4, 5, 6 decades, all the brilliant minds at NASA, at NOAA, at Lockheed Martin, Ball Aerospace, they all came together, and I'm sure I'm missing a few, L3Harris, they've all worked on putting together these tools and these satellites and these programs that are going to put these satellites above the Earth and study the Earth from every single different angle, and in ways that we can focus in on the whole Earth if we're looking at using data to go into climate patterns and whatnot, or getting that data down to 30-minute increments. Or if there is a severe thunderstorm or a hurricane, we can get it down to 10 minutes and even just minutes at times when we're doing a mesoscale or a more and more focused analysis on storms. And I think 2 great examples of satellites that I have used in my career with my forecasting has been the GOES-R series as well as the JPSS series. And again, there are so many brilliant minds out there that are trying to think of new ways and new technology that we can study the Earth, but in a way where, as a storyteller such as myself, every time I do a weather broadcast or a weather story, I'm able to take that data and take that science and take everything that we geek out about as space enthusiasts and weather and science enthusiasts, but bring it home to the viewers in a way that they can understand and know how these satellites are going to be impacting their lives. And so one of the things over the last 4 years I've been doing here at Weather Nation is really get involved in the GOES-R series. So just to give you an idea, you have the JPSS, which is a polar orbiting, so that it orbits the poles and it takes pictures twice a day of the entire Earth. But then you have the stationary satellites, and those stay on the same area as the Earth rotates. And so if there's a storm that's moving and changing, it's staying on that and rotating at the same speed as the Earth. So we can actually get a crisp picture. And it's like you see these incredible pictures coming in from space and from the telescopes and everything like that. Well, for GOES, these new pictures we've been able to get with this new series. So we've got 2 GOES series satellites up there right now. There's a 4 satellite series. We have 2. We have GOES R and GOES S. So GOES R watches over the Eastern Hemisphere and GOES S watches over the Western Hemisphere. And the way these satellites are crafted is they are giving us 3 times more imagery coming back, 4 times the better resolution, and 5 times faster. So just to give you an idea, if I'm forecasting a line of severe thunderstorms, earlier in the day, I know the ingredients aren't going to be there for severe weather. There's certain things and certain patterns that I look for and that the National Weather Service looks for and the Storm Prediction Center looks for. And it's really, to somebody at home, it's complicated. It's a lot of things to think about as, okay, well, if this has to come together. So my challenge is taking that and bringing it home and bringing it to a way that your grandmother would understand, or your 6-year-old watching the TV would understand. And so one of the ways I do that is I try to use everyday examples and combine that with satellite data. So if you think of seeing the most crisp image ever in front of you, and it's pointing out all the details, you can see, for example, for artists, the colors, and you can just see the strokes of the different brushes and the colors and the fine detail. I mean, that's the kind of imagery we're getting back from these next generation satellites. And you can notice if one's starting to show what we call a bubble, then we're thinking, uh-oh, an hour ago this wasn't there. This is the updraft of the storm that I can see from space through this high resolution data. And then comparing it to the radar data and what we're starting to see, the increase in lightning. The geostationary lightning mapper is a tool on the GOES satellites. And that actually can pick up the lightning in real time of what's happening. And if you go back an hour and there's no lightning strikes, and go forward an hour and there are 200 lightning strikes, that is a very clear picture of a strengthening line of storms. And that helps the Storm Prediction Center get out alerts and let us know where these areas are going to be that we need to be focused on. You'll probably hear us refer to them as outlooks. And the higher the category, the more likelihood we'll see a type of severe weather. And then the local National Weather Service offices can issue tornado watches or severe thunderstorm watches, because we're seeing a pattern of what's going to happen versus waiting for that storm, like our former satellite series, to happen. And then by then it's too late. People don't have enough time to get to their safe places. If it's watching for flooding, people don't have enough heads up to get to higher ground if they're going to be somewhere that it's threatened. And so I think that's one of the things when we're focusing on how are these satellites changing lives and how am I using the data to save lives? I mean, this picture right here, it gives me goosebumps every single time. You've probably seen it on NASA's website. You've probably seen your local meteorologist sharing it. You probably have seen it just on social media or in the newspapers. One of the astronauts, actually, Thomas Pesquet, I think. Thomas Pesquet. I interviewed him actually when he was on the space station. If I botched his last name, I'm sorry. I didn't take my notes on that, but he took this great picture. But this is the kind of images we're talking about that are coming back to us here on Earth. And we can see the structure. And then when you can zoom in and get a crisper picture and look at these bands and see the bubbling and knowing that, or really get that structure of the eye wall and see when it's starting to become defined, that's going to be helping us with tropical system forecasting, because that could show if a storm is weakening or it's strengthening, or if all of a sudden a storm is going into a cycle where, okay, just a little bit, we might be making some changes. These are the kind of things as a meteorologist I'm looking for. And I'm using this high resolution data and I'm getting it in much a faster time. So if I see, for example, let's focus in on flooding. These satellites are providing data where I can see a storm is stationary. And in 1 hour, we've already seen 1 to 2 inches of rain. Well, the National Weather Service offices are going to issue those flash flood warnings, and we're going to be getting that to help with our storytelling. But then I can use this data. I can take that satellite data and show it on the radar and combine it with the radars and say, look, this storm isn't moving. And I'm very highly confident that this is going to lead to some flash flooding. And it gives people that extra time to get out or to get somewhere safe. Or maybe they're supposed to drive home from work in an area that typically floods. They can get out of the office a little bit earlier. The same thing goes for severe weather outbreaks. When your kids are in school, you want to know, is it going to be safe for them to take the bus home from school? Or is there the potential for severe weather where maybe the teachers let them out of school an hour early? That hour may be precautionary, and maybe those lines don't produce tornado warnings. But we use these satellites to help give us the tools to make these calls and to be confident enough in our forecast because we're seeing it in real time. And it's tough. I'll be honest, as a meteorologist, I have covered in the last decade plus every type of weather you can imagine. I have been live on the air with tornado outbreaks, large tornadoes going through communities. I have been on the air during the worst hurricanes in the last decade, Harvey, Irma, even Ida most recently. And I've had to give the bad news of what I was seeing and how it was matching the forecast from NOAA and the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service office, that this is going to be a life-threatening, possibly unsurvivable storm based on what we are using this data to produce for us. And then you go to the wildfires. I used to work in California for 3.5 years. And this new satellite data was actually being introduced from the first of the series to the National Weather Service office in Los Angeles. And I was doing a whole behind the scenes story with them. It was all preliminary. It wasn't official like it is now, but it was very interesting for me to watch them and their warning coordinators look at the data and be able to make these decisions a lot faster. And they were very confident. And even something as we go into aviation, because I know aviation plays so much of a big role with space, you can see if that fog's going to come in or if it's going to be safe for pilots to take off. And for the bigger scales, rocket launches. I mean, we think back to the Landsat launch that we just had out of Vandenberg Air Force Base. If you are familiar with the Central Coast weather, fog in the marine layer plays a huge limiting factor sometimes if a launch has to be scrubbed or not. And I did a story on that too. And I was there with those meteorologists the day that there was supposed to be a launch. This was about 3 or 4, actually now it's like 7 years ago, but I got to sit there with them and look at what they were looking at and how they could see that marine layer wasn't going to budge and it wasn't going to be safe for a rocket launch. They had to scrub the launch. But this is the kind of thing where, as a broadcast meteorologist, I'm using data from space to help tell my weather story and also to move forward into my forecasting and to strengthen my forecasting abilities, because as we know, it's not possible without the story behind it. And so I think one of the really important things that I'll wrap up my part of my session with is, why is storytelling important? I think we have to focus on the why. Because yes, I'm a meteorologist. I go up there, I give the weather forecasts. But I like to say that I'm different. And I'm hoping to push more broadcast meteorologists in the direction of really enhancing their station scientist skills. Now, that's something that I am the chair for right now for the AMS. I have a fantastic committee, and we're doing great things to work with meteorologists across the entire country to now add into, in addition to weather and climate, the space factor. Because as we know, space weather is going to be critical down the road, not just for us here on Earth and for our communications, but for the space station, for the potential of people living and working in space. There are so many things that are going to be impacting astronauts and all of us that could be up there someday. And so to take our broadcasting and the privilege that we get every single day being on air to tell these stories, we need to take it to the next level. We need to wonder what the people want to know that are sitting at home watching us, what the people are looking for, not just on an app, but when they go to their website every morning or they have their coffee, they need stories that they can understand. Because yes, to all of us that are in the science and space communities, we know our trade. We know all the nitty gritty and we all geek out together over the same things. But at the same time, we as communicators in the television business and even the radio business, we have a responsibility to become that station scientist, to become people can trust. And we all know that we've had problems with trust with the media over the last decade. But I'm hoping through my involvement in the space community and what I'm doing through the AMS and what I'm doing through my outreach, actually attending space conferences, such as the Space Symposium and the Satellite Conference, and speaking at events like this to say, We need to get more of us that are scientists in the media, in the broadcasting communities, out there and focusing and studying on space, but taking that storytelling to people at home, just like we tell stories so people can understand how weather is going to impact their life. We need to make sure that people know how space is going to impact their life. And that's something as to them that might be little as, oh, it's a nice day. Well, we're using the weather satellites in space. And things that our scientists and astronauts in space, all the research that they are doing to bring here back to Earth. It's really cool and it's really easy to understand. It's like conducting science experiments in your students' classes. I mean, we're all doing these different ways and these different things to make a difference, but we need to have a voice and become more than just the station scientist, but also become a trusted journalist as a scientist. And I know there are a lot of great journalists out there that are scientists. And I know there's a big focus on climate right now, but I do think that we need to start focusing on space and space exploration and how space is helping us here at Earth. And I can say, I think one of the things that really has gotten me excited over the last 3 years is I've been asked to be a judge for the Space Foundation's Technology Hall of Fame. And it blows my mind, some of these technologies that are happening, but their stories aren't getting told. And they need to. And so I think that's what makes me unique as a broadcast meteorologist, as I'm also becoming rocket girl. I'm also getting that passion for space, and I'm turning it into stories that I can tell in a way that the people at home can understand. It doesn't matter what age, where you come from, what your nationality is, you're going to understand what's going on. And just like people love to read a good story or watch a good story on TV, my goal as a journalist and a broadcast meteorologist is to become that science and space reporter that people can trust. And so I'm excited to see what happens in the next 5 to 10 years, even in the next year. And I'm always going to be looking forward to people like you that are watching something like this, to start the conversation with me, to start these conversations for the future of reporting and journalism, and getting more and more scientists out there to not just be doing weather, but also to be doing the science behind what's happening in space. So we have about 4 minutes left, and I figure I said a lot of things out there and a lot of intense information, so I'm open for questions as well.
Meredith, that was great. Thank you so much. I had never thought about the fact that every news station has an actual live scientist as a resource. I mean, I knew meteorologists were scientists, but I never thought of that as something that they could draw on for other science reporting, which they usually have done by an auxiliary. I think it's a terrific idea and very much needed in today's world, understanding how to talk about data and how science works. Even people who are fans of science today don't quite know how to talk about it. How has that been received? So you have this organization, AMS, that you're working with on this concept and promoting it. What are the challenges in that process?
I think the challenges are, this is something new, just like you said. Mm-hmm. If we go back a few decades when talking about climate was new and people didn't know which way to go with it, and they didn't have some of the data that we have now to really feel confident in that. And so I think I've been getting some great feedback, especially this year. I've actually moderated panels at 2 conferences for space. And when I go in there as the media, I'm not just going in there as the media to just cover the event. I'm going in there to find these stories and find these opportunities where I can work with CEOs of companies or people that are doing incredible things that the public needs to hear, and using my background as a journalist and a scientist to tell those stories in a way that are easy to understand. And I've probably spoke to 100, I'd say maybe over 1,000 people this year about this idea and what I'm doing. And I really have been getting great support and feedback. I've been getting great support from my stations, both my current and my future station, about the idea of starting this conversation and having somebody that actually has a background in science talking about science and space. And so I think it's going to take effort, and it's going to take time, and it's going to take experience in getting these stories and being able to tell these stories and start putting them out there. And more people are seeing the work that I'm doing to inspire other people. I had a meteorologist the other day, was like, how can I get excited about Space Week to my viewers? And she came to me because she knows what I've been doing. So now in her market, her local market in Indiana, now she's finding ways to get excited about Space Week. So I think it's the start of something. I'm so happy to be on the forefront of that. And my goal someday is to be the first female meteorologist in space and get up there and do storytelling, not as a reality show, but as real life and as a real life scientist who is on television, to be up there and to tell a story in a way like nobody's seen that before.
I can't wait to see that.
In a spacesuit, it sounds like.
Yeah, you'll have a new spacesuit and apparently some special zipper pants. Thank you so much, Meredith. Really appreciate you joining us today and look forward to hearing about your next gig.
Yes, and I look forward to continuing the conversations, just like we mentioned with this. And I hope to do more of these events and continue this conversation and network to the next level. So everybody reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn. You can connect to Lee. She'll give you my info.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lee.
All right. Our next speaker and final speaker for the day is Dr. John Olds. He is the founder of SpaceWorks Enterprises, Inc., or SEI, and serves as the corporation's chairman and chief executive officer. As CEO, Dr. Olds is responsible for the strategic growth and overall management of the company, as well as establishing and integrating vision for the company's various operating divisions and technical activities, which are pretty broad. He also has ongoing technical roles within the company and holds a joint title as one of the firm's principal engineers. Dr. Olds has over 30 years of experience in the aerospace sector, including positions in private consulting, large aerospace industry, academia, and small business. John, welcome, and the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. Happy Space Week. It's good to be celebrating with you. This is my first time on Conversations for the Future. I'm seeing a lot of names that I recognize, or at least a few, but a number of you I don't know, and I look forward to interacting with you either after today's presentation or offline. If you'd like to contact me by email or LinkedIn, I'm happy to make new friends and answer questions. When Lee reached out to me originally, she said, hey, the theme of this month's conversation is going to be bringing space home. And I've prepared a few charts for you today that talk about one of our product lines at SpaceWorks, and I'm going to give you some examples, in fact, some very practical examples of how we're using space to benefit the citizens of Georgia, which is my home state. Let me share that and go to presentation mode. And if somebody can confirm that they can see that.
It looks great.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and start. I've got, like I said, about 20 charts or so. To start you off, I am going to subject you to a bit of a commercial. So my apologies. Many of you may or may not be familiar with our company. We are a small business located in Atlanta. We've been in business for about 21 years, and we work on advanced aerospace technologies, a range of them actually, and software as well. My prior career to this, I've been in aerospace about 30 something years myself, but I was a college professor at North Carolina State University in Raleigh. And then I was a college professor at Georgia Tech here in Atlanta, and got the bug to try private industry and try my hand at being an entrepreneur. So I left the confines of tenure and academia to try my hand at being a business person. And I've enjoyed the ride here in the new space industry. It's been fun to watch all of the changes that are happening as companies begin to invest and make progress in space in a private manner. So anyway, this is our group. We're located, like I said, here in Atlanta. We do have, the primary brand is SpaceWorks, but we do have some other brands that we operate that you might be familiar with. And in their way, each of these brands is bringing the benefits of space back home. But I'm only going to mention them at a top level here. Generation Orbit is our line of business studying and working on hypersonics research, including the X-60A and the X-60C flight test beds. Terminal Velocity Aerospace is our line of business working on reentry devices, small capsules that can return payloads science experiments, materials, pharmaceuticals, biomedicine materials from space back to Earth in a controlled and precise way. And the one I'm going to spend most of my time talking about today is the last one on this list, and that's Blink Astro, which is our small satellite IoT business. And that's the one I'm going to give you a couple of examples on of some of the progress that we've made. Little walk around what we do. I have a fun place to work. I get to go to work every day around aerospace hardware and some very smart people who are part of my team. You can see the kind of things that we get to work on. I will point out in the lower left of this image, we are going to our third high altitude drop test of a space return capsule prototype later this month. So you might look for that. That's being done with NASA sponsorship. We're doing that out in Oregon. And we're also working on hypersonics and hypersonic flight. And you can see some of the examples of our rocket boosted hypersonic system in this image. But that's what we do here. We're a small business and we love aerospace. Let me turn my attention now to talking about Blink Astro. So again, Blink Astro is our line of business focused on IoT and small satellites. So let me tell you what our ambitions are in this area and then talk a little bit about our accomplishments. You are probably familiar with IoT. IoT, the Internet of Things, or machine-to-machine communications. It's in our everyday lives. It's increasing. I'm sure a number of you have smart devices in your home, as I'm showing you here on the left, either smart thermostats or smart air filtration systems or a smart robot or a smart refrigerator if you're lucky. And almost all of us have devices that listen to us all day long. For saying one or another name out loud gets a response that says, how can I help you? So those devices are very ubiquitous. They're around us, like I said, all the time. You may be less familiar with the IoT progress that's being made in the commercial sector and the industrial sector. I'm showing you some examples here on this chart, starting in the top left from smart farming or precision farming, that is tractors that can drive themselves and conduct very precise routes over a farmer's field. Top right would be automated construction equipment, same way, and tracking. The orange device here on the left center is a robot that's used for pulling inventory out of factories by Amazon to deliver things to our homes. Smart container tracking, and that also has a national security aspect, being able to track what's happening to a container that's being shipped across the ocean or by rail across the continent to make sure it's not tampered with in transit. Lower left, pipeline monitoring. One of the issues in certain parts of the world is theft of petroleum products from pipelines, above ground pipelines. And so being able to monitor the flow of product through that and making sure that every periodic check the flow is correct is one of the applications that we're foreseeing. And then also smart drones and smart flight devices that are used in industries such as the film industry. So that is a growing market. IoT is here to stay. I can hit that a little harder on this chart with some data for you. The industry really is projecting IoT to be a $1.6 trillion market by 2025, 1.6 trillion, with over 75 billion connected devices worldwide. And I expect as we become to rely on this technology more and more, that we're going to expect it to be in more and more places. So I certainly believe this, and I think it's coming. The question is, what role does space play in all of this? Most of the devices I described to you in the home are connected by Wi-Fi. They're connected by the Wi-Fi in your home. Some of them in cities are connected by cellular networks where they are available. But the world is quite large, and there are plenty of places in our planet that are not connected by Wi-Fi or not connected by cellular towers that can be connected by space. So over the oceans, for example, certain parts of infrastructure poor countries and continents, areas near the poles that are not well covered by ground-based infrastructure are all candidates for space-based IoT and space-based communications. The existing satellite networks that are up that really were voice optimized for telephony and other applications such as Iridium and Orbcomm, there are others, tend to be expensive for IoT communications. I'll give you a notional number. It's about 40 or 50 cents per communications for each IoT device to check in with a satellite network such as Iridium or Orbcomm. Depending on how many devices you might have and how many uploads you need per day to the satellite, that could cost you $100 or more per month for a particular device. And that's in a time when we are used to having unlimited cellular data. Text messages on our phone are practically zero when amortized over the cost of your data subscription. So paying a few $100s to connect a device seems a bit expensive. So what's happened that generates a disruptive opportunity? One is launch costs have come down tremendously. SpaceX and others have significantly affected the cost of launching satellites into space downwardly in a positive way. And so the cost of space access is made space and space-based networks much more attractive and hopefully because of that more affordable. The other disruptive technologies are CubeSats. I don't intend to talk a lot about CubeSats today, but just a little bit. Hopefully most of you have heard that term before, but it's a standard that was created by a couple of academics maybe in the 2000s that has commoditized the production of very small satellites. Satellites that are 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters or built from that basic building block, a unit building block of a CubeSat into groups that are 3 or 6 or 12 or 24 units big. And that commoditization has reduced the cost of components and standardized the launch interfaces associated with very small satellites. And so those two things caused us here at SpaceWorks a few years ago to look out and say, this is a chance for CubeSats to come along and play in the IoT market globally at a price point that beats larger satellites in higher orbits. And we took it upon ourselves to chase this down. And this is what we're doing under Blink Astro. Okay, so I'll give you a quick intro here of what we're doing. So tens of thousands of globally deployed transmitters. I'm going to show you some of the applications that we see as potentially interesting. The network that we're proposing is up to 100 CubeSats, which we call BlinkSats, in low Earth orbit. One of the keys to success in this market, I believe, is developing low power requirements, low power from the ground data devices and the transmitters to Earth orbit. And you can achieve that by having lower altitude. You can achieve that by having the spacecraft be placed in low Earth orbit or up to maybe 500, 700 kilometer altitudes. Creates a better, more favorable link equation between the ground transmitters and the orbiting spacecraft. All of our devices in our model are direct to satellite communications. That's as opposed to a hub and spoke type of architecture. We believe that there are applications and the devices can be made small enough on the ground that you could put one on the back of a sea turtle if you want to, or you could put one on the back of a polar bear, or you can put one on an iceberg or wherever they need to go and have them communicate directly to the CubeSat without having to work together in a hub and spoke arrangement. And then finally, we believe an end-to-end integrated network provider is key to providing global connectivity. These devices are ears in space, so often we'll consider ourselves to be more like a Horton Hears a Who model and not a eyes in space. So we're not observing the Earth or we're not doing remote sensing of phenomena on the Earth. We're having active transmitters that are part of the network, collect data, and then relay it up to our satellites and back down again as part of an integrated backbone of communication. So we're more like Horton Hears a Who here. This is our patented approach to low Earth orbit CubeSat-based IoT. Essentially, there are small CubeSats. What you see notionally shown here are 3U CubeSats with deployable wings for solar and also RF antennas. A network of those, I'll show you that more about that in a moment. And connecting to a wide range of devices. And as they pass over, they would have what I'm going to call many-to-one, M-A-N-Y, many-to-one communication. So at any given pass, an overflying spacecraft would have to communicate with hundreds, if not thousands of IoT devices and manage all of that communications over about a 10-minute pass. So you have a 10-minute pass over a target area on the Earth, and you have to uplink all of the collected data during that time. Variety of sources, I'm showing notionally here agriculture, which I'm going to spend more time talking about, trains or transportation, military applications, cargo shipping, energy applications. So there are a variety of applications that we're targeting. How does it work on the back end? Well, uploading the data to the spacecraft in a store and forward type of architecture is just the beginning. So then we would fly over a downlink station, downlink that day's data to that station for storage on the ground in large data farms for big data applications and data analysis. And then that is distributed to the customers on a variety of devices. And we've been able to show iPads, iPhones, browsers, et cetera, as the way to access each customer's data. So depending on what you're tracking, we can present that to you in graphs or data or table, or form alerts in case anything is out of bounds, a temperature that might be out of bounds, or a container that may have been opened prematurely or something like that. So the end-to-end data flow starts at the data collection point and ends at the end user's portal. What does the spacecraft constellation look like? We have envisioned a Gen 1 and a Gen 2. So these are proposed constellations. As I said, we are a store and forward type of constellation. So we overfly the target ground transmitters. We collect the days or a half a day's worth of data, depending, and then store that to the next opportunity to downlink that. So it's not necessarily real time. It may be delayed by up to a day before you get your data, depending on the constellation. And in this case, I'm showing the first generation just consisting of 8 spacecraft. Shown in mostly a polar orbit around the Earth, 4 satellites per plane, 2 planes, and worst case in this case is around the equator, the farthest distance between the planes, which would get you 1 pass every 6 hours from 1 or more of the spacecraft. So 4 per day is the minimum service for that initial constellation. If you're tracking some of ours or some of our competitors, you know that we are proposing, all of us are proposing more real-time data collection and downlink, and that can be achieved with a larger constellation, up to 100 satellites, depending on sparing. 100 satellites could create a Walker type of constellation that would give you continuous global coverage. So that would mean any point on the globe would be serviced by a satellite all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's the ambition. That, of course, is a more expensive venture. We are a small business here at SpaceWorks, but that's on the order of tens, if not low, maybe a low $100 million type of thing. The single spacecraft can be achieved for much, much less than that, the Gen 1 constellation for much less than that. So those are our visions of what we intend to do at Blink. So what have we done? Where do we stand now? And that's the part that I think is particularly germane to today's topic, which is bringing space home. I did mention that we're located in Georgia, and so some of the applications I'm going to show you are specific to the state of Georgia. Let me start by discussing one of our more recent accomplishments, and that is the launch of Blink Technology Demonstrator number 1. The key to this is the transceiver. The key to it is the radio in space and also the companion radio on the ground, but they have to be low power, high efficiency, tunable radios, and capable of hearing or listening to very low radiated power in orbit and communicating with multiple devices at the same time using domain spanning technologies. So we built a radio in-house. Our engineering team, shown in the lower right, put together this BlinkSat radio in a few months, and we flew that in space aboard a Nano Avionics host spacecraft in 2019. It was launched from India, successfully launched from India into a polar orbit. We were one of about 6 hosted payloads on board that particular spacecraft. Our partners at Nano Avionics did a fantastic job. They're located in Lithuania. They offer hosted payload services to small businesses like ours. And so a little company operating in Atlanta, Georgia is able to buy a ride to space, get it launched out of India, and then operate an experiment over a period of time. We operated this experiment for about 90 days That spacecraft is still in orbit, by the way, but our experiment has ended. And over that period of time, we had placed 5 blinkers across the continental United States, and some of them with multiple blinkers in the same location, and demonstrated some of our technologies over that mission, did that successfully. So accomplishments on that particular experiment was the radio itself, the transceiver, which we used in a receiver mode. We built ground transmitters as well. We were able to receive short messages. Now, think of these messages not as a high definition stream from television or even a two-way voice conversation. They're essentially like tweets. They're very small messages consisting of only a few characters of data. How hot are you? Where are you? What's your temperature extreme? What acceleration have you seen? What's the water content where you are? And that's packaged into a small string of data that we then upload this way. So it's more of a short burst message or more of a tweet really than a two-way conversation. We tested the link performance between the 2 radios, found that satisfactorily, and then of course demonstrated from multiple sites. So this was a key accomplishment for us as we're rolling out our capability, and we continue to refine the radio technology. At the same time, we wanted to test the market. And one of the things we wanted to do is test it fairly close to home here in Atlanta and make sure that there was interest in having these devices operate out in the field, having space-based communications devices operating out in the field. So I'm going to give you 3 examples. I'll walk through each of them. This was an experiment we did recently in the Chattahoochee River. The Chattahoochee River is a very important waterway to us here in Atlanta. It supplies our drinking water. The river originates in the mountains of North Georgia and then flows into a large reservoir called Lake Lanier. That's to our northeast, and then across the north side of Atlanta, down to the west along the border with Alabama, and intersects the Flint River down in South Georgia, South Alabama, and that becomes the Apalachicola River as it crosses the panhandle of Florida. So this particular river shares borders with 3 states. If you've heard of water wars, a lot, Chattahoochee River is subject to that because we have a lot of need for drinking water here in Atlanta, but the politics of what happens downstream is very important to our friends in Alabama and South Georgia, as well as Florida. The Army Corps of Engineers controls the flow of water in the river through release of water at Beaufort Dam at Lake Lanier. They release lots of water periodically. The river will rise and flow quickly during that period of time in heavy rainfall, for example, when they need to release water. And then in addition, Georgia Power does maintain a hydroelectric dam at Morgan Falls that also depends on the flow of water to power some of the homes here in Atlanta. And I guess I should say on top of that, it's a recreational river. So the canoers and the kayakers and tubers enjoy the river. If you heard Alan Jackson's song "Way Down Yonder on the Chattahoochee," you know this is an important a river for recreation here in Georgia. So maintaining that balance between power generation, flood control, drinking water, and recreation is a tension that we face here on a regular basis in Georgia. Our device called an aqua blinker, I have one right here, for example, in my hand. They're floating spheres that are powered by batteries. And we have done an experiment there on the Chattahoochee to understand the flow, the rate of flow of the river from one location to another. So with our devices, we're able to monitor the local speed, local velocity of the device over time, and then upload that to the satellite-based network periodically. And you can see in the lower right here, here's a plot of our device traveling for some portion of the river during this particular experiment. So this is an opportunity, I think, to understand the flow better, understand the impact that it has on all of us who live and depend on that particular river. Next example I'm going to share with you is at Lake Oglethorpe. This was an experiment. Again, you can see the Aqua Blinker device. Aqua Blinker is the transmitter, the satellite-enabled transmitter for IoT. This was with our friends and partners at the University of Georgia. Lake Oglethorpe is typical of the lakes you would find in North Georgia. It's a relatively small lake with homes around the outside of it, and it's located near Athens, Georgia, where University of Georgia is located. The research being conducted here is on cyanoalgae blooms or blue-green algae. Blue-green algae or cyanoalgae is a toxic form of algae that grows under certain conditions during certain weather conditions and certain times of the year that can be toxic to human swimmers or humans or animal life in the lakes. And the theory is that we have a lot of poultry operations in North Georgia. The theory is that some of the runoff from those poultry operations tends to exacerbate the blooms that are associated with cyanoalgae. And the temperature of the water, the temperature of the air, the radiance of solar incidents all have an impact on the growth of that algae. And so we partnered again with the University of Georgia to conduct a months-long experiment at Lake Oglethorpe to try to understand the conditions that could lead to these kind of blooms. Why that's important, other than the fact that it's toxic, Georgia Power does control a lot of lakes in North Georgia, and they're required to treat these algae blooms whenever they happen, but you don't want to treat the water when it's not happening. So understanding when and what conditions could lead to toxic algae blooms is an important financial consideration as well, not just environmental. Let me show you the last example that I have for you today, and that is with one of our other devices called AgriBlinker, which I have one of those here too. It's about this size, very simple device. It is used for monitoring soil moisture, and in particular in row crop applications. This particular example was done in Cordele, Georgia, that's South Georgia. We are an agricultural state, and we produce a lot of peanuts, a lot of corn, a lot of soybeans here in South Georgia. And most of the land, I should say, there is irrigated, or at least a lot of the land is irrigated by large pivots. And the impact that you get, one, that's an expensive thing to do. You don't want to water when you don't need to. And the other thing, it leaches out the fertilizers and the nutrients that are applied to the soil faster than it needs to be if you overwater a field. And so our AgriBlinker devices, satellite-based, again, so a lot of South Georgia is in cellular dark areas, so there's not cellular coverages once you get off the interstates. And so no Wi-Fi, no cellular. So you put satellite-based devices out in the field to monitor the water content. And if you have kind of sharp eyes, you can see on the little image we provided to our partner there, that's me in the field with my friend Jay Holder and his dog. But you can see the water content over those days during which we did that experiment, showing an area that's ideal as well as one that's oversaturated. The impacts of the peaks that you can see on that chart are either due to rain, that's one thing, it's great, or to artificial watering that took place over that time. And they don't want to overwater, don't want to underwater. And this particular application proved to be a success. And you can even see in the lower left in the cornfield application that the corn grew way over the height of our AgriBlinker, and the installation is shown in the right there. So this is a particular case where we believe satellite technology and agriculture can work synergistically to try to improve, be good stewards of our resources, be financially beneficial to the farmers and the farmer consultants, and also provide a fun opportunity for us in the aerospace field. Those are the three examples I have. I'm just about out of time, but let me just wrap it up with a summary. I do believe that space technology benefits all of us here on Earth. Exploration is a real reason to go to space, but also economic benefit and economic stability is another reason to go. And there are lots of examples of that. In this particular application that I've described to you, even if we artificially assume that only 5% of the IoT market would go to a space-based solution, that's still an $80 billion market. You can see a number of competitors on the space side starting to enter that market. I do point out a negative here on this chart, the second sub-bullet. Getting the satellite ones to work inside a building is kind of tough. So the examples I gave you were outdoors applications and remote applications. So far, that's what we've been working on. We've been working steadily on our technologies. We're doing field tests. We have 2 patents issued to date, 2 US patents issued to date on our approach. And these examples I showed you are just the tip of the iceberg. There are a number of examples. We get calls every week from somebody that says, could you solve this problem? You know, I've got this particular problem or that particular problem of tracking machinery or tracking boxes or tracking icebergs that we think are applications for this technology. Well, Lee, with that, I am finished, and I'm happy to take questions if you have any. And again, I'm available just to be contacted directly if you prefer.
Thanks. Great talk. Really practical. I loved all the case studies, tests for customers. Can you talked about partnership on your recent launch. Can you talk about why you need your own constellation rather than just putting your transceivers on other people's CubeSats?
Right. So putting the satellites in an optimal kind of orbit is important for us. A lot of the CubeSats that go up today are really optimized for Earth observation. You know, let's say planet, for example. And so they are placed in a particular orbit that's sun synchronized, and also the shadows and the imagery, you know, the 10:30 a.m. orbit is very beneficial to them. So they all kind of hunt for the same place. A constellation optimized for IoT or communications would have to be global the way that I showed it, kind of more like that. And I wish I had a video. I do have a video, but I don't have time to bring it up. So it's a matter of putting them in the right places, I think, compared to what other CubeSats are doing. You correctly said that you know, there are a lot of satellites going up, and from a higher altitude, you can see more of the Earth, but I mentioned that our problem is one of power. Our transmission power, our goal is to get less than 1 watt of radiated power on the surface of the Earth, which turns out to be a billionth of a watt by the time you get into space. So being able to listen to that, we can't be very far away. So we have to be closer.
Great. And then you said you've heard from a lot of customers interested in using this technology. It sounds similar to Starlink in the sense that where there are less resources, there are more customers, which isn't a great place for a business to be looking for customers, right? So talk a little bit about the challenge of finding good customers, but also serving those who need these products but can't do as well with paying for them.
It is a challenge, but let me give you a particular example, and that would be countries in Africa. Countries in Africa, the ones that we're looking at, sub-Saharan Africa, don't have a lot of wealth. However, it is the objectives of the countries themselves, the sovereign funds, and sometimes world organizations. And as it relates to management of agricultural resources and water resources, that's an important objective for us as world citizens to try to achieve. And so I guess I'm saying there are opportunities to work with foundations as well as world organizations to deploy some of this technology to countries that are infrastructure poor, maybe not as wealthy as our countries. If it's for a purpose like sustainability, and that would be agriculture and water. Country of Niger, for example, struggles some with brackish water and salinization of their water. And then countries like Ethiopia struggle with management of agriculture and being able to predict use of resources there. So I guess there are other partners other than the end customer in some cases.
Great. John, really appreciate you joining us today and sharing more about AgriBlinker and AquaBlinker and
You're welcome.
BlinkSats.
Yep, happy to be here.
All right, everyone, thank you for joining us today for Conversations for the Future. Tomorrow, we'll continue our discussion on bringing space home. If you enjoyed today's programming, please consider helping us cover the cost of these events. You can sponsor Conversations for the Future like Terry Trevino did, pay the optional registration fee, or become a member of Foundation for the Future. We are a 501c3 that depends on your generosity. And now to close us out, I'll turn it back over to our Executive Director, Tim Chrisman. Tim?
And I'm glad I was able to catch John's presentation there, because as I said at the outset, I had no possible way of coming up with questions ahead of time. It's fantastic. And so, yeah, excited to be kicking off this event here as part of World Space Week, where we're highlighting the role of women in space. And we're talking here about, you know, the impact of space here on the ground. And so excited to bring you all back tomorrow for another day. Thanks.